Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651 The Super Queen appears. Shiyu was in a hurry, and they sped along the road to the cosmic tree. A few days later, Shiyu and his companions arrived at the forbidden land of the cosmic sea, the Tree Sea World. What's going on with the environment here? Shiyu and his companions, who were just in the cosmic sky, seemed to have strayed into a forest maze without any signs. Unconsciously, it was as if they had entered another space, surrounded by a blue sea of clouds, and on the sea of clouds, there were special star blue grasses, floating with the wind of the starry sky. This is where the cosmic tree is. Secretary Lily, who chose to take a nap on the battleship, finally woke up. She came to the side of Shiyu, Lin and others and said, "The maintenance of the cosmic tree requires a lot of cosmic power, so in the environment where it is, there will be no planets around, and naturally no life. Over time, this starless land has evolved into such a peculiar environment. Let's go and find the cosmic tree." Secretary Lily spoke, and teleported to the outside world one step ahead of Shiyu and his companions. "This guy," Shiyu said, "let's go too, Lin." "Okay." As he spoke, Lin's battleship body disappeared and turned into a relatively small wristband, which was worn on Shiyu's wrist. Shiyu, floating in the air, immediately followed Lily's footsteps. Shiyu discovered that the place where they would land next should be a branch of the extremely huge cosmic tree. The cosmic tree connected countless different spaces, and its whole body was larger than a planet, and its entire appearance was difficult to capture. This star-blue crystal-like branch was nothing special, but this was not what they were looking for. They were going to the core of the cosmic tree, where the core of the tree was. Only with the help of that power can the quality of the super god resources be improved. Boom! As the two went deeper, a terrifying pressure suddenly emerged from the invisible land, and this pressure instantly made Shiyu's expression condense. With his current level of the 14th heaven, facing this pressure, he still couldn't breathe. It felt that only by combining with the Shiyu beast could he barely resist it. As it appeared, the guardian of the cosmic tree, the god of abundance, Secretary Lily was not far in front of Shiyu. She seemed not to be suppressed by this threat. She looked at the supreme void with a calm expression. Many green cubes suddenly appeared in the starry sky. These green cubes continued to form a space-time channel. Among them, a strange life form composed entirely of white and blue, with a body like a tree trunk, elbows like blades, and a head like a gladiator's helmet, stepped out of the air. "Outsiders, tell me the purpose of your visit." After the guardian of the cosmic tree descended, he looked at Shiyu and Lily and said, "If you are a mistaken person, please leave here immediately." "Of course not." Miss Lily smiled and said, "We just want to borrow the core power of the cosmic tree." "Is that okay? I see. Are you another person who covets the power of the cosmic tree? By the order of the king of the realm, we will guard here and kill all those who plot against us." The myth of abundance fell, and countless starlights gathered around its blade, and a force sharp enough to pierce the sea of stars gathered. "Little boy, think of a way." Secretary Lily looked at Shiyu. However, Shiyu was indifferent over there. "Aren't you very powerful? You can solve it yourself." Seeing that Shiyu was indifferent, Lily glared at Shiyu. "Okay, Lord Guardian, don't rush to do it." Lily made a surrender gesture and said, "It was King Kai who asked us to come. The attack of the god of plenty was always stored in his body and did not launch, because he could not see through the woman in front of him. Although he could see at a glance that this woman in white was not a human, even he, a peak super god, could not see through her true body and her power. This made the guardian of the cosmic tree very afraid. It was not that he was worried that he could not stop the other party, but that he was worried that the cosmic tree would be damaged by an overly intense battle. "Lord Kai, that's right." Lily looked at Shiyu and said, "Hurry up, Tisk, I'm looking for it." Shiyu took out the token representing the identity of the King Kai that King Kai gave him before he left, as if he was rummaging through garbage. "Here, use this to prove your identity." "Right." The token that Shiyu took out was brown in color, like wood, and was surrounded by a faint golden light. To be honest, Shiyu and his friends studied it for a long time, but they could not find out what was so wonderful about this token. However, after the guardian of the cosmic tree saw the token, he restrained his attacking posture and his expression gradually calmed down. King of the realm, you have the qualifications to use the cosmic tree, however, you must not exceed the usage authority. Great. Secretary Lily looked delighted and said, I knew you were still useful. Next, I'll leave it to you. Shiyu looked at Secretary Lily in silence. He felt that if he was useless, this woman might directly fight with a guardian of the cosmic tree. I want to use the power of the cosmic tree to upgrade a super god resource to a cosmic level resource. Is that okay? The guardian of the cosmic tree said. Only one. I also want to query some information recorded in the cosmic tree. Is that okay? The god of fertility said. Yes, but querying the cosmic memory through the cosmic tree will also consume a lot of the power of the cosmic tree. The number of questions you can query will depend on the state of the cosmic tree after the resource level is upgraded. Okay, I understand. Next, can I go to the core of the cosmic tree? Shiyu asked. You can, but she can't. The guardian of the cosmic tree looked at Secretary Lily. Well, I didn't mean to go in originally, Secretary Lily said. Then, everything is up to you. She smiled at Shiyu. This guy is really unpopular. Shiyu let out a sigh of relief and chose to follow the footsteps of the guardian of the universe tree to the depths of the universe tree. In the tree cave, in a world like a blue crystal palace, Shiyu followed a god of plenty into here. The god of plenty said, put the resources you want to improve the quality into the center. After entering, Shiyu found that in the center of this place, there was a blue tree stump that looked like it was cut in half. Is this alright? Next, Shiyu took out the reincarnation fruit and placed it on the stump. Yes, seeing that Shiyu was ready, the guardian of the universe tree walked to the stump and stretched out his hand to the stump. The next moment, a special power emerged from it and released to the root of the stump. Then, the entire universe stump lit up. Then, the powerful force of the universe in time and space bloomed, rising from the roots of the universe tree, and turned into a blue beam of light, connecting heaven and earth. The fruit of reincarnation was wrapped in this beam of light, as if it was experiencing the baptism of the entire universe. The outside world. Lily stood in the sea of trees, looking at the brightened sea of trees, with the same luster reflected in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and let the starlight sprinkle down. I hope it will succeed. Although she felt that a treasure that was enough to cause a bloody storm and the entire universe was born, her tone was still filled with some uncertainty. Boom. It took almost no time. Under the witness of Shiyu, the energy fluctuations on the fruit of reincarnation created by the baby ginseng suddenly became extremely deep, containing a source of power that even the baby ginseng could not peek into. This feeling was like them looking at the source of transcendence. They only knew that this thing was very good and had a very valuable fusion for themselves, but they could not peek into the essence of its power. Is that all? As the light column slowly dissipated, and even the surroundings became much dimmer than before, Shiyu asked the god of plenty who had stopped his actions. Well, the cosmic tree can only do this much, the god of plenty said. Okay, you can take your resources. As for if you want to query the memory of the universe, just touch it with your hand. As long as the cosmic tree knows the questions in your mind, you can query them. However, I can feel that the cosmic tree has consumed a lot of power, and the number of questions you can query is not much. Cherish this opportunity. Okay, thank you, Shiyu said. Then I will start. Shiyu first took the fruit of reincarnation, and then touched the cosmic tree according to the other party's teaching. The next second, Shiyu seemed to be connected to the entire universe with his consciousness. This feeling was similar to when he listened to the ruins by listening to the sound of history. It was like checking the previous historical scenes through a special ability. Oh my god. The cosmic tree is simply a treasure in the archaeological world. How could such a good thing be destroyed in this time and space? With it, there is no need to spend a lot of time on archaeology. Just connect to its consciousness and search for history with one click. Which bastard destroyed such a good thing? Super Queen? In the sea of consciousness, in order not to miss this opportunity, Shiyu first looked up one of the questions he wanted to know most, Lily, her identity. In Shiyu's mind, the figure of Lily's secretary appeared, but the cosmic tree did not respond to him for a long time. It was as if it had crashed and didn't know the question. Is the query posture wrong? Shiyu changed his posture again. How many travelers from the previous era are there in this cosmic era? Damn, this is the omniscient and omnipotent tree. Shiyu was angry. However, he also understood that this might be a bit beyond the scope. The cosmic tree is a treasure condensed by the power of the universe's current era. It only records the history of this era. With the influence of the previous era, it is understandable that it doesn't know. But why can't this Lily be found? Could it be that this guy is also a traveler from the previous era? Otherwise, how could the Super Queen be so close to her? Or even, is she the Super Queen herself? Shiyu's heart skipped a beat, because this Lily was too mysterious. But this was unrealistic, mainly because Lily was too different from the 6th universe level he knew. I want to know. Shiyu asked the universe tree again, and this time, the universe tree finally knew and gave Shiyu the answer. However, Shiyu was not happy for 2 seconds, as he was kicked out of the sea of consciousness and opened his eyes in a trance in the outside world. The state of the universe tree has deteriorated seriously and is about to enter a dormant state. That's it. I hope you got the answer you want, the guardian of the universe tree said. Shiyu patted his head and said, okay, can I ask you a question? Go ahead, the guardian of the universe tree said. There are several possibilities for the people or things that the cosmic tree doesn't know about, the god of fertility said. The cosmic tree was born with this universe. It knows nothing about the previous era or the future, the people or things it doesn't know about. 1. It may be related to the previous era. 2. These people or things involve the cosmic level. The cosmic level has the ability to erase its own existence and not be recorded by the universe. Even the cosmic tree has no power to spy on the other party's experience. Then does the cosmic level have the ability to erase other people's existence so that they can't be recorded by the cosmic tree? Yes, the guardian of the cosmic tree said. The power of the cosmic level is very powerful. If you want to know more, I'm sorry I can't help you, because I know nothing about the cosmic level. Shiyu nodded silently. Okay, no problem, Shiyu said. Next, Shiyu was sent to the outside world by the god of harvest. Secretary Lily was still waiting. When she saw Shiyu coming out, she asked, did you succeed? Yes, then let's go quickly. Her Majesty seems to have captured the target and is returning to the Morning Star, Secretary Lily said. If she finds out that I neglected my duties and left my post, I will be in trouble. Really? Shiyu showed a suspicious look. Next, after thanking the guardian of the cosmic tree again, Shiyu followed Lily to leave the Sea of Trees and return to the 100 Flowers Star domain. The god of harvest looked at their departing backs and pondered for a long time. Lord Kai, is this alright? It's alright. A shadow appeared next to the god of fertility. She looked at Shiyu and the others leaving and said, although I don't know what I will think in the future, these are the few things we can do. I hope this Shiyu can change her mind. Otherwise, if the action of sending him back does not produce corresponding results, I may have to bear a lot of pressure from the other 4 guys. Maybe there's hope. This power should have a huge impact even on the universe level. At this time, on the battleship Rin, Lily took the samsara fruit handed over by Shiyu and was very satisfied with the effect of the upgraded samsara fruit. Oh, it's so slow, can it be faster? Lily urged. I can't wait to get back to the Morning Star. This is already the fastest speed, Shiyu said. There's a faster way, but it's okay to only teleport ourselves, but I can't guarantee that I can also teleport you there quickly. Really? Lily looked tangled. It's over. Her Majesty the Queen seems to have arrived at the Beha Star region. It's over. How did she come back so quickly this time? Is this true? Shiyu said. Since you can sense her location, she should be able to sense your location as well. You neglected your duties and must have been discovered long ago? What do you know? Lily said. I am a small person and I have the energy to pay attention to Her Majesty the Queen all the time. Her Majesty the Queen doesn't have the energy to pay attention to me all the time. However, when she returns to the Morning Star and waits for me to report on my work and finds that I am not there, she will definitely be finished. Well, if this reincarnation fruit can work, then everyone will be happy. If it still doesn't work, then it's still in vain, Shiyu asked. Shiyu himself was also greedy for this cosmic level reincarnation fruit. Now he has taken it out to the superpowered queen. If it still doesn't work, he might as well eat it himself. Anyway, go back as soon as possible, Lily said. Next, little guy, hold on. I'll provide you with some special energy to help you speed up. Huh? Before Rin could react, Lily's secretary had already taken out a blue gem and threw it on the ground. The next moment, the gem merged into the battleship. Before Rin could even react, he felt that the power source had suddenly expanded several times. Ah! This guy, Lin was about to cry. They were both secretaries, so why should he be a secretary? Are you back? Shiyu gradually sobered up after dizziness. I'm back. Lily looked outside the battleship and said, but it seems that I'm back at the wrong time. What do you mean? After Shiyu became more sober, he found that he was outside the Morning Star. At this time, the outside of the Morning Star was in a mess. The Sky City where Shiyu and his team had docked before had turned into the ruins of the universe, and fragments were floating everywhere in the starry sky. Invader, Lily showed a playful expression and said, a very powerful invader. What? Shiyu woke up instantly, and quickly used Lin's power to look into the distance. At this time, a bearded alien with a pale skin color, like a zombie, wearing the uniform of the Universe Overlord Corps, was floating outside the Morning Star. At this time, his left arm was raised high, and the 9 fingers of his 10-fingered hand were closed. One of the fingers was in the air, and an energy ball as big as a small star was floating on it. This energy contains a strong law of world destruction. If it falls, the Morning Star will undoubtedly be destroyed instantly. Even the fluctuations caused by its explosion will not be difficult to destroy the entire Beho star region. Super God Peak, Shiyu took a deep breath and said, it's the Northern General of the Universe Overlord Legion, Secretary Lily said. Why is he here? Shiyu asked. Maybe, Her Majesty the Queen captured the time spirit too blatantly. After so long, her actions should have been known to all major forces. Maybe it was the Universe Overlord who sent the Northern General to destroy Her Majesty the Queen, Lily said. Of course, it is more likely that this Northern General took the initiative, but it's a pity. What a pity? Shiyu asked. It's a pity that Her Majesty the Queen is not so easy to deal with. A Super God Peak is not enough. His behavior is very stupid, Secretary Lily said. Isn't the Queen also at the Super God Peak? Shiyu asked. Lily looked at Shiyu and said, aren't you also at the peak of the God level? But what about your combat power? After Lily finished speaking, Shiyu's heart trembled. MMP, he almost forgot about this. Since the Super Queen is a traveler from the last era, and after traveling through time, she still retains extremely strong power, then the power she retains must be the power system of the last era. Judging from her battle record, she is definitely different from Shiyu Beast, and it is not just as simple as strong physical strength. He cooperates with Shiyu Beast and the source power he has developed, and can kill super gods indiscriminately when the power system of this era is only at the peak of the god level. If the Super Queen's power system of this era has been cultivated to the peak of the super god, and combined with the cultivation system of the last era, her combat power is more than just the peak of the super god. Outside, the Northern General from the Universe Overlord Legion stared at the Morning Star indifferently and said, Super Queen, you ignored the ban of the Universe Overlord Legion and captured the time spirits at will, trying to interfere with the order of time and space. I hereby judge you and the forces you established and conduct. Before the Northern General at the peak of the Super God finished speaking, a dazzling and brilliant light appeared in the Morning Star, covering the entire 100 Flowers star region, making the Northern General instantly look solemn. What? Obviously, she was a little surprised by the power of the Super Queen. Boom. These lights, all composed of mental power, seemed to form a big hand, and in an instant, under the incredible expression of General Bifang, they descended from the void, fell, and held the world-destroying energy ball in the palm of his hand, and also held General Bifang in the palm of his hand. Buzz! The energy ball shattered without any ripples. No ripples appeared, only a figure emitting an extremely strong aura, standing on the giant palm of mental power clenched into a fist, watching General Bifang in the light and shadow. She was wearing a loose black queen's dress, with long black shawl hair casually scattered behind her. She had a queen-like baby face, a delicate figure and skin, and great charm. Unfortunately, the indifference and ruthlessness revealed in her red eyes made it impossible for everyone who looked at her to appreciate this beauty. Super Queen, what do you want to do? Being held by the giant palm of mental power, General Bifang was extremely panicked, and felt that this guy's power was not inferior to the universe level. I am the Cosmic Overlord. Boom. His body was instantly crushed by telekinesis, and countless traces of his existence were wiped out in an instant. Standing on the giant palm, the Super Queen looked towards the battleship Lin, making Shiyu and the others dare not breathe. Lily also smiled awkwardly and said, Your Majesty, I want an explanation. The Super Queen looked at Secretary Lily and said, You went out without my order just to bring them back. A time elf is a serious matter. Chapter 652 Lily's Identity. A time elf is a serious matter. The voice of the Super Queen was very cold. Wow, In Shiyu's beast control space, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered again. Ah, the super queen who eats time elves has found her. It's over. This guy is so scary. A super god peak killed her in an instant. Shiyu also had a solemn face. He knew that the super queen was very strong, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. According to the rules of the Universe Overlord Core, as long as you have 1% of the strength of the Universe Overlord, you can temporarily take charge of the Universe Overlord Core. The average Super God Peak undoubtedly does not even have 1% of the strength of the Universe Overlord. And the Super Queen, even if she has not yet entered the Universe level, her strength is definitely at the Universe level. It is estimated that she is stronger than the same level of Nuwa. I've told you not to think about the time spirit all the time. Look, the people from the Universe Overlord's army are here to visit us, Secretary Lily said. The Universe Overlord is trying to figure out how to delay the life of the universe and make this universe eternal, but you're thinking about how to destroy the universe. If this goes on, the Universe Overlord himself will come here sooner or later. So what? The Super Queen said. Is that what you want to say? Of course not, and you can't touch this guy, Lily said. My queen, didn't you feel anything from them? They are also travelers from the last era. Maybe you were acquaintances in the last era. If you kill them directly, after you regain your memory, if you find that they are people you know, you won't have anywhere to cry, Secretary Lily said with a smile. The Super Queen remained silent, staring at Shiyu, and Shiyu also stared at her. Will it? Those who can travel from the last era to this era must be extremely talented in the last era. Shiyu did it, and the Super Queen did it. The two may have had some intersections in the last era. Of course, they are not necessarily friends, but enemies. But no matter what, Lily's words made the Super Queen listen. Perhaps this is also the reason why King Kai believes that Shiyu can stop the Super Queen. Before she can identify Shiyu's identity, the Queen is indeed not good at moving Shiyu. Your Majesty, he has helped me a lot during this period. We have successfully brought you universe-level memory resources. Otherwise, why don't you try it? I said. This kind of thing is useless, the Super Queen said indifferently. It never hurts to try. Lily left the battleship directly, walked step by step to the Super Queen, and handed her the reincarnation fruit. The Super Queen glanced at the samsara fruit, her eyes flickered, but she did not refuse. She used her telekinesis to pull the fruit to her hand. The next moment, the samsara fruit in the Super Queen's hand began to shrink, turned into a ball of green light, and slowly flew into the Super Queen's mouth. The next breath, the Super Queen closed her eyes slightly, and Shiyu and the others on the battleship could not help swallowing their saliva. After 2 minutes of silence, the Super Queen opened her eyes again, looked at Lily and said, "Are you satisfied?" Woo woo woo. Secretary Lily looked sad and said, "Isn't it enough? Give me another chance." "Okay, I've given you many chances. The last time," Lily looked at Shiyu and said, maybe, we can put our hopes on him." Shiyu was named by Lily. Although he felt that the bloody samsara fruit was wasted, he had to show up at this time. Shiyu took a deep breath and appeared in the starry sky, not far from the Super Queen. He looked at her and said, "Your Majesty, perhaps we can find other ways to not cause too much damage to this universe era, and return to the previous era, or find a way to regain memory. I have also lost key memories, and I also want to find the truth, but this should not be done by sacrificing other innocent lives." "Yes," Secretary Lily nodded. "Then have you found other ways?" The Super Queen looked at Shiyu. "Of course," Shiyu said. "Lady Lily told me that within an era, traveling through time and space and deriving parallel time and space will lead to a decrease in the lifespan of this era and accelerate the destruction of the universe. And if you want to travel to other eras, it will lead to the direct destruction of this universe. Traveling through time and space consumes the power of the universe. Your Majesty, the Queen wants to travel across an era, and the consumption is undoubtedly something that this universe cannot afford, and the reason why it can't bear it is because each era of the universe has a lifespan of only 10 billion years, which is undoubtedly too short for a universe. Why each era of the universe has a lifespan of only 10 billion years is undoubtedly an unsolved mystery. Even the overlords of the universe are trying to explore and find ways to solve the problem of the lifespan of the universe. In this way, not only can the universe be immortal, but also indirectly make themselves immortal. So, I was thinking, if we solve the problem of the lifespan of the universe and make the lifespan and power of the universe endless, can this universe support the travel across eras? Since the universe cannot support the travel through eras, then strengthen the universe so that it can support it. This is impossible, the Super Queen said. Is this all your cleverness? Shiyu smiled bitterly. Why do you say it's impossible? Do you know what conditions need to be met in order to make the life of the universe infinite? Shiyu was speechless. It has to do with humans, right? Shiyu said. Lily looked at Shiyu and said, are you willing to try me? In fact, it's also very simple to make the universe immortal. Secretary Lily said, yes, it's very simple. The old maintainer has died, and the new maintainer has not yet arrived. The reason why each cosmic era is so short is that the universe lacks an eternal energy source, a maintainer that helps it grow. What do you mean? Shiyu said. Secretary Lily said, the meaning is very simple. You are right. If the universe wants to live forever, it is indeed related to humans. To describe it in a way you can understand, there must be a beastmaster who treats the universe as a pet and contracts it. Then, this beastmaster will become the energy source of the universe, continuously providing nutrients for the growth of the universe, and the universe can exist forever. Shiyu, Lin? Contracted universe, Shiyu said. Are you surprised? Miss Lily said, this is an amazing archaeological discovery made by Her Majesty and I. Ordinary people don't know. Above the universe level, there is another level called the universe maintainer. The universe maintainer is the true master of the universe. If there is no maintainer, the fate of the universe is what we see. Humans should be the only race that can become maintainers. Contracted universe. Shiyu was shocked. He was shocked enough that he could contract a planet, but the universe could also be contracted? I know it's hard to understand, but that's what we found. As for the difficulty of contracting the universe, although it's hard to be sure, I think it should be several times, even 10 times, or even 100 times more difficult than contracting a universe-level life. Now, it's hard to even give birth to a universe-level beastmaster, let alone a beastmaster who can contract the universe. You just make vague suggestions, and Her Majesty the Queen won't listen. Lily said, so, are you willing to try, strive to become the maintainer of the universe, and support Her Majesty the Queen to travel through time? Shiyu was speechless again. Since you are not alive in this time and space, I allow you to return to your own time and space, the Super Queen said, but you have to remember, there will be no next time. At this point, the Super Queen was willing to let them go, and Shiyu should have breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at the expectant expression of Lily's secretary next to him, Shiyu said, Universe Maintainer, Her Majesty the Queen, can you give me some time? Why? The Super Queen said. You want to try to contract the universe? I'm not in the mood to waste time with you, but if you still insist on stopping me, I am willing to accept your challenge. Shiyu's scalp tingled. The challenge you mentioned should be a life and death battle. No. It's decided, Lily said. Your Majesty, if Shiyu can defeat you, you will give him a chance to see if he can become the universe maintainer and wait for him for hundreds of millions of years. If he can't defeat you, then you will still act according to the original plan. How about it? Hey, Shiyu now wanted to strangle this Lily secretary to death. Don't agree to things for others casually, okay? Damn, this Super Queen, can you defeat it in a short time? Give him 10,000 lives, and it's not enough for her to kill. Unless, now, including all his pets, have broken through to the Super God, then maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. At this time, the Super Queen looked at Lily, and Lily also looked at her. The expressions of the two seemed very persistent. Whatever you like, the Super Queen turned and left, disappearing into the starry sky with the light all over the sky, leaving only Shiyu and Secretary Lily. At this time, Shiyu looked at Secretary Lily with a worried look on his face. You can still stay in this time and space for a while, Lily said, since you want to challenge Her Majesty the Queen, you can't relax in the next period of time. Obviously you challenged her for me. Shiyu couldn't help but said, that's not what I meant at all. Lily smiled and said, now it seems that this is the only way to change her mind. Believe me, believe in yourself, and I will give you special training in the next period of time. The reincarnation fruit is useless. It's my mistake, you're giving me special training, Shiyu said. Yes, I will give you special training. You probably can't combine the power of your past life and present life well now. I have been with Her Majesty the Queen for a long time, and I happen to know her cultivation process very well. Try hard. Maybe you will have a chance. Her Majesty the Queen is not a human, but a transformed monster. The upper limit of her strength is not higher than your upper limit as a human beastmaster. However, The special training I mentioned is also very dangerous. I don't know if you are willing to accept it. Do you still understand the cultivation system of the last era? Shiyu asked. Of course, Her Majesty the Queen wanted to teach me to see if I could learn it. Unfortunately, my physique is still not suitable, but you should be able to do it, Lily said. At this point, do you still want to hide it from me? Shiyu said. He stared at Lily and said, if you don't tell me the truth, I won't accompany you. If you don't tell me the truth about something as dangerous as challenging the Super Queen, well, okay. Lily's secretary smiled helplessly. You are such a nuisance. The Super Queen is you, and you are also the Super Queen, but you are not the same person, right? Shiyu said. That's right, I am indeed a part of the Super Queen, the weak side that was separated from her, and the consciousness that failed in the battle of ideas. Is that okay? Thanks to the leaders, Yizzy, Tan Xiaobao, I'm just a passing cat, the Five Lakes Alliance under the pillow, no time to wave, Xianhun Rumen, Baku Shanren, and thanks to the big guys. Chapter 653 Era Breakthrough. After Lily finished speaking, Shiyu could be said to be not at all surprised. Because only with such an identity can Lily's mystery and uniqueness be explained. Huh? Shiyu took a deep breath, looked at Lily and said, okay, Teacher Lily, teach me. You accept it very quickly. Lily was speechless when she saw that Shiyu even called her teacher. It's okay, Shiyu smiled awkwardly. He had a flexible stance and the ability to judge the situation and get the right person at the speed of light. This was one of his few advantages. If everything could be solved without fighting, he would even call the Queen Mother. Anyway, he was an orphan in 2 lives, so he didn't have any moral pressure. He couldn't give up his strength for the sake of dignity. Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. Lily looked at the morning star and said. Now, there are 2 ways to quickly improve your strength. One is to fuse the source of transcendence between you and your pets. This can be ruled out first. It is not suitable for your current situation. Fusion of the source of transcendence is equivalent to being marked by the universe. Although it is not impossible, now is not the best time. The second is to completely unify the power system of the 2 eras in your body. As for what strength you can achieve after the 2 forces in your body are completely unified, I can't say it now. The main thing is that I don't know how strong your potential is. Then what should I do? Shiyu said. I feel that I have a good grasp of the power of the last era, but I still can't perfectly fuse it. Lily said. Can you summon all your pets? Yes, Shiyu nodded, and then summoned all the contracted pets from 11, Chongchong to Xiaozi and Qi. After they came out one by one, they stared at Lily very seriously. I don't know how strong this Lily is. How much worse than the Queen? Sure enough, there are a lot of pets. Lily saw a bunch of pets contracted by Shiyu, especially when she saw Shiyu Beast and Bulu. She stopped and stared for a while. You preserved your body from your previous life in this way. I think you were also a powerful guy in the last era. Lily looked at Shiyu Beast. You are not bad either. Shiyu and his friends praised each other. Maybe, we were comrades who fought against the end of the era together in our previous life, Shiyu said. If you want to make connections, you should make connections with a queen. The key is to make her believe, Lily smiled. Besides, we are not resistors. Here, Lily looked at Shiyu's pets and said, you can't perfectly integrate with your previous life's body. You should have some ideas. Tell me, pet, Shiyu said, I have signed contracts with a bunch of pets in this body, but my previous life's body has no obvious connection with them. My current body has completely turned into the shape of a pet, while my previous life's body has not changed much in shape. So the shapes of the 2 are inconsistent, resulting in a perfect fit. Well, not only Lily was silent, but 11 and the others were silent too. What a bad metaphor. It was Shiyu who changed their shapes, so why blame them? I understand what you mean, and it's similar to what I want to express, Lily said. The reason why your body in your previous life and your current body still can't match is because of the pet. The pets that have a contract with you will have a certain degree of rejection when your current body and your previous body merge. The only one who won't reject your previous body is probably the little monkey, Bulu. What is the ace treatment? The red little monkey crossed his arms behind the pet group. 11 looked at it unkindly and turned his head suddenly. This little monkey has been restless recently. Why does every teammate who joins the team later have inexplicable ambitions? 11 doesn't understand. Just be a stick. Because it is very special. It not only has a contract with your previous life's body, but also with your current reincarnated body. If you only contracted as a pet, then now the two bodies can undoubtedly be perfectly integrated, but unfortunately, you have other pets, Shiyu said, so, if I want to truly merge perfectly with my previous life, I have to let this bear, that bug, and that ginseng, like the monkey, complete the contract with their previous life, right? Seeing that Shiyu was too lazy to even call their name, the ginseng babies couldn't help but sigh. Once all my pets have completed the contract with not only my current body, but also my previous body, then the fusion will be complete. That's right, Lily said. That's right, is that so? Shiyu said. Then what should I do to let other pets replicate the experience of that little monkey? Lily said. You, a cosmic behemoth, should have mistakenly entered the ruins of the epic and been contaminated by the breath of the last epic. This breath transformed its physique into a physique close to that of life in the last epic. That's why your body in your previous life can contract it normally. If you want to do the same thing, then let your other pets be contaminated with this breath and evolve their physique slightly. Well, that power is a remnant of the last epic, called epic. The breath of origin, like the source of transcendence, is a special substance in the ruins of the era. If you want to find it, you can try your luck in the ruins of the era. Normal life, even if it encounters the breath of the era, will have no effect on them, because their life forms are already stable. Only new life can be easily affected and transformed by the breath of the era. But don't worry, you can use the reincarnation fruit to turn your pet into a cub with an unstable life form and absorb the breath of the era. Of course, although this can improve strength, there are also disadvantages, that is, the stronger the traces of the previous era, the more likely it is to encounter the rejection of the universal of this era. But it's not a big problem. I'm here, I will help you solve it. Okay, Shiyu was in a big head. If he had known, he would have traveled a little later. He had also planned to look for the ruins that Bulu's parents mistakenly entered. That ruins of the era must have 100% of the breath of the era. His original idea was to make 11 and the others become like Bulu, so that they can contract with Shiyu beasts and enjoy attribute feedback twice. But now it seems that in addition to the two attribute feedbacks, the key to whether he and Shiarman can perfectly merge seems to be related to whether Shiarman can make a contract with 11 and the others. It's not too late. In this time and space, the epic ruins that Bulu's parents entered are also there. Just find it and it's done. Do you have any ideas? Lily asked. I plan to find the breath of the epic, but I may have to enter a dangerous ruin, and the location of the ruins may be a bit far, and the time, as long as you can find the ruins, I will escort you there and help you crack the ruins, Lily said calmly. That's settled, Ziozi. Shiyu looked at Ziozi and did it as soon as he said it. Mimi, Ziozi immediately flew out, transformed his hands, and circled around the cosmic giant Bulu like a charlatan. Here, Shiyu threw a super god-level cosmic crystal to Ziozi as the energy source for its prediction this time. Mimi, welcome the cat teachers, Ziozi said after eating the crystal. At this time, Ziozi continued to spin around Bulu, and the starlight was diffused around Bulu. Soon, the infinite starlight outlined two figures. Well, are you going to use my power again? HMPH, take it, my power. The power projections of the Gem Cat teacher and the Foresight Owl teacher were summoned by Ziozi. They all made a star contract with Ziozi, so even if they were not around, Shiyu still had these two invincible assistants. Although Ziozi was not even an epic god, with the special nature of planetary life and the energy source of cosmic crystals, it consumed the world's power to the extreme and summoned the Gem Cat and Owl projections, and the skill level would not be much worse than their true level. Astrology tribe? Praying Star Tribe? Lily showed an unexpected expression. She didn't expect that Shiyu, a small planet pet, could actually summon the power projections of the two special races under the command of King Kai. She seemed to understand what Shiyu was going to do. Now, Shiyu was going to use the power of the Gem Cat and Owl to divine the location of the epic ruins that Bulu had contacted. Under the incredible divination, part of the picture information appeared in Shiyu's mind, and Ziozi also turned into a crystal ball, with many pictures appearing on her body. The Giant Beast Empire, Shiyu said, it is said that the location of this relic is changing. It is now located at the border of the Giant Beast Empire. Luck is good. According to the previous speed, it is not far from us, Teacher Lily. Shiyu looked at Lily, meaning. Okay, then I will accompany you again. Is it okay to use that little guy? She looked at Lin. Lin? Stop. I haven't recovered yet, Lin protested. I'll help you recover, Lily said. No, Lin seemed to have finally found a nemesis. After a while, Shiyu and others set out again to find the ruins with a breath of the era. In the morning star, the Super Queen stood on the attic, staring at the starry sky, frowning slightly. Could it be that she wants? Following the guidance of divination, Shiyu and others did not waste much time in the voyage. Although Lily's strength may not be as good as that of the Super Queen, as an individual separated from the Super Queen, her strength must be strong. In fact, there may be a Super God peak, anyway, Shiyu can't see through it. At this time, under the protection of Lily, Shiyu and his team moved very fast and soon arrived at a remote starry sky. This place looks no different from other starry sky areas, but Shiyu knows that hidden behind this starry sky is a small world fragment from the last era. It is also commonly known as the Epic Ruins. Shiyu took back his pets and stood side by side with Lily in the starry sky. Lily didn't seem to plan to open the ruins, but waited for Shiyu to solve it himself. This kind of trivial matter is indeed not difficult for Shiyu to solve. He immediately activated the ability of time and space. The next moment, the entire starry sky began to vibrate, and countless space-time cracks seemed to cut the starry sky away from here. At the same time, countless black fog emerged from the space-time cracks. These black fogs have very strange power fluctuations. Shiyu feels that most gods may not be able to resist them. This is resentment, Lily said. After the death of the strong men in the last era, the resentment of unwillingness combined with the power of time and space to form the space of the ruins. Being entangled with these resentments will affect your consciousness, just like being filthy. She waved her hand gently, and all the black fog immediately turned into nothingness. At this time, the whole world around was completely shattered like a mirror, generating a brand new world. Shiyu and his team had completely entered the ruins at this time. Next, we just need to find the breath of the era, Shiyu asked. Well, there is nothing dangerous in this relic, and the breath of the era is also very strong. Not bad, no danger, it's only for us, Shiyu said. He closed his eyes slightly at this time, exploring everything in this relic. All around, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Countless strong men wanted to resist, but they could not escape the coming of the end of the world. Shiyu could feel their strong resentment towards the consciousness of the universe. These people can be collectively referred to as rebels, and we can be collectively referred to as escapers, Lily said. The reincarnation of the universe is actually the universe's own choice, which is equivalent to some creatures whose lifespans are almost at the end, choosing to reincarnate and start over as cubs. The universe does not want to usher in real death, so it can only sacrifice everything it has and let itself reincarnate and restart. According to our archaeological discoveries, 10 billion years is far from the true lifespan limit of the universe. However, after this time, the state of the universe will begin to decline, approaching real death and the end. In order to avoid this situation, the universe has to restart at this point in time, and these rebels are people who are dissatisfied with the choice of the cosmic consciousness. They believe that the universe can obviously still have a long lifespan. Why should it choose to self-destruct and restart at this time? Those strong people who are unwilling to die with the universe, so they choose to rebel against the will of the universe, but the result is obvious, except for the cosmic level. Except for life that can have a certain impact on the will of the universe, other life is difficult to resist the will of the universe. Even for cosmic life, the final result of resistance is the same. And the reason why people like us are called escapers is also the title given by those rebels. We dare not be enemies with the will of the universe, and choose to find loopholes in the universe restart, hoping to survive to the next era. There are actually many people who choose this way, countless. But the traversers who can really cross the era and come to the next era are actually 1 in a billion, and most of them died in the process of restarting the universe. So, I have to say that you and I are lucky. We are the only life among this group of escapers who have successfully come to this era. Lily said, now, you know why I refuted you before and said that we are not comrades in arms who resist the end of the world. What? I am an escaper. Shiyu said, I thought I would be a super strong man who fights the will of the universe to the death. Lily was silent. Do you believe it yourself? So you must be livening up the atmosphere. Lin and other pets were also silent. With their understanding of Shiyu, this had nothing to do with Shiyu. When encountering a danger that cannot be disobeyed, it is Shiyu's style to find a way to slip away first. Being alive is more important than anything else. Just a joke. Sure enough, the next moment Shiyu also said with a smile. Okay, as Lily finished speaking, Countless light gray epical auras around her had been convinced by her power. She said, "The rest depends on you." "Got it, Bulu. It's okay for you to guide 11 and the others," Shiyu said to the red little monkey. "Okay," Bulu said. Then, Shen Bao began to stretch out his fingers and biu randomly at 11 and the others. At this level of skill, the form of power is no longer limited to the fruit. As long as the opponent is not strong or does not resist, it can exert the power of reincarnation on it from a distance. At this time, under the guidance of Shen Bao, 11 immediately shrank into an extraordinary level red panda that was not even as high as a person's knee, and cried on the meteorite. Chi Tong turned into little Lolita, Zioji turned into little dinosaur like a chicken, and of course Yu could not escape the fate of becoming a little platypus. Soon, all of Shiyu's pets returned to their baby forms. If they were not under the protection of Shiyu's power, it would be a problem for them to stay in the starry sky at this time. Come on, with Lily's cheering, Shiyu and his friends began to efficiently use the breath of the epic to transform their physiques. First it was 11, then Chong, and then Shen Baby. Just like that, a month passed, and all of Shiyu's pets completed the transformation and evolution of the epic physique. It's called evolution, but after they completed it, they basically didn't feel any essential changes in their bodies. However, at this time, Shiyu really felt that the Shiyu beast seemed to be able to contract them. "Okay, continue," Shiyu said. "After the contract, you should be able to improve again." Lily watched the whole process for a month, giving instructions from time to time. Seeing that Shiyu had completed a round of practice, she said, "Remember to be careful of the thunder tribulation. Well, your next breakthrough progress may be a bit fierce." Yes, Shiyu felt a sense of urgency and began to let 11 and the others line up like Bulu to complete the contract with Shiyu Beast. After 11 finished punching in, he felt that his physical fitness was stronger, as if he had received feedback from Shiyu Beast, and Shiyu Beast himself had also improved a little, but not as much as 11. After Shiyu Beast and 11 became stronger, Shiyu himself naturally received feedback, which is the so-called 3 wins. Then, Chong, Shen Bao, Chi Tong, Su, Lin, Zioji, Yan, Ziozi, Ki, Dwarf Cat, Ziobing, Gui. Shiyu's pets, one by one, contracted with Shiyu Beast and them, and they also got feedback from each other. Shiyu also drank soup. After a round of contracts was completed, Shiyu immediately felt the changes in his body. He had just broken through the 14th heaven not long ago, and at this time, he had not yet merged with Shiyu Beast, but Shiyu Beast had contracted his contracted pets one after another. With a contractual connection with Shiyu Beast, he loosened his bottleneck again. The shadow of the 15th heaven appeared faintly. "This is the first time I've seen someone like you." Lily next to him was amazed to see that Shiyu was about to break through to the 15th heaven of the god level. And it seemed to be just the beginning. After Shiyu Beast had contracted with all of Shiyu's pets, its matching degree with Shiyu finally reached 100%, and the two sides were perfectly matched and able to merge perfectly. This time, Shiyu merged with Shiyu Beast through the means of fusion, and there was no longer the subtle feeling that was difficult to control before. However, what was even more terrifying was that the increase brought by the fusion with Shiyu Beast this time was simply unimaginable, which shocked Shiyu. Boom! The lightning illuminated the entire starry sky, and it was incredibly powerful. The power of the lightning was enough to move even the high-level super gods. It seemed to condense into a thunder fist, ready to hit Shiyu. The crackling lightning arcs, just falling on the stars, instantly destroyed the stars one by one. The ability to trigger such a terrifying thunderbolt was also related to the changes in Shiyu's body at this time. During the fusion process with the Shiyu Beast, Shiyu's physique instantly reached the level of entering the high-level transcendence, and a qualitative change occurred. The physical strength of the Shiyu Beast was perfectly integrated into Shiyu at this time. In addition, the special power of source power has also completely become the power controlled by Shiyu, and Shiyu no longer needs to mobilize it twice. The enhancement of physical strength has given the soul and spirit a greater space for expansion. Although the improvement is not as terrifying as physical strength, it is gradually approaching and fitting with physical strength. Rumble. It is not just as simple as the 15th level of the god level. After Shiyu's two bodies merged with each other, his upper limit of the beast level is still soaring. 16th heaven. 17th heaven. 18th heaven. Shiyu's pets were all stunned by the speed of increase. That's the effect. Lily smiled until Shiyu's realm broke through to the 18th god level. That's how it was. Only in this way could there be hope of defeating the Super Queen. I'm going to cross the calamity, Shiyu shouted. This time the calamity thunder seems to be really powerful. 11 of them were also ready to assist Shiyu at all times. This time the calamity thunder was the accumulation of the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th heavens breaking through 4 realms in a row. The thunder fist that was constantly expanding and seemed to be enough to destroy the sea of stars was smashed down like a cosmic hammer, full of oppression. Just swinging the aftermath caused a starry sky storm across the entire star field. As far as I know, throughout the history of this universe, the highest achievement of a beast master at the god level is the 13th level of the god level. It is absolutely impossible for a beast master at the 13th level of the god level to be promoted to the universe level, let alone become the eternal maintainer of the universe, but you are different. You carry the power system of the last era. The combination of the power of the 2 eras may create a miracle that has never been seen before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Shocked by the 6th Universe Level. Horizontal ellipsis. Next, it depends on whether you can survive this thunder tribulation. Listening to Lily's words, Shiyu remained silent. At this time, he put all his strength, the blessing of the 18th level of the god level, on 11. Tai Chi Domain, Open, Roar, 11, who has a chaotic thunder body, is Shiyu's ultimate move to resist the thunder tribulation. At this time, Shiyu enveloped 11 with the Tai Chi Domain blessed by the source power, making its body instantly like a chaotic container that can swallow everything. Black and white lightning flashed on its body. With the blessing of the Beast Master, 11's power level also climbed to the super god level. It jumped up and smashed towards the huge thunder fist that fell from the starry sky, like a black and white meteor, shattering the starry sky. Boom! The purple golden fist of thunder fell, and 11's black and white fist of thunder also smashed. After the 2 sides collided, the fist of thunder was directly broken. Just when 11 was happy, the next moment, the thunder exploded, and 11 failed to absorb it completely. His body was torn apart in many places as if it was blown up by lightning. Ying, although the fist of thunder was broken, the power of this thunder tribulation was beyond imagination. Even 11, who had super god level combat power and corresponding resistance methods, could not deal with it perfectly. After 11 cried out in pain, the exploding thunder tribulation swallowed it again, penetrated it in the exploding thunder column, and directly knocked it down from the starry sky towards Shiyu and the others. Only to see a smoking panda slowly falling. 11, Shiyu was startled and immediately teleported away. It can't resist alone, don't be greedy, Lily reminded, telling Shiyu and 11 not to be greedy to absorb the thunder. This time, the accumulated thunder of breaking through the 4 realms was very terrifying. It was the first time in history. Moreover, Shiyu and others were rejected by the universe. Even if they were super gods, they might not be able to withstand this thunder tribulation. Now, Shiyu and others have not yet become super gods. If they want to resist it, they must deal with it seriously and with all their strength. Buzz! When 11 fell, Shiyu went up to meet him and directly entered a fusion state with the falling 11. He used his own power to repair the damage of 11. Shiyu also changed from a normal human to a panda man. Boom! The next moment, the fist of thunder fell again from the high sky and smashed towards Shiyu. Although Shiyu's state was a little stronger than before, it was also limited. After he went up with all his strength, although he dispersed the thunder again, he was also the same as 11 just now, and was hit by the exploding thunder again. Shiyu and 11 were struck out of their combined state. 11 was fine, but Shiyu's whole body exploded, blood and flesh were all over. Fortunately, his physical strength was high, so he arrived relatively easily. This is a good opportunity to exercise. Lily felt the surrounding environment and said, "This thunder will last for a long time, you guys should grasp it. If you can't even survive this thunder, don't even think about challenging the Super Queen." Long time, Shiyu had a stomach ache at this time. What the hell? This thunder was so painful. Only 2 shots had almost severely injured him and 11. The will of the universe does not allow the existence of beastmasters of the 18th heaven, of the god level, right? Except Ki. Everyone prepare for battle, Shiyu shouted as he fell. The next moment, Lin, who had been ready and used himself as a container, began to change directly, transforming into a super mecha that was very huge even if it stood in the starry sky. The mecha with a bluish-white color on the whole body is the same as the combined mecha driven by Shiyu and others before, but the difference this time is that it is no longer necessary for every pet to be integrated into the body. With Lin's current mechanical attainments, combined with Shiyu's contractual connection, it has become more handy to connect the power of all members. A very huge light wheel appeared behind the space mecha instead, hanging behind it. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chi-Tong, Su Su, Zio-Ji, Ya-Yam. Every pet of Shiyu is in the light wheel, evenly distributed, like the equal points in the light wheel, through which the power is continuously transmitted into the mecha. Shiyu and the 11 original bodies teleported to the chest of the mecha and entered the cockpit in a combined state. After they entered the cockpit, the main attributes of the entire mecha also became mechanical and thunder. A touch of electric light lingered on the light wheel and the entire body of the mecha. The super demon god of the light wheel, this is the name Shiyu gave to this mecha. It is a demon mecha that can change the power attribute at will according to the power of Shiyu and the combined pit in the cockpit. After integrating into the mecha, Shiyu controlled the mecha to swing his fist, and the power shook the starry sky, and collided with the robbery thunder again. This time, it was much easier than before. The terrifying robbery thunder shattered, and the power of the robbery thunder explosion was also borne by all of Shiyu's pets, and it was no longer so terrifying. But unfortunately, 11 couldn't be hit by the robbery thunder at all this time, but at this critical moment, Shiyu really didn't dare to be greedy, and it didn't matter if he missed a meal. Mechanical fusion, Lily nodded silently at the side. It seemed that it should be able to last for a long time. Come on, come on. Ki was also secretly anxious at the side. Its power was used to support the crossing, so Shiyu didn't let it join in resisting the robbery thunder, but seeing that everyone was resisting the robbery thunder together, Ki could hardly remain indifferent. After transforming into a super demon god with a halo, it was indeed easier for Shiyu and others to resist. The next 10 consecutive days and nights of thunderstorms were all carried by Shiyu and his team, but the frequency of thunderstorms was indeed too terrifying. Shiyu and 11 were fine, but the pets in the light wheel that were fused to the mecha began to have different states at this time, and some of them declined seriously. Those epic gods could still hold on, after all, they also received the protection and amplification of the mecha, but Zio-Ji, Ya-Yang, Gui, Zio-Bing, and the short-legged cat were not yet epic gods. Even if they merged with the mecha and endured the protection of the mecha, the backlash of the thunderstorm still caused them to be seriously injured. Boom. Soon, the magnificent lightning pierced the protective curtain and directly split the body of the combined Zuanwu into ashes. Shiyu instantly felt the tearing of the contract. Gui and Xiaobing were dying. Their defense after merging should be the strongest in the second team, but in order to protect Shiyu in the center of the mecha, Zuanwu's strength consumption was even greater, becoming the first pet to be killed by the thunderstorm. Little Turtle, Little Ice, Ki, who was watching, was extremely worried, but fortunately, Turtle and Little Ice, who had the sacred black tortoise body, would not die so easily as long as they still had the power of faith. After one body died, a new four-headed black tortoise soon condensed on the light wheel with the power of faith. However, Turtle and Little Ice were in really bad condition at this time. Hey, Turtle told everyone not to worry about him, and continued to use the North Sea Shield with all his strength to strengthen the defense of the mecha. Meow. Seeing that Turtle and Little Ice died for Shiyu once, the short-legged cat felt bad and worked harder. Chong Chong, Chi-Tong, Turtle, Little Ice, and short-legged cat, they were undoubtedly the ones with the most capital to make trouble, because they had the power of faith and could be resurrected after death. As long as the faith was not extinguished, they could still persist. So next, the four of them took the initiative to bear the greatest pressure. After a period of time, Chong Chong, Chi-Tong, Turtle, Little Ice, and short-legged cat had died and resurrected several times. People like Xiaoji and Yale were able to bear it thanks to their protection. Of course, there was also Shenbao Bao who had the power of resurrection, but Shenbao Bao in the light wheel did not dare to show off his power at all. Its time mark had a more important function, which was to protect Shiyu. The superb time mark could finally imprint the traces of others. At this time, Shinbei-Obao's 3 time marks only had 1 imprint of himself, and the remaining 2 were all imprinted on Shiyu. At this moment, the strong in the starry sky could feel that a terrifying change was brewing somewhere, but when they wanted to explore, they all failed without exception. There are human beast masters who are undergoing the tribulation, but no trace can be found at all. On the Kai King planet, the super god ancestor of the astrologer clan was strangely holding the family treasure to divine, but he could only divine a fog. Now, it is already difficult to divine based on Shiyu's strength, and Lily was not idle at the moment, covering up the secrets for Shiyu and hiding this piece of universe and starry sky to prevent others from disturbing Shiyu's tribulation. It has to be said that the heavenly tribulation is a very good sparring partner. Although Shiyu and others suffered heavy injuries, they had to overcome the belief of the heavenly tribulation thunder after death and failure. The opportunity for all pets to connect together was also particularly valuable. Under this tempering, Turtle, Little Ice, and Dwarf Cat broke through the original shackles and completed the breakthrough under the most terrifying heavenly tribulation thunder in the world, from perfect god to epic god level. And Zyagi, and Zyozi, who were protected by Turtle, Little Ice, and Dwarf Cat many times with their own lives, had already broken through as predecessors. They completed the sublimation of their will 1 step ahead of them. They did not want to drag the team down. So they also stepped into the epic god together. The improvement of the second team undoubtedly helped Shiyu and others to resist the heavenly tribulation thunder. At this time, seeing that all members of Shiyu's team, except Ki, had reached the epic god under the pressure of the thunder tribulation, Lily finally said to Ki next to her mischievously, looking at their appearance, if they continue to hold on, their injuries may be out of control, the thunder tribulation will continue for a while. I have a way to help them avoid the thunder tribulation, but only you, as their contract object, can do it, otherwise it is likely to cause a stress response to the thunder tribulation. Do you want to learn, Ki? Such an important thing, why are you talking about it now? Ki said angrily. It's too early to help them avoid the thunder tribulation, how can it have a training effect? The so-called cosmic will is just a manifestation of the power of time and space. As long as you use the means of the power of time and space to conceal all your breath, you can avoid the rejection of the cosmic will. As a time elf, your sensitivity to time and space is naturally comparable to the cosmic level. Helping them hide their breath is none other than you. Hurry up, I want to learn. Ki was anxious about the current situation of Shiyu and his people. If it weren't for Shiyu's order, she would have rushed up to help. Okay, next, Lily passed the corresponding time and space skills to Ki through memory sharing. And then, Lily saw a scene that made her quite silent. Ki's face turned blue and purple, and he took out a bunch of smelly fruits from the space equipment and forced them into his mouth, eating with his eyes closed like sleepwalking. It's too slow to learn by myself, so I'd better learn by hanging up, Ki murmured in his dream. The cultivation fruit is undoubtedly a fruit that can activate the learning potential of pets by 100% or even 200%. In order to speed up, Ki endured the stench and ate more than a dozen cultivation fruits to maximize their effects. You always have some weird things, Lily said. The reincarnation fruit is fine, but how did you cultivate this? After a long time. Shiyu and the others may have endured the thunder for a month, but it is still a long way from the time limit mentioned by Lily. Shiyu can be sure that the thunder of the 18th heaven is not something that normal people can resist. It's almost killing me. His brain was buzzing and his whole body was numb, including every pet. At this moment, they all relied on willpower, super god level willpower, to make their bodies instinctively resist the thunder tribulation. Even the super demon god of the light wheel was in tatters and its performance was greatly reduced. When will this end? MMP, the will of the universe, right? I was not very interested in contracting you, but now, I have made up my mind, and I must contract you anyway, no matter whether you really have consciousness or not. I will cultivate your consciousness and punch you every day, damn it. While Shiyu was swearing in his heart, suddenly, with a hum, the thunder tribulation stopped in the starry sky. It didn't seem to be about to dissipate, but it seemed to have lost its target all of a sudden, like a headless fly thunder, and began to spin around in the starry sky. After a moment of surprise, Shiyu and the others looked at Lily and Ki. Ki was holding an umbrella, looking at the thunder with a determined face. The umbrella of time and space seemed to block the secrets of heaven, and suddenly covered up the existence of Shiyu and others. In this way, it helped Shiyu and others to withstand the next thunder. It's Ki. After realizing what was going on, Shiyu and every pet breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved that it was finally over. At this moment, except for Ki, almost all of Shiyu and his team fainted instantly, and the last string that was taut was broken. They floated directly in the starry sky, used the starry sky as a bed, and fell asleep. The thunder dissipated, and Ki looked at her teammates who had fallen asleep breathlessly, feeling tired. But soon, she cried like a pig again, and the cry was very loud. Woo 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 woo, what's wrong with you? Lily looked at her in confusion and said, shouldn't you be happy that you helped your teammates? Otherwise, it won't be easy for them to survive this thunderbolt. Maybe 3 or 4 of your teammates will die before Shiyu can resist successfully. Woo woo woo, that stinks. Besides me, even that Xiaozi and that dwarf cat have reached the epic god level, but I haven't yet. I'm at the bottom of the team again. When can I break through? Ki cried heartbreakingly. You know, when everyone broke through to the god level, she was the first to reach the top god level because of the fusion of her previous life's power. At that time, the other teammates were only intermediate gods. But now, in the blink of an eye, all the teammates have become epic gods, and she is at the bottom again. Ki doesn't think this situation is scientific. What Shang Chong said makes so much sense. The first to evolve will definitely be the weakest in the end, and the first to break through will also be the weakest. You are a time elf, so you'd better be a vase. Secretary Lily hugged her chest and said, okay, it's my turn to come on stage next. I'll treat them. This time the thunderbolt is really terrifying. I'm afraid even the peak of the super god will lose a layer of skin if he wants to survive it completely. Well, I have a general understanding of your combat power now. It's almost the strongest level below the peak of the super god, so weak, Ki said eagerly. I feel that I still can't beat the queen, she said. Because the special training is not over yet, Lily smiled. Shiyu didn't know how long he had slept. He woke up in a daze. When he woke up, he only felt a fragrance in his nose. Shiyu suddenly opened his eyes, and then saw Lily looking down at him from above. Teacher Lily, you're awake. Lily got up, walked a few steps outside, and said, how do you feel? Oh. After she finished speaking, Shiyu also heard some familiar voices, and the 11 ran over in an instant. 11 cheered and shook his arms. This time it was a great success. Except for not eating many thunderbolts, everything was perfect. Chong also crawled over. It was a headache because the power of faith was almost exhausted. The power of faith recovered too slowly. It had to evolve again. Get stronger exclusive power. One by one, the pets recovered and woke up before Shiyu, but Shiyu was the last to wake up. It's still Qitong. After his biological daughter Qitong helped Shiyu up, Shiyu smiled and said. Qitong said, that's right, is everyone okay? Shiyu asked immediately after he got up. No. Everyone is in good condition. Mo Fanglin glanced at Qitong, Su and others, and reported to Shiyu. Ki, Shiyu said. I ate too many cultivation fruits, and the medicine was too strong. After waking up for a while, I fell asleep again. In theory, it is difficult for cultivation fruits to have the effect of sleeping pills, but Ki ate too much at one time, Lin said. I'm glad they're all fine. Looking at the pets that have all reached the epic god level, Shiyu smiled. In addition, his own level. God level 18th heaven. An outrageous level. In terms of level alone, he is almost on par with the super god Beastmaster who has transcended 8 times. Combined with the abilities of the pets, under the peak of the super god, he is almost invincible. Even the weaker super god peak may be able to touch him. Shiyu really didn't expect that he would reach the strongest level of combat power below the universe level in such a short time. Is this the strength after the fusion of the past and present power? It feels great. It's a pity, if there is still a future body. If this is combined with the source of transcendence, Shiyu can't believe how strong he will be. Teacher Lily, thank you very much. Shiyu really thanked this guy this time. If she hadn't taught Ki the method of covering the will of the universe, they would definitely be seriously injured under this thunder. Shiyu will have to take this step sooner or later. If they deal with it by themselves, it will be very dangerous. Fortunately, Lily is here this time. This time, Shiyu is willing to respectfully call her teacher. Yes, Ki's teacher. You're welcome, Lily said. Next, it's time for you to challenge Her Majesty the Queen. Huh? Shiyu was stunned and said, wait, Wait a minute, it's not right. With my current strength, challenging the queen is still like going to die, Lily said. Of course you can't do it alone. From the beginning, I didn't plan to let you challenge alone. What do you mean? Shiyu asked. Haven't you noticed yet? While you were sleeping, I paid a small price and signed a temporary contract with you using the revised contract method of the previous era. I will assist you in this battle. After Lily finished speaking, Shiyu suddenly opened his mouth, and the pets also suddenly opened their mouths. What? Shiyu contracted a part of the 6th universe level? Why didn't you ask for my consent? I didn't really want to ask for your opinion, Lily said. If you are dissatisfied, I can cancel it now. No, it's fine, but why don't I feel such a strong attribute feedback? Do you want to die? Lily said speechlessly. I have said that this is an improved contract method. Under normal circumstances, we can't make a contract. I understand. Shiyu hurriedly checked his situation, and then, as expected, in his contract connection, he saw an incredible phantom, representing Lily. However, it was not a human form. It was a white and fat white rabbit, which seemed to be Lily's body. Shiyu was shocked. It's really not a human. Of course, what shocked him the most was that he always felt that this big white rabbit had a familiar feeling, this plump feeling. Shiyu's thoughts suddenly returned to his previous life, the Earth period. At this time, he was still a young and vigorous non-mainstream mythologist and archaeologist. The reason why it is called non-mainstream is that his research direction is very different from the mainstream research direction in society. You know, he decided to become an archaeologist after watching the adventures of Jackie Chan, so how could he become a serious archaeologist? Therefore, Shiyu's archaeological activities were basically carried out by himself. One of the missions was carried out in a mountainous area. He passed through a thorny jungle and was about to sit down and rest for a while, and then he found a fat and white rabbit in the swaying grass. It seems that the leg was injured and unable to run. Hey, Shiyu didn't even think about it, and directly pulled up her 2 big ears and lifted them up, showing a look of joy. Lucky, lunch is ready. Chapter 655 Return to the Original Universe. Luckily, lunch was prepared. Shiyu didn't know why he remembered this memory. Logically, he should have forgotten such an insignificant thing long ago. Shiyu felt that he was too good at associating. What happened next? Did he eat or not? When it came to the key point, Shiyu couldn't remember it clearly. Because he ate too much game during the field archaeology. Shiyu shook his head and didn't dare to let himself think about it. Don't tell him that the 6th universe level is the rabbit. The 6th universe level must kill him. Damn, I can't remember the key point, but it's better not to talk nonsense about such things. Shiyu's heart trembled, his life was at stake. You seem to be very dissatisfied with my original body. Secretary Lily put her arms around and stared at Shiyu. How could it be? Shiyu shook his head embarrassedly. You should have some time, Secretary Lily asked. Also, that's good. Next, we will slowly return. During this period, you should get familiar with your current state. Several months of special training have put Shiyu in the most perfect state ever. The fusion of the 2 bodies completely made Shiyu ascend to the ranks of the strong. At this time, the biggest change is that in addition to Bulu, other pets can also be turned into weapons. Especially Chitong. Shiyu feels that Chitong is more convenient to use. Chitong's body is a sword spirit. After being weaponized again, Shiyu's degree of skill is not comparable to that of Bulu's stick. After all, as early as the Blue Star period, he was already a sword master. On the battleship, Bulu also quickly found that he had fallen out of favor. Of course, weaponization alone cannot give Shiyu the power to defeat the Super Queen. Secretary Lily leaned against the wall of the training room, looked at Shiyu and said, after you get familiar with it, you can try to integrate their power. The giant mecha you turned into when you fought against the robbery thunder was a very good means. After all, such a big guy can also be regarded as a weapon. You can combine the existing means and upgrade it. I know. What about you? How do you plan to help me then? Shiyu asked. This big white rabbit signed a contract with me while I was sleeping, but until now, I still know nothing about her abilities. The other party didn't seem to show any intention of fighting side by side. There's not much I can do. I can only strengthen your power and influence the Queen's power at that time. That's all. So it's the same whether I'm there or not. Just focus on your special training. Due to the heavy load, this cooperation cannot be used as a training content. It can only be used temporarily at that time. After hearing what Secretary Lily said, Shiyu didn't ask any more questions. A few days later. Morning Star. Ki had woken up at this time. Seeing that she was about to return to Morning Star to challenge the Super Queen, she was more nervous than anyone else. Don't worry, even if I lose, I will try my best to save you from the Queen. Secretary Lily stood on the battleship and said to Shiyu and the others behind him. Changing the Queen's mind is what I need to do. Meeting you just gives me a glimmer of hope. At least I'm not fighting alone, huh? Even if you say that, Teacher Lily, I'm still a little nervous, Ki said. It's okay, Lily smiled. Ki, you should just watch the battle this time. Shiyu and 11 were already eager to try. The main reason was that they were very much looking forward to their current strength. They really wanted to test their current strength with a future 6th cosmic level. That's not what I meant. Ki had a headache. She wanted to join the battle. Are we going to fight here? Will it affect the surrounding planets? There should be quite a lot of life planets here, Shiyu said. Well, just create a new space. Leave it to me, okay? Since you are ready, I will wake that guy up, Lily said after thinking for a while. She waved her hand, and the time and space here seemed to be isolated from the Beho Star region. A pure white time and space was instantly generated around them. The white time and space was boundless and vast. Looking at the changes around them, Ki and the others were very surprised. Such a strong attainment in time and space. Even if it was only a part of the Queen, this Lily secretary might have touched the threshold of the cosmic level, at least in terms of time and space attainment, the threshold of the cosmic level. At this time, as the surrounding time and space changed, that person was indeed alarmed. As the black time and space cracked and torn apart, a figure wearing a loose black queen's dress and long black hair casually scattered behind her slowly descended. When she descended, the surrounding time and space began to shake. The queen's red eyes stared at Shiyu and others, and said, "Is this the special training you gave them? You don't think that they can defeat me with just this level? How do you know if you don't try?" Secretary Lily patted Shiyu's shoulder and said, "Then, everything is up to you." Got it, Shiyu sighed, looked at the Super Queen, and said, "Your Majesty, please teach me." The Super Queen had a blank expression on her face, watching Shiyu's body float up, watching the pets behind him float up, constantly changing, still indifferent, as if she was going to give Shiyu and others the opportunity to attack first. Soon, a huge mecha landed in this space. In addition to Shiyu himself entering the mecha, there are 13 light balls of different colors floating on the halo behind the mecha. They represent Shiyu's pets. The mecha at this time is more perfect than before. It has a total of 13 special moves, representing the strongest secrets of each pet. In addition, there are some secrets with good compatibility, which can be combined twice. It can be said that it is the use of the beast-controlling talents, such as fusion and weaponization to the extreme. Boom. After the arming is completed, a huge sword with 4-color light appears on the hand of the huge mecha. It is completely condensed by the power of the Four Saints' faith and is called the Four Saints' Sword. Swish. Shiyu waved the Four Saints' Sword, and the shadows of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise roared in the sword light, sweeping across and slashing towards the Super Queen. The feeling of splitting the sky came through and instantly arrived in front of the Super Queen, but she faced this attack and just slowly raised her hand. The terrifying black mental power fluctuations instantly blocked the Four Saints' sword like a big hand. No matter how hard Shiyu tried, he couldn't chop down the 4 sacred swords. Damn, Shiyu couldn't help but feel upset inside the mecha. No way. Bang. The next moment, as the Super Queen squeezed her palm, the 4 sacred swords exploded, and the 4 light balls representing the bugs suddenly cracked. With this power, let alone me, I'm afraid you can't even defeat the guy next to you. Is this your full strength? With only this kind of strength, it seems a bit foolish to want to become the maintainer of the universe. Contracting the universe is more difficult than resisting the restart of the universe's consciousness at the end of the world. I feel that you didn't realize the difficulty of the problem from the beginning. The Super Queen seemed very disappointed with Shiyu's strength. Whether I can contract the universe or not, I have to find a way to stop you. I am weak now, but it doesn't mean I will be weak in the future. It took us less than 10 years to grow from mortal strength to now. Shiyu's 4 sacred swords were broken, and 2 black and white yin and yang fish reappeared in his hands, turning into 2 shock waves that penetrated through. The light was so bright, But the Super Queen didn't even move, and her skills were crushed by its telekinesis. The reason why I let you go and allowed you to do whatever you want is because you really give me a familiar feeling. As she said, we may have known each other in the last era, which is why I acquiesced to your nonsense, but now, you should realize the gap. I can give you a chance now. If you are also very interested in returning to the last era, we can cooperate, as long as you don't have other unrealistic fantasies. In the eyes of the Super Queen, the difficulty of returning directly to the last era is far less than becoming a universe maintainer. Now, she is not sure about returning to the last era, and she really has no idea to pin her hopes on the emergence of a universe maintainer. Although I do want to go back and figure out some things, the premise should not be the destruction of this universe era. Shiyu attacked continuously and changed his attacks, but he was still easily resolved by the Super Queen every time. Is it because of your boring saintly heart? The Super Queen was very disappointed. That's not the case. What happens to people I don't know has nothing to do with me. It's just that if this era is destroyed, I might have a headache, because besides the irrelevant people, I still have many friends here. Shiyu thought of the gem cats. I can't satisfy my curiosity by hurting them, so it seems that becoming the universe maintainer is the best solution. In this way, no matter how reckless I am, it's okay. My queen, you have been in this era for so long, don't you have any nostalgia for this era? Boom. Shiyu was overturned by telekinesis, and his mecha was in pieces, but he barely took the blow. However, Shiyu was forced to spit blood inside the mecha. Damn it, big white rabbit, didn't you say you would strengthen me? Why didn't I feel strengthened after so many attacks? Shiyu couldn't help shouting. Huh? Lily, who is meditating on the side, frowned and said boldly. What is big white rabbit? She exhaled heavily and said, I'm just trying to find my form. It's not that easy. The queen did meet some friends at the beginning, but none of these friends had as long a lifespan as hers. Over time, she is the only one left now. In addition, the obsession left over from the last year tortured her day and night, causing her endless pain. In the end, she made such a decision. All her attachment to this era is on me, but unfortunately, I can't beat her. Of course, she can't destroy me either. In short, you can't convince her just like this. Then what should I do? I can't beat her either. Shiyu's little thoughts that swelled up at the beginning disappeared all of a sudden. At this time, the 11 others also had sad faces, feeling that even if they used all their strength, they couldn't cause any harm to the Super Queen. It was like scraping. This guy's strength is much stronger than imagined. Maybe now, the other party has the power to challenge the universe level. Otherwise, how dare he start to capture the elves of time and kill the people of the universe overlord legion so recklessly? Okay, at this time, as Lily opened her eyes, Shiyu and the others finally felt a powerful force rising slowly in their bodies. Strengthened by Lily. This strengthening method is not the traditional strengthening of strength, but seems to be the strengthening of will and mind. But no matter what, in just a moment, Shiyu and the others immediately felt their own strength rising steadily. In addition, all the injuries on their bodies began to recover slowly. Just when Shiyu and the others were excited and ready to fight with the Super Queen again, the Super Queen sighed and looked at Lily and said, You really chose this path. This is the only way for me to defeat you. It's not easy to find a suitable and easy to deceive guy, so I have to make good use of it. If I can defeat you, you will listen to me once. How about it? The conversation between the Super Queen and Lily made Shiyu and the others confused. But soon, Shiyu and the others changed their faces. Because they suddenly felt that although they were strengthened in an instant, in the next instant, it was their power that was suddenly absorbed. Instead, Lily's power increased dramatically. Buzz! The white telekinesis wave formed a materialized aura around her. Opposite her, the Super Queen also began to emit a black aura. The collision of the two auras directly rendered the space and time here into a black and white world. Under the two forces close to the cosmic level, Shiyu and his men suddenly seemed like rookies involved in a battle between strong men. It was already very difficult to resist the impact of the auras of both sides. He was blown away and was saved by grabbing the light wheel of Shiyu's mecha. Big white rabbit, what are you doing? Shiyu felt that his power was being drawn out by Lily, and he was becoming weak, and he was annoyed. Sorry, I'll borrow your power. It's really too much for you to fight her. Let me do it next. I mean, why is it that you draw my power, but your life trace is burning? Shiyu questioned. Wait a minute, Shiyu was very strange about the contract signed by Lily. Lily did not speak. At this time, Lily's secretary's mind was filled with fragments. Panda Senior Lindsay as who handed the iron-eating beast 11 to Shiyu. The frost dragon threw out the ice dragon whisker and snorted to instruct a small insect on how to transform into a real ice dragon. Archaeology Senior Lu Chengyu took Shiyu to the seniors of the 11th Bureau to take away the ginseng baby that did not want to be used as food, and a gem cat took Shiyu to the battlefield of the undead to kill monsters and help Chitong evolve one after another. Every time Shiyu contracted and cultivated a pet, he established a deeper connection with many people through this pet. This connection even made Shiyu not care much about his previous life. Compared with the Earth, Blue Star is a more comfortable place for him to stay. Wanting to go back is just because of curiosity and adventure. But it is absolutely impossible to ignore everything now because of this curiosity. Originally, the Super Queen also had such emotions, but because of her strong obsession with returning, all these emotions were separated into Lily. Lily knew that if she wanted to change the Queen's mind, she would have to have at least the same power as the other party. But the reality was that her power was far inferior to that of the Queen, and she might not be able to change everything by her own strength. As for Shiyu, he appeared at the right time. From the beginning, what Lily wanted to do was not to assist Shiyu in defeating the Queen as an auxiliary pet. Instead, Shiyu, as a Beastmaster, strengthened her power and let her defeat the Queen. At the beginning, Shiyu was not able to sign a temporary contract with her, until Shiyu completed the fusion and broke through to the 18th heaven of the god level. Lily saw a glimmer of hope. However, even at this time, because Shiyu was too weak and her power was too strong, she still had to pay a certain price to complete the contract. And the price was that when she used the power of the Beastmaster, her own life traces would be quickly consumed. Although she didn't have much contact with Shiyu, based on Lily's understanding of Shiyu, Shiyu probably wouldn't accept such a contract or such a way of fighting, so Lily took the initiative again and didn't discuss it with Shiyu. The Super Queen looked at Lily, who not only burned her life but also borrowed the power of others, and didn't understand why she did this. Next, except for Ki, Shiyu and all his pets were drained of their power by Lily, and their consciousness fell into coma. Ki was panicked, watching Lily and the Queen start a protracted battle of ideas. Shiyu, get up quickly, Ki shouted while using time to restore Shiyu's state. In the distance, the powerful Super Queen and Lily have both recovered to their original form. A white rabbit and a black rabbit, both wrapped in telekinetic shields, constantly collided in the air. From the situation, Ki can tell that Lily is better. However, Ki can also feel that Lily's life state is rapidly declining through the contract with Shiyu. If she loses, Lily will definitely die, and if she wins, she doesn't know what will happen. Your mission has been completed. Next, no matter whether the future is good or bad, please be firm in your confidence. Lily's words emerged in Ki's mind. What are you going to do? Ki asked. During the battle, Lily was still distracted and talking to Ki. She said, "You have been in this time and space for a long time. The next battle may not be decided without several years. Next, I will send you back first. It is still too dangerous to stay in this place." Hey, before Ki could react, she felt that her power, the power of the time and space gem given by the king of the realm, was being activated. Her power, under the control of an unknown force, began to wrap up Shiyu and others. Hey, Ki didn't want to go back at all, but she couldn't resist anything in Lily's hands. She was forced to activate the last power of time and space throughout the whole process and began to return to the original time and space with the unconscious Shiyu and others. In this time and space, Lily, burning with life force and contract power, was still fighting with the Super Queen. Original universe, Blue Star, Time and Space Island. Rumble. The coordinates of time and space kept changing. Under the thunder and lightning, a group of unconscious figures fell from the sky. The violent rain and the dark clouds covered everything. After more than half a year, Shiyu and his companions returned to their original time and space. However, they had no idea how well they had completed their mission. Shiyu, not long after Shiyu and his companions fell unconscious on the time and space island, the Blue Star Will and the World Tree discovered their return. The World Tree clone instantly appeared on the time and space island, and panicked when it saw Shiyu and his companions who were all unconscious. Because of exhaustion of strength, Ki also fell into coma. At this time, none of Shiyu and the others were awake. In addition, they were in a terrible state and their strength was almost exhausted. Seeing the state of Shiyu and the others, the World Tree was immediately shocked. However, fortunately, Shiyu and the others still had a breath of life, which made the World Tree breathe a sigh of relief. Without saying a word, the World Tree began to take Shiyu and the others back to Anatolia for treatment. However, this time, Shiyu was squeezed so clean for the first time. Even if the will of the blue star appeared, it took 3 days and 3 nights for Shiyu and every pet connected to Shiyu's consciousness to gradually wake up. Although he woke up, Shiyu's current state was still ridiculous. He opened his eyes with a burst of brain, and then saw the familiar giant tree and the familiar blue figure. Am I dreaming? Shiyu covered his head and said, Is this, blue star? Wait a minute, which time and space is this blue star? You are back, Shiyu, what happened? Blue Star's will slowly spoke. At this moment, she could feel Shiyu's strength, which was why she had been nursing Shiyu for a long time. Shiyu's current strength made her feel that he was much stronger than her own. What? Shiyu was immediately startled when he heard Blue Star's words, and looked at every pet around him. But, I was clearly still. Shiyu looked at the pets who had also woken up, and he said, Hey, wake up quickly. Do you know what happened? Ying, Yi. But it was obvious that the pets' brains were like paste now, and they knew nothing. Only Ki, holding his exploded brain, said, Shiyu. It was Teacher Lily who sent us back in advance, and she started fighting with the queen herself. Yes, Lily. Shiyu quickly checked the contract between himself and the white rabbit, but after seeing it, he finally knew why his brain hurt a little. Because the contract with Lily had been completely torn and disappeared at this time, and there was no trace of the contract at all. Although it was only a temporary contract, and although the contracts in other time and space were almost impossible to be preserved until now, there was no trace at all, which still gave Shiyu a bad premonition. Shiyu was heavy-hearted, and looked at the will of Blue Star and said, It's okay. It's just the situation of the mission. I can't be sure, since you're back, there's nothing you can do. It's good that you're okay. Blue Star Will didn't ask much. Seeing that Shiyu and others returned safely, that was enough. At this time, although Shiyu said that he was okay, he didn't feel okay at all if he didn't figure it out. So what happened after they were teleported back by Lily, and how they were? Did Lily win? Is she still alive? In order to figure out all this, Shiyu knew that he could not figure it out. Perhaps, he could only ask the king of the realm, or contact the 6th universe level again, to know what happened afterwards. By the way, Shiyu, the Blue Star Will said, the transcendent origin is about to condense. Time is very tight. Do you still want to fight? Your condition. It feels like it will take a long time to recover. Chapter 656 Goodbye King Kai. The source of transcendence is about to condense. After the words of the Blue Star Will fell, Shiyu was in deep thought and said, calculating the time, it is indeed almost time. Fight, of course I have to fight. This source of transcendence is too important to him. Although they are already very strong now, it is not enough. According to what Shiyu has learned now, there are 3 major conditions for promotion to the cosmic level 1. Master the power of time and space. This should not be a problem for Shiyu, who has cultivated the time enhancement talent and space enhancement talent at the same time and has contracted the spirit of time too. Perfect foundation. This point, at least reflected in the source of transcendence, must be integrated with a first-hand source of transcendence that is naturally condensed by the universe. People like the Emperor of Time and the Emperor of Space, who were promoted to super gods with a second-hand source of transcendence, are not considered to have perfect foundations. Therefore, if Shiyu wants to break through the cosmic level, this source of transcendence cannot be missed. Mao Mao is unreliable. It may take a long time for her to stand up and cultivate to improve the quality of the source of transcendence. Shiyu couldn't wait for 100,000 years for the next round of the source of transcendence, so this time, it was particularly important. 3. The development of the ultimate racial talent is still a bit far away. Therefore, in order to meet all 3 conditions, Shiyu could not give up this competition. Moreover, if he merged the source of transcendence, then he would definitely be the first-tier combat power under the universe level. This is also very tempting to Shiyu. Moreover, at this time, Shiyu always felt that the Queen's condensation of the source of transcendence did not seem to be entirely for the purpose of disrupting the starry sky. Her purpose was just to go back, and the source of transcendence did not have any effective blessing effect on achieving this goal. If you insist on pulling it, the only place that is related. Master, is it possible that the queen has changed her mind at this time? Perhaps, we are part of history. She condensed the source of transcendence in advance so that you can quickly become the strongest super god after your return and break through the universe level as soon as possible, thereby laying a solid foundation for becoming the eternal universe maintainer. Lin looked at Shiyu and exchanged glances. This time, the crossing involves two cosmic level beings who are proficient in the power of time and space. Perhaps, we can no longer look at it based on our past experience of crossing. After all, this time, from beginning to end, we were led by two cosmic level beings, and, you see, Lord Lanzing seems, Lin's words were also what Shiyu was thinking. Is it possible that Lily successfully defeated the queen and the goal has been achieved? Everything now is a continuation of the agreement between him and the queen, an agreement that spans billions of years and becomes the eternal maintainer of the universe. However, this is something Shiyu could not be sure of even if he guessed randomly. He looked at Lanzing's will and said, "This time we went back to the past and did something on Lanzing." "Has your memory not changed at all?" Shiyu asked. "Even the martial emperor, the queen, the dragon emperor and others have experienced the phenomenon of time and space entanglement. It can't be that it didn't happen to Lanzing's will. Is it because the time is too long ago and it can't be entangled?" "No," Lanzing's will said. This, Shiyu was silent. "Is there anything important?" "That's not the case. I will fight for the origin of transcendence. Before that, I'll go to King Kai's planet first. I have some things to ask King Kai." "Yes," Blue Star Will nodded and said, "Time Emperor, Sky Emperor and others are also on King Kai's planet. The origin of transcendence will also condense in the universe. When you go there, you can seek their help. This time, I will also go to the universe C to help you fight for the origin of transcendence." No, I can do it myself," Shiyu said. "With his current strength, it should be no problem to fight for the source of transcendence. What I mean is, I hope you can be promoted to Super God on Blue Star. With your current strength, if you are promoted to Super God on the mother planet, I will benefit a lot," Blue Star Will said. "This is the same as the pet beast breaking through and the beast master getting feedback." So, haha, no problem," Shiyu laughed. "The adults on the mother planet have spoken, so of course there is no problem. It's just that by then, the pressure that Blue Star will face may be a bit great," Shiyu said. "Risks and benefits coexist," Blue Star Will said. "Okay," Shiyu said, "I will do my best to clear all enemies before breaking through." Next, Shiyu took a short rest, and immediately took back his pets and began to use the permanent teleportation array to King Kai. However, this time, there was an accident for the first time. Shiyu was not teleported to the familiar Donghuang realm, and of course, it was not that there was an accident during the teleportation process. Instead, just after coming here, he arrived at a familiar time and space again. Shiyu looked at the surrounding clouds and the stone bridge under his feet, and immediately understood what was going on. "Lord King Kai?" Shiyu looked ahead, and sure enough, the next moment, his front suddenly changed. It was like countless blue lightning flashing, and it was like a white gust of wind squeezing and whistling, gradually forming a pair of blue eyes with white traces, appearing above Shiyu, staring at him. King Kai's will. "You came back faster than I thought." She looked at Shiyu and said, "Has your strength improved to this level? It seems that you have gained a lot from this mission." "Sure enough, it was right to let you carry out this mission," Shiyu asked hurriedly. "So, what's the situation now?" King Kai said, "During the time you were away, the Superpower Queen visited King Kai's planet in person. The Superpower Queen has been here." "Yes." She condensed the transcendent origin in advance, with a deep intention, because this transcendent origin is different from any previous one. Its quality is no longer comparable to the transcendent origin that is born once in 100,000 years. Its quality is so good that it can be said to be a transcendent origin that is born once every billion years. The cosmic power it contains is incomparably vast. This superpower queen is indeed worthy of being the strongest cosmic level person in time and space attainments. She can actually do such a thing. It seems that she has placed all her hopes on you," King Kai said. "You mean, the super queen condensed this transcendent origin for me?" Shiyu was stunned. "That should be right," King Kai said. "I don't know what happened between you. Time and space have been tampered with. At the cosmic level, even if I am in a parallel time and space, I can sense and connect to it, but my perception of that time and space has been partially blocked, which should also be her masterpiece. However, this result is enough for now. I can be sure that she is temporarily not interested in traveling through the era. Instead, she should be planning the same thing with the universe overlord. King Kai looked at Shiyu. Cultivate humans. Extend the lifespan of the universe. Shiyu successfully changed the Super Queen's mind, which made King Kai feel that he had done nothing wrong by consuming a lot of energy to send Shiyu back. In this way, at least a cosmic war can be temporarily avoided. Lord Kai, what does the Super Queen look like when you see her? Shiyu asked. Black clothes, white hair, red eyes, King Kai said. Shiyu was startled again. White hair, Lily has white hair, and the Queen wears black clothes. In other words, Lily, who represents a special memory, did not die, but merged with the Super Queen. Does this mean that Lily successfully defeated the Queen? Or, in other words, the two sides did not win or lose, but just shared a body again? Where is the Super Queen now? Shiyu asked. King Kai said, I don't know either. Her arrival only shows that she no longer has any malicious intentions. At the same time, she also hopes that I will supervise other universes and not let them interfere in the competition to transcend the origin this time. She should mean that you should compete for this transcendence of the origin. Me? I will go, Shiyu said. It's not as simple as you think, King Kai said. The quality of this transcendent origin is exceptionally high, which is equivalent to the accelerated condensation of cosmic life at a great cost. If it is used on you, not only will you successfully break through to the super god, but each of your pets will also successfully become a super god. Such a transcendent origin, I'm afraid even the super god peak will covet it. For such a transcendent origin, it is even worth dispersing power and recultivating. So, this time the competition for the transcendent origin is no longer a matter for the gods and their guardians, even the super god peaks of the polluted land, the giant beast empire, the alien insect nest, and the overlord territory will intervene. In addition, there may be some super god peaks that do not belong to the major cosmic forces and are hidden in the deepest part of the universe, and they will also revive, because this transcendent origin is a key opportunity to become a cosmic level. It is not an exaggeration. The Super Queen seems to mean to test you. You have to rely on your own strength to compete, King Kai said. I know, Shiyu had a toothache. This approach is not like Lily's style, but rather like the Queen's style. He has no power to fight back in the hands of the Queen. This guy should still be extremely distrustful of him. That's right, he did not perform well in the hands of the Queen. Except for being Lily's power bank. This time, it is even more difficult. The opponents and competitors used to be a group of epic gods, but now they are super god peak. The strength of the competitors has been directly raised to a higher level. However, knowing the quality of the origin of transcendence this time, Shiyu was even more excited. Refining one is equivalent to the whole team being super god? There is such a good thing? No matter who the opponent is, he has to decide on this source of transcendence. After all, it is prepared for him by the Queen. If he can't get it, let alone the Queen, even he himself will look down on him. Will there be competition for the super god peak of King Kai's planet? Shiyu asked. King Kai said, no, the peak super gods of King Kai's lineage will not compete for the transcendent origin this time, but I will not interfere with the freedom of other super gods. Also, King Kai's lineage will not assist you in this competition, and neither will I. The balance between the universe levels cannot be broken, and this is also the contract between her and me. This is her test of you, and you need to complete it alone. I see, Shiyu said. Interesting. I can already imagine what kind of bloody battle will happen in the sea of the universe in the future, but no matter who it is, I must win the transcendent origin this time, and this is also the contract between her and me. Good determination, King Kai said. Then, let me give you one last reminder. Your current strength may be enough, but it is far from the strongest suppression power, and there is still a risk of failure. Although I can't help you, it's okay to remind you, with your current situation, you have surpassed common sense. Perhaps you can do something that breaks common sense. Just as Shiyu and King Kai were communicating, the entire universe was boiling. Whether it is the cosmic sea, the overlord territory, the alien insect nest, or the polluted land, the giant beast empire, a group of powerful people have felt the changes in the starry sky. At this moment, in the center of the cosmic sea, a seed of light was suddenly conceived. Although this seed of light is like an embryo, any life above the god level, as long as it is in this universe, can clearly feel it. It is like the most dazzling star in the dark universe, piercing through countless darkness. At this moment, many starry sky powerhouses heading to the cosmic sea are all moved. On the route from the Overlord territory to the cosmic sea, Tingayu, a genius girl of the cosmic Overlord army who was once stimulated by Shiyu, was extremely surprised at this time. At this time, she already knew the gap between herself and the real genius, and no longer had any impossible extravagant hopes. However, the battle for the origin of transcendence is about to appear. Even if she does not participate in it, she wants to see it with her own eyes. There are many people who hold such thoughts as her, but the scene at this time makes some old super gods show solemn expressions. Grandpa, is that the origin of transcendence? Tingyu stood on the battleship and asked her grandfather. Old man Ting Xiang said solemnly, it is just a prototype now. It will take some time for it to take shape. But why does the origin of transcendence this time feel so different from the past? What's the difference? Tingyu asked. It's like the quality is 10 or 100 times higher than before. In the past, the brilliance of the origin of transcendence could only be seen in the sea of the universe. Even in the universe, it was not so dazzling. But now, we are still in the territory of the Overlord, and we have seen such a scene. Strange, this time, the battle for the origin of transcendence may not be peaceful. Does Shiyu have a chance to succeed? Tingyu asked. Shiyu was the most powerful guy of the same generation she had ever seen. The old man Tinxiang said, if it is just a normal situation, there are few god-level competitors who are his opponents. What he needs to worry about is the guardians of those god-level competitors. With his talent, it is not that difficult to find a guardian with good strength, but in this situation, this is no longer a hidden god-level competition. Even some super god-level old monsters may be tempted. Originally, only a few cosmic-level people noticed that the transcendental origin condensed by the super-powered queen was a little different. Now, as the prototype of the transcendental origin began to condense, many super gods and epic gods who had participated in the battle for the transcendental origin also discovered the abnormality this time. How is it possible? The human race kings who had hosted the glory challenge for Shiyu on the origin star were shocked after feeling the abnormality of the transcendental origin. Without saying a word, he immediately went to the universe sea. Originally, he promised to assist Shiyu in this battle for the transcendental origin and become Shiyu's guardian. But now, seeing the transcendent origin, he immediately threw these promises behind his mind, because even he was very moved when he saw this quality transcendent origin for the first time. He felt that if he could get such a transcendent origin, it would be worth it even if he had to disperse his power and cultivate again. Even if he didn't use it, his pets could use it. He was a human beast master and could train many pets. He said he was willing to train Shiyu before because Shiyu's qualifications were really good. In addition, ordinary transcendent origins were no longer attractive to a super god of his level. But now, if a treasure that could greatly improve himself appeared, how could he settle for second best and train others? The so-called investment is ultimately for a better return, and now, the biggest return is right in front of him, and there is no doubt that his own competition will benefit the most. Not only the 8 kings of the Universe Overlord Legion, but even the super god peaks and Western generals who once watched Shiyu challenge for glory, and many super god peaks were attracted by the signs of the condensation of the prototype of the transcendent origin. It is no longer appropriate to call it the source of transcendence. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the source of the universe, that is, the source of transcendence that increases the probability of super gods and promotion to the universe level. At the junction of the cosmic sea and the polluted land, the battle between the Environmental Protection Corps and the Dark King Corps has not stopped yet. However, today, because of the birth of this special source of transcendence, the strong men on both sides have stopped fighting. The peak super god sitting in the Dark King Corps and the super strong President Bing Ling sitting in the Environmental Protection Corps were attracted by the source of transcendence. They instantly understood that the current battle for territory is no longer the most important thing. No matter which force will come to fight for this thing next, its value is enough to drive the whole universe crazy. At the edge of the cosmic sea, the Will of Blue Star suddenly discovered a condensed prototype of the source of transcendence, and then it was extremely solemn. Now, it's not so easy for Shiyu to fight. In addition, Kai Wongsing, Shitty, Kongdi, Gemcat, Lin Feng who has been promoted to super god, these guys have also noticed the abnormality of the source of transcendence. Damn, it's top grade, Lin Feng, who was letting his pet give him a massage, suddenly exclaimed. He suddenly regretted that he had broken through to the super god level so early. Forget it, such a top grade thing must have nothing to do with me, huh? Shiyu is back, what a coincidence. Lin Feng received the message that Shiyu had returned. At this time, Shiyu had been teleported to the Donghuang realm by the king of the realm. At this time, Shiyu's condition was unexpectedly completely restored. It was probably because the king of the realm healed him when he teleported him. It's worthy of being a cosmic level star, with much more milk than the blue star. The refreshed Shiyu also discovered the abnormality of the universe at this time and found that the prototype of the source of transcendence had condensed. The prototype appeared, which meant that the source of transcendence had entered the final growth stage. It shouldn't take long for it to be completely formed. It really doesn't give me any time. Shiyu was disappointed. Originally, Shiyu wanted to continue to strengthen his strength. Now, I don't know if it's too late. This source of transcendence was like rushing to be absorbed, which made Shiyu quite speechless. Maybe I can do something that breaks common sense. Shiyu thought of King Kai's reminder and thought carefully on the spot. He is still very smart. He knew what King Kai meant without Rin's reminder. Common sense, god-level beast masters can contract super god-level pets. Breaking common sense, god-level beast masters can also contract super god-level pets. If you want to improve your combat power again, this is what it means. Before the source of transcendence condenses, he must quickly cultivate a super god pet to strengthen the team. What a beast master of the 13th heaven of the god level can't do, what does it have to do with him, a beast master of the 18th heaven of the god level? Maybe, it's really possible. Of course, these regular pets, 11, definitely can't do it. They need the source of transcendence to break through. Shiyu can't find a good quality source of transcendence for them now, and he doesn't want them to have an imperfect foundation, so he can only find special pets. That is, pets that can break through to the super god level without the source of transcendence. Shiyu looked at the beast control space, at a seaweed rice ball, and at Xiaozi. Yes, this guy is a star life. He doesn't need the source of transcendence to break through to the super god level. He can just absorb the power of the universe directly. Maybe, let Xiaozi try and break through to the super god level in advance, although there is no limit to the breakthrough of the super god level for star life. The power of the universe is not so easy to absorb. Under normal circumstances, it may not become a super god planet even if it absorbs for billions of years. But Shiyu opened a bunch of auxiliary props that King Kai gave him before he traveled through time and space. Among them, the most were cosmic crystals. Because this is an important energy source for space travel, King Kai gave Shiyu a lot of it in order to make Shiyu hurry. This thing is the crystallization of cosmic power, the most important resource for planetary life. Shiyu has several quasi-cosmic crystals, not to mention super god-level cosmic crystals. Because of Lily's intervention, Shiyu and his friends did not use too much of this thing during the voyage, so they left a lot. Shiyu felt that with Xiaozi's current superb skills and the level of super god will, relying on these resources, it seems that it is not a problem to force a breakthrough to super god. It's decided, let Xiaozi try to break through the super god. As for other aspects, it's difficult to make a big improvement, but a small improvement should be okay. Let's see how it goes. It's time for a new wave of skill fusion. Chapter 657, Xiaozi's impact on super god. Now, most of the pets have super god wills, and their skills have reached perfection. His own physique has now reached the peak of history. He took a look at the fusion success rate and felt that he could try to fuse these skills that were already abnormal and outrageous into even more abnormal and outrageous skills. For example, the fusion success rate of 11's light control and dark control is no longer 0. For his current strength, fusing skills with pets is no longer a very consuming thing. Shiyu plans to improve all of this on the way to the place where the source of transcendence is located. But before that, he will report his safety to his acquaintances first. Shiyu summoned Lin and said, "Please send a message to the gem cats and tell them that I am back." Received. After Lin's message, Kongdi and others soon knew that Shiyu had returned safely. Since Shiyu had not been away for a long time, no one felt anything, but since Shiyu had returned safely, everyone was happy. "Everyone, let's talk in the Donghuang realm." After Shiyu's message, unexpectedly, there was a message from the Emperor of Time. Shiyu felt that the Emperor of Time should be discussing with everyone about the appearance of the source of transcendence. Soon, All the well-known strong men on Blue Star gathered together. Emperor of Time, Emperor of Space, Lin Feng, Gemcat, Owl, Shi Yu. As for the 5 super god ancestors of the Blue Star Protoss, they were still in seclusion on Blue Star at this time. They had never paid attention to the appearance of the source of transcendence, and it was the same before and now. As for Emperor Wu and others, because they had not yet involved super god combat power, Emperor of Time did not notify them. Shi Yu, you are really back, the Gemcat said regretfully. So fast, I thought it would take hundreds of years. What are you regretting? Shi Yu wondered what the cat did while he was away. He didn't want him to come back as soon as possible. Hey, I feel that your temperament is very different from before, and you have made another breakthrough. After arriving at the Donghuang realm, the precognitive owl saw Shi Yu and said in surprise. Not bad, not bad, Shi Yu smiled. This was for convenience. He maintained the appearance of Shi Yu. He now has 2 appearances, one of Shi Yu and one of Shi Yu Beast. If he becomes Shi Yu Beast, not only will his temperament change, but even his face will change. By then, he estimated that his acquaintances would be even more awkward. At this time, Shi Yu looked at the owl teacher. In the end, the transcendent source of Azure Dragon Super God and Suzaku Super God was divided between Lin Feng and the precognitive owl, which was as Shi Yu expected. By the way, he seemed to have another transcendent source here, which exploded from the cosmic beasts, and he brought it back to this time and space. Anyway, he has no use for it, so he will give it to Blue Star in exchange for other resources later. Good fellow, such a big thing happened just after you came back. It's true that wherever you go, something bad will happen. After Lin Feng arrived, he looked at the starry sky and then at Shi Yu and said, maybe this is what is called a person favored by fate. Kongdi smiled. He felt that this time the source of transcendence was just like it was prepared for Shi Yu. It's good to be back. Shidi saw that everyone was there and said, Shi Yu, you should know what's going on in this situation. Although I haven't experienced the fight for the source of transcendence, I also know from various ancient books that the normal birth of the source of transcendence will not have such an impact. Shi Yu had nothing to hide at this time, and nodded and said, well, I know something. This time, the battle for the source of transcendence will most likely attract all the strong men in the universe except the universe level to participate. The cruelty of the competition is the highest in history, so cruel. Lin Feng was stunned. Because the quality of the source of transcendence this time is very high, then do you still want to participate? Asked the Gemcat. I've been involved in this because of the task King Kai gave me before. It involves an agreement with the 6th universe level, so I have to participate. Shi Yu smiled. Senior Shidi, the quality of the source of transcendence this time is not bad. You don't want to participate in the competition, do you? Shi Yu looked at Shidi. If Shidi also wanted to participate in the competition and get a top quality source of transcendence for his pet, it would be troublesome. Wouldn't he have to fight with Shidi? Even if they are acquaintances, it would be awkward to only decide who is better and who is worse, not who lives and dies. Although I am also very interested in this source of transcendence, this change is not caused by me. I am not on the chess game. If I force myself to participate, there will be no good results, Shidi said. However, although I feel that your strength has greatly improved, are you ready to participate in such a chess game so early? Shi Yu said, let's take it one step at a time. If I don't participate, then things will be more serious. My current strength is a little stronger than when I was in the Transcendence duel. I can give it a try, Shi Yu said. Kongdi and the others were silent. During the Transcendent duel, Shi Yu showed a level comparable to that of a high-level Transcendent. It has only been less than a year, and he has made another breakthrough. He is simply inhuman. Senior Shidi, please don't participate. I must fight for the source of transcendence. Besides, I have something to ask everyone, Shi Yu said. The will of Blue Star wants me to break through to the super god on Blue Star, but this battle for the origin is so powerful that I will inevitably be disturbed when I break through on Blue Star. I hope you can share the responsibility of protecting Blue Star. You don't need to worry about this, Shidi said. I will stay in Blue Star and resist all enemies who come to attack. This time you compete for the source of transcendence, and I will be your guardian. That's great. Shi Yu was very excited. Although theoretically speaking, his current strength has surpassed that of Shidi. However, Shi Yu always felt that Shidi should not be as simple as he seemed. After this, Shidi must have experienced something. When Shidi said this, he felt relieved. Shitty didn't seem like the kind of person who made random promises without the ability to do it. Although Lin Feng and I can't help you too much, we will protect Blue Star, Kong Di said. Yes, Lin Feng said. Then next, Teacher Ying, Teacher Tuna, you can be my military advisor in the competition for the source of transcendence, Shi Yu said. I feel that the two of you are the only ones who can help me by my side. The gem cat had a headache. She had just rested for more than half a year. Fuck it, but soon, the gem cat said that the gathering of the strong men from the entire universe felt like a good opportunity to make a fortune. By then, maybe dozens of sources of transcendence will drop casually, and it will be a fortune. Go for it. Although the owl heard that the competition for the source of transcendence was very cruel, since Shi Yu had confidence, she chose to believe it. As a thank you, next, I will tell you an important piece of information. Shi Yu smiled slightly. Oh? What important information? Lin Feng said. The conditions for breaking through the universe level, Shi Yu said. And how did the current 5 universe levels break through to the universe level? Everyone's face changed slightly. Next, Shi Yu told everyone the information that Lily had told him about how the King of the Realm and other cosmic emperors broke through the cosmic level. That is to say, to break through the cosmic level, in addition to laying a solid foundation and laying the foundation for invincibility, you must also master the power of time and space. The most important thing is to train the racial talent to the highest level. For humans, it means leapfrogging a cosmic level contract, and then becoming a cosmic level beast master. For my 11, the racial talent of the iron-eating beasts is to eat metal and arm themselves with the power of metal. Then, it is possible that it will have to devour a large amount of cosmic treasure-level metal resources before it can barely reach the threshold of the cosmic level. What a joke. At this time, Lin Feng's mood was the same as when Shi Yu got the breakthrough conditions from the owl. Leapfrogging to the cosmic level is the cosmic level. Isn't this like taking off your pants and farting? Is this something a human can do? Demigods can no longer leapfrog to the god level, and even a pervert like Shi Yu has not broken this rule. It is even more impossible for the god level to leapfrog to the super god level contract, which is even more outrageous than a demigod leapfrogging to the god level. As for the super god crossing level contract universe level, it is obvious that the first two are more difficult. No one has achieved the first two, and this one is even more impossible for humans to achieve. Is this the reason why there has never been a universe-level beast tamer? It is indeed this. Owl was excited. She was very satisfied with this confirmation. This meant that her prediction was correct again. At this time, even the Emperor of Time couldn't help but smile bitterly. He shook his head and said, "It is indeed not that easy to reach the universe level. With a little training of the power of time and space, I may be able to meet the requirements. I have this confidence, but the contract of the universe level should be the most difficult to achieve. In addition, my foundation is not solid, and I think I will have to polish it again in the future," the Emperor of Time said. It is simply difficult as ascending to heaven. The same is true for the Emperor of Space. His foundation is also poor, because he, the Emperor of Time, Lin Feng and others have all integrated the second-hand source of transcendence. In addition, although he is proficient in the way of space, he has not been involved in the way of time too deeply. Lin Feng is even more proficient in neither the way of time and space. However, Lin Feng may be the one who has the best hope of training the ability of his pet to the extreme, because his talent evolution is more suitable for cultivation than the two emperors of time and space. The two super god cats are the same. Their foundations are very poor. The owl is proficient in time, and the gem cat is proficient in space. This is not bad, but it can be said that it is almost impossible to develop the talent of the race to the extreme. I have been thinking about it during this period, Emperor Shi said. I think about it. Although I accidentally entered the epic ruins, I transcended the limitations of Blue Star early, became a super god, and my strength increased greatly, but it also made me take a lot of detours. When everything is on track, I will reincarnate and rebuild. I hope that day will come soon. Emperor Shi looked at Shi Yu and said, "Now, among the human race on Blue Star, you have the most solid foundation. At the same time, you are proficient in the power of time and space, and your pet qualifications are the highest. When you grow up completely, I want to reincarnate." Reincarnation. Hearing Emperor Shi's decision, the gem cat and owl looked bitter and shook their heads. They didn't want to. At the super god level, reincarnation is not as easy as at the lower level. because the source of transcendence must be dispersed, and the process is painful. The most important thing is that it does not mean that reincarnation will definitely succeed. This is essentially a way to consume existing strength. To be honest, if Shiyu can really reach the cosmic level, they don't want to pursue the cosmic level. They just need to cling to Shiyu's thighs. Reincarnation, Lin Feng and Kong Di were also silent. It was obviously difficult for them to make a decision. After all, it was not easy to cultivate to this level. It was not realistic for them to pursue the cosmic level without seeing the peak of the super god. There is no need to think so far now, Shiyu smiled and said, maybe Teacher Ying will be able to improve the quality of the source of transcendence in a short time. No, Teacher Ying, how is your research going? The gem cat said with a frown. Don't say it, it's too difficult, or the basic strength is not enough. Wait until I reach the peak of the super god. I feel that it may be faster to reincarnate and cultivate again, Shidi said. Gem cat? Shidi, what do you mean? Those of you with the word she in your name or title, can't you speak? Who are you looking down on? She swore that sooner or later, she would make these guys beg her for help. Next, let's go back to Blue Star first. Shiyu smiled and said, we have to discuss it with the will of Blue Star. We have to prepare some protection measures for Blue Star. Otherwise, if Blue Star, which doesn't even have many god-level people, becomes the main battlefield, ordinary people will suffer. Well, let's go back to Blue Star. Everyone in Donghuang nodded. Soon after, Shiyu returned to Blue Star again, and at this time, Blue Star also began to wander as a planet and began to head to the birthplace of the prototype of the source of transcendence. In addition to Blue Star, there is also a white planet with a purple star ring nebula accompanying it, which is Xiaozi. At this time, Shiyu and the others are on Xiaozi's body, helping Xiaozi to break through. As the only member of the team who can break through without the source of transcendence, this time, it shoulders the most important mission. Meow, the huge planet was flying and cheering. Xiaozi felt that it was time for her to dominate the most grand war in the universe. Don't drift, eat quickly. On the planet, Shiyu, Qitong, Lin, etc. almost broke the cosmic crystals apart and stuffed them into Xiaozi's body, speeding up. Well, woo-woo, a-woo, from being madly stuffed with food at the beginning to Xiaozi actively devouring the cosmic crystals, it had a fierce look. For this rare opportunity to become Shiyu's trump card, it's Xiaozi fought hard. Blue Star. Blue Star Will silently looked at the purple and white stars in the sky, and couldn't help drooling. It was too much. It was fine to eat in front of her, but she didn't even give her some. Especially, feeling that Xiaozi was getting stronger while eating, Blue Star, the nurse, was even more upset. These resources were much more luxurious than when she broke through the high-level stars. Blue Star Mom, just when Blue Star Will was speechless, a ripple of time and space flashed. Why are you here? Blue Star looked at the time elf key. Blue Star Mom, Xiaozi is only 5 years old, and she will be on the same level as you, Key said. Blue Star? Are you okay? Nothing, I just can't be upset by myself, so I came here to share my feelings, Key said. She watched Xiaozi hatch, and now Xiaozi is about to become the highest level in the team. She, the lowest level, is also very upset, and can't let herself be upset alone. Blue Star Will? In my impression, Key is naughty, but not so heartbreaking. What did you do? Chapter 658, Transcendence of the Origin. Transcendent Divine Domain. It is a very special star field in the universe. It also has another name, called Ultimate Starry Sky Battlefield. Every time the source of transcendence is born, it will be born in this area. So every time here, it will become a super meat grinder for the myriad races in the starry sky. At this moment, the Ultimate Starry Sky Battlefield is very lively. The dead domain, which was originally lifeless and lifeless, has regained its vitality with the condensation of the source of transcendence this time. You can see all kinds of vehicles floating in the starry sky. There are huge technological mechanical warships, strange biological warships, and floating planets. There are also starry sky monsters comparable to stars, and they also have their own civilizations. Perhaps, some people are not here for the transcendent origin of the universe's natural condensation. Even if it is not for that supreme treasure, in this battlefield, if you're lucky, you can also reap a lot of rewards next. In a place destined to be a war, as long as you can successfully survive, you can more or less get a lot of good things from the dead. The ultimate starry sky battlefield is destined to fall some super gods, and the source of transcendence that these super gods may explode is actually the object of competition for some people. When the transcendental divine domain was already full of various terrifying strong auras, 2 planets flew in. These 2 planets, one is azure and very beautiful, and the other is white but surrounded by purple nebula rings, which seems mysterious. This time, the blue star came over. In addition to facilitating Shiyu's breakthrough in himself, it was also because of the particularity of the source of transcendence this time. The source of transcendence that was accelerated and condensed by the 6th universe level for hundreds of millions of years attracted infinite cosmic power to gather here. It can be said that the starry sky battlefield at this time may be the most concentrated area of cosmic power for a long time to come, which is undoubtedly very helpful for the growth of planetary life. Shiyu, we're here. As they entered the transcendental divine domain, the gem cat and the owl flew out of the blue star. Teacher Ying was wearing a white dress with golden stars inlaid around her waist, wearing a crown, and her cat ears kept shaking on both sides of the star crown. Teacher Owl was wearing a loose blue witch costume, with blue streaked white wings flapping under the starlight. After the 2 of them came over, they checked on Xiaozi's condition. Xiaozi, why haven't you succeeded in breaking through yet? The gem cat asked. Oh, the floating purple star felt aggrieved. Shiyu smiled and said, she's full. There's nothing we can do. She has accumulated enough foundation, but she needs to digest it. The environment in the way is not suitable, but it will be almost right here. The environment here seems to be more suitable for breakthroughs. Anyway, it can be done at any time, so there's no rush. What's wrong, teachers? Is there anything? Shiyu asked. We too just told you a fortune, the gem cat said. This fight for the source of transcendence is very dangerous. You may have enemies all over the world. We have looked for a way out. Perhaps you can go to the observer star. Going there may be of some help to you in your competition for the source of transcendence. Observer star, Shiyu reminisced. At this time, Lin's figure emerged and said, it is a special star in the transcendent divine realm. The environment there is harsh and not suitable for survival. Except for this special period, generally only one person lives there. The other party is called observer. His strength is unknown. It is said to be very strong. He is suspected to be at the high level of transcendence or even at the peak of the transcendent divine realm. The most important thing is that he does not belong to any force and is a loner. His greatest pleasure is to be a spectator of the battle for the source of transcendence in the transcendent divine realm every 100,000 years. He seems to be a fun-loving person and likes to watch the show the most. Although he watches the show, he will occasionally help his favorite competitors. You too mean to let me contact him? Shiyu asked. Meow, Teacher Ying said, this is the guidance of the stars. It's up to you. I think that if you really become enemies all over the world, the defense of Blue Star may not be enough for you alone. If we can get the help of the fun guy, we can be a lot easier. What a pity. Shiyu shook his head. He also knew the cruelty of the competition for the source of transcendence this time. This time he merged the source of transcendence, and it was estimated that he would offend many forces, but as long as he succeeded, everything would be worth it. The source of transcendence has not yet condensed. In this case, let's relax and stroll around. Along the way, Shiyu worked overtime, and his energy and spirit were also consumed a lot. Although he was healed, it was not the best choice to keep tense. At this time, the 2 military advisors gave advice. Shiyu thought about it and it didn't matter if he went to the observer star. Xiaozi, you stay with Blue Star, we will go out to play, so we won't take you. You should absorb the power of the universe by yourself, Shiyu said to Xiaozi under his feet. Xiaozi was depressed. Okay. But recently, it feels that Blue Star Mother doesn't like it. Prayer, observer star. Not only Shiyu and others have taken a fancy to this place, many people know the name of observer. Some ancient forces have recorded that this hidden strongman has intervened in the battle for the source of transcendence 11 times in the past 100 million years. Although the hope is not great, many young geniuses have chosen to descend on the observer star to see if they can contact the legendary observer and get his appreciation. If successful, it is equivalent to having half a guardian who is almost at the peak of the super god for no reason. This kind of free business, everyone is willing to try. Let's go. After a while, you can see 3 golden meteorites passing through the starry sky. On each of the 3 meteorites, there is a person standing. Shiyu, Gem Cat Girl, and Owl Girl. The latter two cats have a super god aura on their bodies. No matter who it is, you can tell at a glance that they are extraordinary. Shiyu, on the other hand, was very low-key, only showing a slightly stronger aura than the normal peak god level, and looked very much like a normal competitor for the source of transcendence. Otherwise, if he directly entered this star field without restraint, even the peak of the super god would probably be alarmed. Shiyu didn't want to have a lot of trouble before the war even started. The two cats next to him now looked like guardians and guardians. Of course, the pets in Shiyu's beast control space understood that although the two cat teachers looked powerful, they were basically no different from vases. They were functional, but their combat power was really unbearable. Whether they could be defeated in a single fight was another matter. However, although the two cats were not really strong, the title of super god level was still terrifying. Looking at the entire universe and starry sky, including some hidden super gods who did not appear in the world, the number of super gods might be only in the 4 digits, and the common active super gods were less than 1,000. In this case, if a god level competing for the source of super gods could have a super god guardian, it would be enough to smile and greatly increase the probability of competing for the source of transcendence. And now, there are two besides Shiyu, in the observer star, in the ancient city with broken walls and ruins. It is particularly lively at this time, and it seems to have been lively for a long time. In the surroundings, there are the Abyss Clan, the Meteor Clan, the Cosmic Beasts, the Starry Sky Alien Insects, and the Starry Sky Tribes of the Cosmic Sea. These clans from all corners of the universe are gathered together at this time. The symbol of their unity is that the aura on their bodies is extremely powerful. If they are not human, they may be the strongest god level of the era, the god of the era. If they are human, they may be the beast master who has broken through the limit of the god level and reached the 11th heaven. These are all famous prodigies in the starry sky, but now in this ancient city, they are unexpectedly well behaved. There may have been life and death hatreds and racial hatreds between them before, but now, at least in this place, no one dares to act recklessly. All of this is because of an old man sitting on the ground with his eyes unable to open. He looked ordinary. Except for his red skin that indicated that he was not human, he was no different from ordinary people. There was no aura on his body, but the people around him did not dare to underestimate him. Because this person was a legend living in the realm of transcendence. He usually came and went without a trace. He was a super strong man who would only appear in the world when the source of transcendence was born. At this time, he was just like a small vendor on Blue Star, with a piece of rag in front of him, and dozens of stones of different sizes on the cloth. Is there anyone buying? You can see that there is no empty one. Buy on the spot and sell on the spot. No cheating. At this time, the old man was half lying on the ground, especially charming. Of course, if he didn't have those big yellow teeth, or even a dry and wrinkled face, it would be even better. Black marketeer, damn, I really want to curse, but I don't dare. My money, my money. At this time, a group of god-level geniuses around him were extremely heartbroken. It was hard to imagine that the legendary observer was such an old man. A few days ago, this old man started to sell things on the observer star. The things for sale are also very typical. Super god stones, the stones that can be opened from the stone to produce various items from the previous era. People don't know where this observer found so many super god stones. There are dozens of them. And even the ones displayed may not be all of them. And these geniuses came here because they wanted to get the appreciation of the observer. The old observer selling things also provided some channels for these people. Then, many people spent a lot of money to buy these super god stones, but after buying them, people found that they were cheated. Up to now, the dozen super god stones sold have not produced any good things. All of them are ordinary 11-level energy crystals, which are the most garbage and cheapest among the super god resources. It can be said that after buying and unlocking, they immediately depreciate dozens of times. This makes these people suspect that the super god stones of this old man are all fake, and this guy is a black marketeer, and they have evidence. That is the rumored super god stone, which requires 5 super god levels to open, but this old man can help the buyer open the super god stone by himself, which is obviously inconsistent with the rumor. Of course, many people don't care whether they can make money by opening the super god stone, and it's okay to lose a little, but now they are just like flirting with a blind man. This old man didn't give any other responses at all. No one is here. The old observer looked regretful. Senior, I don't know what you think of the condensation of the origin of transcendence this time. At this time, a young man with white skin and red spider patterns on his body spoke. He had just bought 2 super god stones and successfully became a sucker. He was unwilling to leave like this, so he chose to ask some questions. He came from the alien insect mother nest. His family had signed a contract with an alien insect spider for generations. He was determined to obtain the origin of transcendence, but many people have already discovered the abnormality of the origin of transcendence this time. Let's go. Since you bought 2 stones from me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't wade into this muddy water this time, or you'll die without knowing how. A little guy like you won't even have the chance to be my fun. He waved his hand. No chance at all. The spider-marked young man's face changed. It's very difficult, the old man said. I don't plan to wade into this muddy water this time. It's too scary, but business still has to be done. Come on, who wants to buy? Everyone's face changed slightly. Some of the super god guardians who were hiding in the dark and following the god-level geniuses also looked solemn. Even this observer said so. Then who do you think has the best chance of competing for this source of transcendence this time? A blue giant ape who dared to descend on the observation star only after shrinking down asked. Since you also bought a stone, I'll make an irresponsible guess. The old man laughed and said, as we all know, there is an essential difference between the source of transcendence condensed naturally by the universe and the source of transcendence that fell. The source of transcendence that fell has lost its spirituality and vitality. It has been completely refined by others. At this time, whoever picks it up can use it. However, the source of transcendence condensed naturally by the universe is like a new small cosmic consciousness. It will choose its master. In the past, you guys might have been its backup options. How come? But this time, don't think about it. After you fight, everyone will join the fight. Even if there is a god level with outstanding talent who is recognized by the transcendent origin first, he will definitely be intercepted in the end. Who made the transcendent origin this time too good? I guess this transcendent origin should fall into the hands of a life that has reached the peak of the super god, he said. Huh? No one bought it. That's right, I've bought what I should buy. I'm closing the stall, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. Remember to bring enough money next time. Under the silent expressions of the people around him, the observer picked up the stall, sighed, and walked towards the ruined alley. He took a step without a shadow, and soon he didn't know how much distance he had crossed, but as he walked, he suddenly stopped and looked at the sky. So many super godstones. A young man wearing a black archaeological suit and a black cloak appeared in the sky, guarded by 2 beautiful aliens with super god aura. But it seems that I am a little late. The stall has already ended. After Shiyu found the observer, he was not attracted by the observer at first, but by his dozens of super god stones. My goodness, this guy, is he a super god stone wholesaler? He has been saving and hoarding for so long, but he has only saved up 8 pieces. He needs to get 2 pieces to open 10 consecutive games, and he has not moved yet. This guy is good, dozens of pieces. Boy, do you want to buy a few pieces? When the observer saw Shiyu, a light flashed unconsciously in his dim eyes. If it's you, I can make an exception and sell you a few pieces during non-trading hours. A few pieces. I don't feel good enough. Shiyu touched his chin and said, I really want to buy all of them, but unfortunately, I don't have that much money. How about this? I'll make an appointment and you keep it for me. Shiyu said, after I finish this battle, I'll come back to buy your stones. I'll buy them at 1.1 times your previous price. I'll take as many as I can. Is there anyone who does business like you? The gem cat couldn't help but say, you're a prodigal son. Shouldn't the wholesale price be cheaper? You're also here to fight for the origin of transcendence, and it seems that you're determined to win. After this, can I still see you alive? The observer asked. It's not in vain to keep it for you, Shiyu said. Of course, if you're worried, you can help me make sure I don't get killed when I fight for the origin of transcendence. In this way, I can come to buy stones afterwards. Beside him, the gem cat and the precognitive owl were speechless. If they were put in an epic, they would probably be able to hear Shiyu's calculations. So when someone sells you something, they have to protect you from being beaten to death before you buy it, right? Ha ha ha, the old observer laughed and said, you are worthy of being the strongest god level in the universe. You can defeat the demon in the middle stage of transcendence with a 13th level of god level. It is indeed more interesting than those guys. If it were any other time, I would bet on you, but it's a pity that this time it's too dangerous. Although you are very strong, this time, it's not right. I thought the observer was so powerful, but it turns out that my vision is still a little short of the universe level. Shiyu shook his head. Huh? The observer said, what do you mean? Nothing, even the king of the realm, the overlord of the universe, and even the 6th universe level have bet on me. I think I will become a super god this time, Shiyu said. The observer was silent. The gem cat and the cosmic owl were stunned. What a guy, Shiyu is really bold. You are fooling me, an old man. Let's go, I won't play tricks with you young people. The observer picked up the bag and continued to walk away. This time, Shiyu did not chase him, but watched him leave. In Shiyu's opinion, this observer was mysterious and unpredictable, and he didn't know his identity at all. Shiyu didn't expect much to get help, so he just came here like a street urchin, just to relax. Is that all? Asked the gem cat. What else can we do? We don't know him, and we don't know his background. We might become enemies. He can't really be a joker. He must have his own purpose for paying so much attention to the battle for the source of transcendence. No matter what, it won't hurt to expose the big skin of the king of the realm and the overlord of the universe first. Anyway, we have really seen the king of the realm and the overlord of the universe. When the time comes, if it's against you, no one will dare to add insult to injury. If it's in your favor, someone will definitely come to add icing on the cake, Shiyu said. I thought this guy was so powerful, but he didn't even see your true strength, said the owl. Did you see it? Asked the gem cat. Didn't Shiyu say that he was stronger than when he participated in the transcendent duel? The information of that observer is obviously still stuck at the previous level. Don't blame him. My current strength is probably hard to see even at the peak of the super god level, except for the cosmic level that is proficient in the power of time and space. I can only vaguely feel that I have become stronger, but I don't know how much stronger and what the specific combat power is, Shiyu said. This old man is still strong, and I don't know where he got so many super god stones from. His identity is not simple. I feel that we will definitely be involved in the future. I believe in your divination, so how strong are you now? And you don't show it. Gem cat curled her lips. Do I need to show it? Moreover, if I overshow my strength, I will be easily noticed by the will of the universe. I have broken the limit too many times in a row. Now I still rely on special methods to hide my aura. You see those geniuses who have awakened from their slumber, they dare not act recklessly. It is better not to burst out with all their strength until the critical moment, Shiyu said. However, when I merge with the source of transcendence, I won't have to worry about it. At that time, I will not be an outsider. Then let's go back, go back, go back. With the arrival of Shiyu and his companions, many epic gods from the 5 major cosmic territories arrived at the universe one after another, and even the super god level of the entire universe. At this time, the universe may have gathered more than 50%. The attraction of the source of transcendence this time is too great. Shiyu can feel the chaotic atmosphere condensed in the transcendent divine realm. Seeing that the transcendent divine realm is getting more and more lively, people have speculated about the direction of this battle for the transcendent origin. According to the past, the super god guardians have been guarding in secret, mainly guarding the lives of competitors. First, the god-level geniuses competed among themselves, killing each other, and killing in a hurry would cause the super god life to be involved in the war. But this time, people suddenly couldn't say for sure. Unexpectedly, the transcendent divine realm suddenly quieted down, as if it was the calm before the storm. Everyone focused their eyes on the transcendent origin that was accelerating to condense, knowing that it was close to maturity. But just when the atmosphere of the entire universe dared not take a breath, finally, under the frantic beating of countless people's hearts, the source of transcendence that was originally like a seed of light became more dazzling and closer to this time and space. Although it was still in the gestation of the universe, it had established a deeper connection with the outside world. In the starry sky, Tinyu, the most talented beastmaster of the universe overlord core in the past 10,000 years, suddenly felt a call from the source of transcendence. Grandpa, I feel that the source of transcendence is calling me. Haha, that's good. Although we don't fight, being able to feel the call of the source of transcendence shows that you are still powerful, girl. You know, there are many beastmasters of the 11th heaven of the god level who can't feel the call of the source of transcendence. Old man Tinxiang was very happy. The transcendent origin was like a child of the universe. Although it was destined to be absorbed and refined by others, From the perspective of the transcendent origin and the universe consciousness, it was natural to hope that the transcendent origin could be absorbed by better life. Being able to track the transcendent origin meant that one's aptitude and talent had been recognized by the transcendent origin, and there was great hope that one would eventually win the transcendent origin. Chapter 659 Starry Sky Focus. This opportunity is rare. Even if I die, it is worth fighting for. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no second chance in the next few billion years. A young man in gray was floating in the universe, staring at the source of transcendence in front of him. The shadow of the 13th heaven flickered behind him, and he also felt a strong call from the source of transcendence. His appearance made many eyes in the universe starry sky focus. It's him, the evil beast master of the universe, who failed to compete for the source of transcendence with the realm of the 12th heaven 80,000 years ago, was saved by the guardian of the high-level transcendence. He was originally an inconspicuous existence among many losers. He has participated in countless battles, but no one expected that after the war, this person broke through to the 13th heaven of the god level on the spot, shocking the entire universe, and suddenly made him the most powerful competitor in the next battle for the source of transcendence. People still remember that this guy is called Lumo. His ancestor is a human beast master who has transcended 6 times. He was born in one of the strongest beastmaster families in the universe. Now, he should have at least 3 epic god-level pets. At this moment, all forces are approaching the transcendent origin. If it were not for the fact that the transcendent origin is still in the gestation stage of the universe as well and has not separated from the universe itself, and if it is not forcibly snatched, it will attract the thunder of the universe's will. I am afraid that some super gods will not be able to resist snatching it. Many strong people know that now is not the time to snatch the transcendent origin. When the transcendent origin is attracted and separated by a god-level genius, that will be the beginning of the real war. Now, in the eyes of many strong people hiding behind the scenes, it is just an appetizer, a performance show of some epic god-level geniuses. Of course, this performance show alone has already frightened many people, because there are too many monsters that appear one after another. Get out of my way, this time. The transcendent origin, I must get it. Boom. In the universe, a shocking atmosphere came out, and a purple ant-like epic god, exuding a monstrous breath, ran towards the transcendent origin, trying to suppress the arrogance of others. Originally, many geniuses had murderous intent flashing in their eyes, but soon they were startled in their hearts, shocked by the brutal and tyrannical aura of this guy. Although he was only an epic god, unlike those epic gods who were only comparable to transcend once, this guy's terrifying bloodline was even feared by the super gods who had transcended 3 times. This guy is the 101st child of Her Majesty the Queen, the youngest one. He has been missing for so long, but he is still alive. Seeing this purple ant-man, many people were extremely shocked, especially the strong men from the mother nest. They recognized his identity. Some people who had malicious intentions suddenly felt cold in their hearts, because this guy's identity was too terrifying. He is the offspring of the cosmic life, the queen of the Zerg. Theoretically, it is more difficult for the cosmic life to give birth, but this is not a problem for the queen of the Zerg. The advantage of the Zerg race is that they feed and reproduce. And they can combine the genes of the creatures they eat to give birth to perfect offspring. The queen of the Zerg has given birth to many children, but most of these children's endings are not very good. Some children have become the peak of the super god of the Zerg mother nest, or even a terrifying existence of the super god high stage. This is still a good result, but most of them are regarded as failures by the queen of the Zerg, and they lose their lives directly under the devilish training of the queen of the Zerg. Since this purple ant-man came to the universe from the Zerg mother nest, it means that his qualifications have been recognized by the queen of the Zerg and are considered to have the qualifications to become at least a transcendent high stage. Little bug, why are you so arrogant? However, not all competitors who transcend the origin are afraid of this purple ant-man. Although his status is noble, according to past experience, the Queen of Zerg does not care about the death of her offspring. Of course, it is not certain whether the offspring recognized by the Queen of Zerg have other super god Zerg as guardians. At this time, the one who showed disdain for the purple ant-man was a huge monster that split the starry sky. It was a black cosmic giant beast. It was also an epic god, but behind it, there were 3 suns, which was the symbol of Transcendence 3. This was not the power of this cosmic giant beast, but the power of an extremely tiny super god beast master on its shoulder. This was a terrifying cosmic giant beast that was at the epic god level, but as the master, it contracted a super god human beast master. It was not a super god itself, but it successfully made a super god beast master assisted in its fight for the transcendence origin. The appearance of this cosmic giant beast also caused an uproar. The noble lineage of the cosmic beasts, the dark cosmic beasts, they are born to feed on black holes, they are extremely terrifying, and the patriarch is a peak super god. The most outrageous thing is that this guy actually found a human super god who is willing to assist him with a contract. Has such a monster appeared in the giant beast empire? With the arrival of the geniuses from the Zerg Hive and the Behemoth Empire, Lumos snorted coldly on the side of the Universe, not taking it seriously. And this is far from over. Not to mention those former losers and the geniuses who have entered a deep sleep, there are countless geniuses who have grown up in the past 100,000 years. There are also monsters from polluted lands, which appear under the solemn gaze of the Environmental Protection Corps of the Universe. It exudes a polluted power that is deep to the origin, and has the characteristics of many polluted races such as meteor, mowing, abyss, flame, and evil. It is a hybrid polluted creature. The Environmental Protection Corps has its information. It is said that this guy is one of the most proud research results of the crazy biologists of the Dark King Corps in recent years. He is even an experimental product praised by the Dark King. He is a polluted creature that integrates the characteristics of the 8 major polluted races. This guy's level is also an epic god, but the terrifying aura he exudes is not inferior to the Dark Universe monster and the Purple Ant-Man. Grandpa, I finally know why you didn't let me compete for this transcendence of the origin. Ting Yu was standing on the battleship, and just by sensing the terrifying aura coming from all directions, he was already trembling all over. Does our Universe Overlord Legion also have such monsters? Of course. In addition to the Shi-Yu, many monsters are sleeping in the Universe Overlord Corps in places like the Sleeping Land. For example, I know a guy whose strength is very close to theirs. His name is Bulu, and he is also a cosmic giant. Unfortunately, that guy has bad luck and has never been to the Universe. At this moment, the transcendent divine realm finally became lively from the silence, and at this time, Shi-Yu felt that the transcendent origin had taken shape, and finally walked out of Xiaozi's body, standing in the starry sky, looking at the chaotic starry sky, feeling emotional. At this moment, although still in Shi-Yu's beast control space, each of Shi-Yu's pets, like those geniuses, felt a crazy call from the transcendent origin. It seems that he also wants them to compete for themselves. However, they understand that this time the transcendent origin belongs to Shi-Yu, and according to the king of the realm, the quality of this transcendent origin is so high that even if the beast master absorbs it, it can be fed back to the pet, so there is no need for them to compete alone. As long as they assist Shi-Yu in getting the transcendent origin, everything will be fine. Generally speaking, as long as you show absolute strength among the competitors recognized by the transcendent origin and become the strongest among the competitors, you can attract the transcendent origin from the cosmic consciousness. Lin said, the transcendent origin, after fusion, can improve the level of life, transform the body, and make it more sensitive to the power of time and space. It is also a recognition of the will of the universe. It is an advanced life recognized by the will of the universe. With this, we are not afraid of thunder. Interesting, it is worthy of being the transcendent origin. I also feel its desire. It seems that it really wants me to absorb it, Shi-Yu said. Huh? Something seems to be wrong. Shi-Yu did not want to join the fight too early. He had no interest in the title of the strongest god level, because no matter which god level attracted the transcendent origin, in the end, he would still have to go through the second round of brutal competition and would definitely not be able to absorb it safely. In this case, he would just wait for the second round of the battle, and let these gods fight on their own in the first round. However, things did not go as planned. Before Shi-Yu even made a move, Shi-Yu's attraction to the transcendent origin seemed to be greater than the transcendent origin's attraction to other gods. At this moment, under the shocked gaze of everyone, the transcendent origin, which was still in the gestation of cosmic consciousness and wrapped in the will of the universe, was filled with dazzling light. The power of time and space flowed on it, and the breath of life bloomed. Under the entanglement of countless rules, it was unprecedented that it directly broke away from the will of the universe and came to the outside world by itself. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, because the epic gods recognized by the transcendent origin had not started fighting at all, and the strongest had not been decided. All the casualties were just minor fights. How could this thing come out? This is unscientific. What happened? In other words, the condensation of the transcendent origin was incredible, and what happened at this time was even more incredible. And in an instant, many competitors felt that the transcendent origin no longer summoned them, and the fluctuations that attracted them before disappeared completely, as if they had abandoned them and thrown themselves into the arms of others. Everyone was stunned, and saw that this transcendent origin, the highest quality in history, suddenly crossed time and space and flew to a white and purple star, as if it had found its owner. In a flash, the transcendent origin floated above the white and purple star, floating above Shiyu, who stood in the starry sky. At this moment, Shiyu felt that he was being watched by the entire universe. There was confusion, shock, anger, and confusion. Oh my, this expression of being deprived of something important. Shiyu also scratched his head helplessly, as if something was wrong, and at this moment, Lin also analyzed what was going on. Master, first, it's because you are too strong. We are too strong. In the eyes of the universe as well, we have completely crushed all competitors and are not on the same dimension at all, so it has no choice at all. Second, we have traces of the last era on us, which is very repulsive to the universe's consciousness. According to Teacher Lily, there is only one way to no longer be rejected by the universe's consciousness, and that is to merge with the source of transcendence naturally born from the universe. This is equivalent to the universe using its own power to assimilate us into the life of this era. At that time, we will no longer have to endure the thunder tribulation, Queen. Fusing the source of transcendence and recultivating the power system of this era is also to avoid being rejected by the universe as well. This is not the key point. The key point is that the war is coming. Shiyu grinned, and he had already felt countless strong men attacking him madly. Unfortunately, fusing the source of transcendence, especially such a high-quality source of transcendence, is a very time-consuming thing. It took the gem cat several months to fuse it. Although Shiyu is more reliable than her, it is impossible to complete it instantly. Otherwise, Shiyu turned around and took the source of transcendence to run to Blue Star. Now, if you want to succeed in the fusion quietly, you have to kill all the people who are not convinced. Of course, the most annoying person at this time is not Shiyu, but other people. These people are still confused at this time, and don't understand why the source of transcendence slipped away directly this time and floated above a person. Looking at Shiyu, in fact, many people don't know Shiyu. Some people from the polluted land, the alien insect nest, and the giant beast empire, especially the strong who have just come here, are still a little unfamiliar with Shiyu. However, for the local strong men of the Universe C and the Universe Overlord Corps, they are undoubtedly shocked and shocked. They look at the combination of Shiyu and the source of transcendence. Shiyu. It's Shiyu, he attracted the origin of transcendence. Who is Shiyu? Who is this guy? Shiyu stared at the potential enemies in the starry sky indifferently, and in an instant, no matter who they were, they all knew Shiyu's identity. This guy is a freak. He is the second beast master of the 13th level of the god level in the universe. He once easily killed the 6th-stage transcendent Four Saints super god King along with the 13th level of the god level in the transcendence duel. He also got an audience with King Kai. He is the terrifying force born from a 1-star 10 super god. Wait a minute, he is the beast master of King Kai's planet? No, as far as I know, he is a super genius of the Universe Overlord Legion. He once challenged the intimidation of the Universe Overlord in the Overlord territory and made a glorious challenge. Under the intimidation of the Universe Overlord, he broke through to the 13th level of the god level, successfully passed the glorious challenge, and was received by the Universe Overlord. It's the first monster that has appeared in the Universe Overlord Legion for a long time. It's the first monster that can see the Universe Overlord himself. Shiyu's identity was soon exposed. As Shiyu's identity was known to everyone, the strong men of the starry sky 10,000 races were shocked and looked at this monster with an amazing resume in surprise. People who were familiar with Shiyu were all looking at Shiyu in shock at this time. For example, Tingyu, General Zai, Bingling, and Kings. These people never thought that Shiyu would appear in the ultimate starry sky battlefield in this way. Why can Shiyu summon the transcendent origin without doing anything? However, thinking of Shiyu's horrific record, even Lumo, the 13th level genius of the Universe C, had a black face. He never thought that such a monster would appear in the Universe C again after he slept. He had heard of Shiyu before, And now when he saw him, he suddenly hated this guy a little bit. Those monsters from other cosmic forces also sank when they heard about Shiyu's horrific record. Even some super god strongmen were no exception. What a joke, the 13th level god level, the reverse slash of the 6th stage of transcendence. This guy, what kind of monster? No wonder he can directly attract the transcendent origin. It seems that the source of transcendence seems to like me very much this time. Can you give me some face and stop arguing with me, okay? Shiyu asked Quan Zikong very politely. Chapter 660, 18th Heaven. As expected of you, this was the first time that the transcendent origin had not even considered it, and directly abandoned other candidates who were qualified to fuse it, and directly decided on a certain guard level. The key is that if this was an ordinary transcendent origin, it would be fine, but this time the transcendent origin was of the strongest quality in the era. How deep must Shiyu's god-level foundation be? How many dimensions did he crush other god levels to be so favored by the will of the universe? In the starry sky, on the blue star, the Emperor of Time, the Emperor of Space, Lin Feng, the Gemcat, the Owl, the will of the blue star, etc., were watching the starry sky. This unfolding, unexpectedly, revealed rationality. They knew that things that Shiyu was involved in could not proceed according to logic. Having to deal with so many opponents right from the start, Shiyu's pressure is estimated to have skyrocketed. Outrageous. Before, the mysterious super god on the observer star saw Shiyu directly seize the transcendent origin, and his eyes popped out. After watching so much fun, it was the first time he saw such an outrageous situation. He instantly thought of what Shiyu said to him. Even 3 cosmic level masters bet on him. He will definitely be the final winner of this transcendental competition. Thinking of Shiyu's confident tone, he was quite silent. However, what made the observer familiar was Shiyu's shameless style. Selling your face, I won't compete with you? What a joke. If it was the transcendental origin that Shiyu fought for with his strength, then these competitors would have a reason not to fight. But now, the transcendental origin inexplicably ran to Shiyu's side. Even if it is rumored that Shiyu is very strong, there must be countless competitors who are unwilling and unconvinced. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, how can you say that you won't fight for the ultra-high-quality transcendental origin that may not appear once in an era? Even if many people realized Shiyu's strength after hearing the rumors about Shiyu, the competition for the transcendental origin has never been a one-on-one fight. If one person can't beat Shiyu, then can the hundreds of thousands of people with the combat power of the epic god on the starry sky still beat Shiyu together? It has always been the case that the person who has the greatest hope of obtaining the source of transcendence must be the enemy of all competitors. If you don't have the ability to be the enemy of the entire universe, you are not qualified to obtain this source of transcendence. In short, as long as you work together to kill Shiyu, the rest of the people will compete. It is not the person with the strongest individual combat power who can become the final winner, but the person who survives to the end in the transcendence competition and makes all the geniuses in the starry sky convinced and dare not fight again is the final winner. Why, Shiyu, no matter what crooked ways you used to attract the source of transcendence, but without fighting, you don't deserve it, human. Hand over the source of transcendence. This is not something you can get. Let's go together. No matter how strong he is, he will not be our opponent combined. If we solve him, we can compete normally. Noisy voices resounded through the starry sky. Although Shiyu is strong, it is almost impossible to convince these god-level competitors like him. Faced with this opportunity that only comes once in a cosmic era, it is worth it to fight for life and not talk about martial ethics and attack with everyone. Not to mention, there is a group of old guys hiding in the dark. The observer stood on the observation star and felt the extremely depressing atmosphere. When Shiyu said, "Give me a face," the competitors exploded and surrounded Shiyu and his team. However, although Shiyu was surrounded by countless people, strangely, no one had taken action yet. Normal competitors were slightly afraid of Shiyu because they heard about his record. The 13th heaven might not be a big deal, but the record of surpassing the 6th stage of transcendence was too terrifying. Most of the competitors' guardian super gods do not have this strength. They are waiting for an opportunity to attack together. Many people have begun to speak up and seduce everyone to take action together. The old guys hiding in the dark also felt that this matter was a bit strange. Shiyu's experience of meeting the universe overlord and the king of the realm did play a role. Will there be the hand of Lord Sabus in this? 2 generals from the 4 directions of the Universe Overlord Legion came, and these 2 peak super gods were extremely solemn. This guy is Shiyu? He has grown to this point. No wonder he can kill Pinos, the peak super god of the Meteorite clan, who was fighting on the front line with the Environmental Protection Corps, looked at the human genius who killed one of his generals with a dark gaze. The alien insect nest, the giant beast empire, and some lone peak super gods are still watching. Anyway, the transcendent origin can't run away, and now is not the best time to enter. They want to see how Shiyu will deal with this scene. Kill. This situation is impossible to resolve peacefully. No one knows who will make the first move, and no one knows who will shout first, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. In an instant, countless strange phenomena appeared in the starry sky. There were 11 layer phantoms, 12 layer phantoms, and countless powerful epic auras permeated the starry sky races. The top rules appeared as if they were free, turning into a sea of rules. Various magical skills and various magical weapons appeared in their hands. At this point, many people have lost their rationality under the influence of the crowd. Transcendence is everything. The dazzling divine light seems to compete with the transcendence. In an instant, the terrifying murderous intent from all directions is all locked on Shiyu. With so many terrifying attacks, even if you are in the middle of transcendence, you will never be able to escape. The epic geniuses accumulated over countless years took action at the same time, showing their talents to the extreme. What a grand scene! Some epic gods who have not yet taken action and are still watching were directly shocked by the scene and couldn't breathe. This, Tingyu saw that half of the epic gods had taken action, and her face turned extremely pale. Before this, she had never thought that the battle of transcendence would be so tragic, and one person would have to face the simultaneous attack of hundreds of epic geniuses. Moreover, the means of these geniuses were also very incredible. The Dark Universe Giant Beast from the Giant Beast Empire even directly asked the Super God Guardian to bless him with 3 transcendent sons, and exerted a power comparable to the middle stage of transcendent. The son of the Queen of the Insects has become a monster that no one has ever seen. The oppression of his blood makes some super god life and top gods tremble. The noble blood power seems to be the ultimate of the universe. However, horrible, facing this terrifying group attack, Shiyu's expression has never changed. At this time, the war has begun. No matter what the situation is, Shiyu himself knows that he cannot show a trace of retreat. This is the Queen's test of him. He can only defeat all competitors with the strongest power. Only in this way can he get the Queen's 100% recognition and support after obtaining the origin of transcendence. At this moment, in this scene that would horrify anyone, Shiyu suddenly burst out with endless divine power. The dazzling light rumbled and linked the power of space, projecting the virtual image of Shiyu's beast control space. At the same time, it was accompanied by Shiyu's gift to all those who had murderous intentions towards him, stronger killing intention fluctuations. Boom. The extreme killing intention seemed to solidify time and space, and in an instant, everyone felt like they were falling into an ice cave. The light and speed of these flying divine skills and divine weapons seemed to be severely suppressed. The attacker felt as if they were attacking an extremely terrifying existence. The next moment, a scene that the attacker could not understand appeared with the complete formation of Shiyu's beast control space virtual image. Even some super gods who were secretly paying attention to this place showed incredible expressions. Boom. Shiyu opened the beast taming space very naturally, the first, second, third, fourth, until the 13th level. This miraculous level of the era fell into people's eyes, but it was far from over. Then, the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th levels. The phantom of the beast taming space of the entire 18th heaven appeared behind Shiyu, as the source of his terrifying killing intention fluctuations. At this moment, the attackers seemed to have seen an extremely outrageous scene, and they were all stunned and their eyes exploded. What is this? 18th heaven, is it true or not? Fake. It must be fake. Are you kidding? Can the god level reach this level? Isn't the 13th heaven the limit? The phantom may be fake, but the deterrent fluctuations on Shiyu's body are not fake. The deterrent close to the peak of the super god directly makes these competitors breathless and faint. Then, even more outrageous, the phantom of a black and white bear gradually walked out of the beast taming space and materialized. It ascended into the universe, like a guard of Shiyu, and punched the starry sky out of thin air. The god level 18th heaven is benchmarked against the super god beast master who has transcended 8 times. He is already a super strong person among the super god level life. Shiyu is actually stronger than this, because he has cultivated the system of 2 eras. At this time, 11 uses Shiyu's power to ascend to the outside world, directly breaking his own limit, and bursting out with terrifying power, enough to suppress the power of the high-level transcendence. It punched out, and there were flashes of black and white lightning where the fist fell. Time and space seemed to collapse at this moment. The extreme power fluctuations swallowed everything in an instant. The attack was so powerless and fragile under 11's punch. In just an instant, no matter whether it was a divine skill or a divine weapon, it was all blasted into nothingness. The punch that shattered the entire star field has not stopped at all. The terrifying aftermath swept away in an instant, blasting those competitors who were suppressed by the deterrence of the 18th heaven and those competitors who had just had murderous intentions and attacked Shiyu into blood mist like smashing an ant. Impossible, the dark cosmic beast showed a look of despair. It was comparable to the combat power of the Transcendent 3. It felt that its proud body collapsed. Even its super god guardian could not escape the fate of becoming scum. The purple Ant-Man, known as the son of the Cosmic Emperor, had no power to resist under the punch of 11, no matter how noble his origin was. His eyes were dull and completely swallowed by the power fluctuations. Even if a high-level transcendent Zerg descended in an instant and guarded in front of it to block the blow for it, this high-level transcendent Zerg still spurted blood and guarded the purple Ant-Man to be blown away, smashing countless stars. Boom 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 boom. The starry sky was turbulent, and countless people were shocked. Is this Shiyu? Ting Xiang, Lai Wang, Bing Ling and other super gods were all in disbelief. Although they knew that Shiyu was very strong, wasn't he in the 13th heaven? What was going on now? Kong, Lin and others were all stunned. This was too strong. With one punch, countless competitors and their guardians exploded in the starry sky. In a flash, the silent starry sky was basically filled with only those competitors, spectators, and even some super strong people hidden in the dark who did not attack or have murderous intentions towards Shiyu. Under the shadow of the 18th heaven, Shiyu stood on the purple star. The origin of transcendence was still there, and no one could take it away. 11 fell beside Shiyu and roared at the starry sky. Even though 11 looked cute, at this moment, no matter who it was, they could not look directly at this black and white bear. Their eyes were full of shock. Even those who were at the high level of transcendence had their hearts jump suddenly at this moment, shocked by 11's punch. This guy, at the critical moment, the meteorite super god who saved the perfect experiment of the Dark King Legion, also showed an unbelievable expression. Is this a god level? I told you, don't fight with me, Shiyu said calmly. This transcendent origin must belong to me. If anyone still can't let it go, just come, whether it's an epic genius, a super god, or even a super god at the peak, but before you make a move, please be prepared to be killed. After Shiyu finished speaking, countless people were sweating coldly, their eyes were incredible. They took a deep breath, looking at Shiyu's 18th heaven phantom, looking at countless epic gods turned to ashes, as if they had encountered some horrible incident. 18th heaven, I still can't believe it, many strong men in the universe murmured. What kind of realm is this? Which can actually strengthen a god-level iron-eating beast to be able to kill a super god in seconds? This Shiyu, is he a cosmic reincarnation? 11's punch can be said to have shaken the entire transcendental divine domain. Countless strong men were immersed in the previous blow, and their hearts were greatly shocked. Especially Shiyu's acquaintances, who were originally worried about Shiyu, but now, there's only endless outrage in their hearts. No wonder he said we don't need to intervene. Lin Fen was already weak on the blue star. Is this a human? What happened? The inside of the blue star was well protected by the blue star, but this huge movement still attracted the attention of some strong men. The 5 super gods of the blue star suddenly woke up from their cultivation, looked at the starry sky, and felt a terrifying oppression above. 11's punch killed countless competitors at once. There might be several super god level ones. The 3 sources of transcendence, floating in the blood mist of the starry sky, are the best witness. The other surviving competitors were very close to these sources of transcendence, but they seemed to be frightened, trembling all over and not daring to move at all, and their faces were extremely pale. As soon as Shiyu's level was revealed, these people knew why the source of transcendence would directly choose Shiyu. They were extremely puzzled. How did this monster cultivate to this level? Does this level really exist? Being in the same era as Shiyu may be their greatest sorrow. What many creatures on Blue Star have experienced, the strong in the universe finally experienced at this moment. At this moment, in the silence of the entire starry sky, Shiyu stretched out his hand, and the 3 floating sources of transcendence also flew towards him. Although he had no use for these things, he could keep them for Emperor Wu and others, so that he could gather 5 Blue Star super gods. At the moment, it can be said that with just one blow, Shiyu scared all the competitors. No matter who the competitors of the same level were, they dared not gossip at this moment. If they still thought that Shiyu was not qualified to be recognized by the source of transcendence at this time, it would be too self-deception. So, is there anyone else who wants to compete? If not, I'll leave. After taking the 3 sources of transcendence that exploded, Shiyu said. At this moment, all the competitors of the same level were silent. Lumo, the 13th heaven of the universe, was trembling and hiding in a corner of the universe. Fortunately, he had listened to the advice of the elders in the clan and did not follow the big wave at the first time. Otherwise, he would have been the ashes of the universe. All the epic gods present were geniuses among geniuses, and they were very proud. However, facing Shiyu's 18th heaven, they could not show any pride at all. They just felt that they were just an ant compared to the young man in front of them. Some geniuses who originally believed in fighting for the source of transcendence at the cost of their lives have now forgotten their initial promises and just want to leave here quickly. Now, everyone understands that there is no one in the same level who is qualified to compete with Shiyu. Even among the super god level, there are probably very few who are qualified to compete with Shiyu. Some super gods who originally had some ideas are now hiding in the void, gasping for air, and dare not act rashly, for fear of attracting the attention of this evil star, capture him alive, send him to a polluted land. Just when the super gods were immersed in Shiyu's outrageous level and combat power, the super god peak general of the Dark King Legion, one of the most capable generals under the Dark King, the king of the Meteorite clan, suddenly spoke from the depths of his blood. Lord Dark King. Hearing this voice, the king of the Meteorite tribe was shocked. He didn't expect that the Dark King was also paying attention to this transcendence battle, and he was particularly interested in Shiyu. The king of the Meteorite tribe immediately understood what the Dark King meant. This Shiyu, whose contract had the power to purify the star spirit, could not be kept at all. Now Shiyu, who has not yet become a super god, has already shown a combat power close to the peak of the super god. If Shiyu is allowed to integrate the source of transcendence of this quality, it will be terrible. The Dark King gave an order, and the king of the Meteorite tribe dared not disobey. Just when people thought that everyone was scared by Shiyu and dared not compete again, dozens of terrifying super god auras suddenly emerged slowly. The emergence of these auras startled some of the audience, knowing that the real show was about to begin. Although Shiyu was very strong, for this amazing opportunity, the super god strongmen still couldn't sit still. Under Shiyu's indifferent expression, many figures of polluted races appeared in the transcendental divine domain. They all exuded a terrifying aura, from the low level of transcendence to the high level of transcendence. Even the peak of the super god, there is one peak super god, 4 high-level super gods, 12 middle-level super gods, 20 low-level super gods, involving more than a dozen polluted races. Such a shocking scene is the first time many people have seen it. A full 37 super gods gathered together, and some viewers who thought that the most grand war in the universe just now began to tremble in their souls, not knowing whether it was excitement or fear. It's the super gods from the polluted land. I remember that Shiyu's contract has the purification of the star spirits. The people in the polluted land will definitely not let Shiyu live to inherit the source of transcendence. Oh my god, even the gem cats were tingling. This is simply a scene that you dare not imagine in a movie. How many super gods are gathered here at this time? There are also many members of the Environmental Protection Corps stationed here. They all showed shocked expressions. You know, in the previous huge invasion war, the Dark King Corps only had 10 super gods. But now, the sudden arrival of more than 30 super gods really made them feel like they were about to turn the world upside down. All members of the Environmental Protection Corps, listen to my order, protect Shiyu. At this time, the ice spirit god of the Environmental Protection Association saw so many super gods of the polluted land appearing, and his expression changed. He immediately made a decision to join the battle, with Shiyu as the core, to fight against the enemy. Although she knew that in this situation, let alone the Environmental Protection Corps, even if a super god came, She would not dare to say that he could protect Shiyu, but as a member of the Environmental Protection Corps, she could not let this source of transcendence fall into the hands of the polluted land. What a monster! However, the appearance of the pollution supergods was just the beginning. The next moment, dozens of supergods appeared, led by a supergod at the peak. This peak supergod is a handsome man with an elegant expression and manners, butterfly-like wings, and a pair of antennae on his head. His appearance changed the face of the purple ant-man, who was saved by a high-level supergod and was dying. The ninth son of the Zerg Queen is also one of the few heirs who have evolved successfully. He has the combat power of the peak supergod and is one of the strongest echelons of the Zerg mother nest. If I capture you and give you to my mother, she will be very happy. The butterfly man looked at Shiyu and said something that made the king of the meteorite tribe look unfriendly. It knew that the Zerg tribe, who likes to collect excellent genes, would not let Shiyu go. At present, although Shiyu's value is not as great as that of the transcendent origin, it is not much inferior. If the Zerg Queen can eat Shiyu, who knows how outrageous offspring can be born. It guessed that the Dark King wanted to capture Shiyu alive and also hoped to transform Shiyu into a polluted race to explore Shiyu's secrets. From the moment Shiyu exposed the 18th heaven, in addition to the origin of transcendence, many forces have one more competitor, that is Shiyu himself. After that, dozens of supergods emerged one after another. In a blink of an eye, nearly 1/10 of the supergod life in this universe and starry sky appeared, making the oppressive atmosphere of the transcendental realm reach an extreme. Many of them have a strong desire to kill Shiyu. Just now, Shiyu killed a bunch of geniuses, and a large part of the guardian supergods behind the geniuses did not have time to protect them, or even dare to protect them. Until now, seeing so many supergods appear, it seems that they want to kill Shiyu together. A bunch of supergods finally dared to come out. Don't remember, however, what people didn't expect was that Shiyu, the great demon king, still had no reaction when he saw so many supergods staring at him, but his tone became colder and colder. In that case, then leave them all. I wonder how many sources of transcendence you can explode. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661 The Seventh Universe Emperor. Silence. Deathly silence. No one expected that in this situation, Shiyu was not only not afraid, but also more arrogant. And in his behavior, he did not flinch at all. Even in the face of such pressure, Shiyu was still calm. People only saw that his terrifying shadow in the 18 heavens beast taming space was changing again. In addition to the iron-eating beast that had just descended, other pets emerged one after another. Many beast masters in the universe are very familiar with these pets. Roar, a green dragon leaped out of the beast taming space. At its size, a green worm was the finishing touch, driving the green dragon and emitting a terrifying epic-level divine power. People recognized that this was the freak who defeated the Azure Dragon supergod. He had obviously evolved the Azure Dragon route to the extreme, but gave up the Azure Dragon road and thus controlled the Azure Dragon. There was also a baby ginseng wearing a doctoral hat and a research suit. While adjusting his tie, he stepped out of the air. People were also familiar with it. This was Shiyu's first in the team competition, the Emperor of the Heaven. Following closely, the Red Sword Lady in black, with a small red bird on her shoulder, walked out with a fairy sword. The shocking sword intent enveloped the starry sky, and the red pupil also appeared. After the star sea elf Susu arrived, she immediately looked at the polluting races with a bad look, and the purification wave in her eyes was ready to go. The analysis is complete, we can destroy them all in one fell swoop. The mini battleship Lin, with its amazing computing power, analyzed the direction of the battle for Shiyu. Roar, duck, there are also the overlord of the earth, Zyadaji, the purifying demon duck, and all with eyes full of tyranny, looking at these guys who want to be enemies with him. The treasure-hunting white tiger dwarf cat, the combined black tortoise Zaya Elbing and the turtle. In an instant, 10 pets walked out of Shiyu's beast control space. This is not over yet. In addition to these familiar faces, this time, there is also a red giant ape, tearing through the space and descending. Seeing its appearance, many strong men in the direction of the Universe Overlord army showed surprised expressions. The cosmic beast Bulu, Shiyu actually contracted it as well. Is Shiyu crazy? Ha 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 ha, Bulu, finally came here, but this time, I'm not fighting for myself. Bulu stretched out his hand, took out a giant star stick that he had refined on the road, and waved it in the starry sky. All villains. It can be said that except for Ki, every pet of Shiyu has now appeared. They all exude the aura of the epic god. With more than a dozen epic gods, this outrageous scene appeared, and people finally knew why Shiyu, a beast, could reach the 18th heaven. Moreover, the aura of each of the more than a dozen epic gods around Shiyu is much stronger than the so-called strongest competitor of the transcendent origin before, and can be completely comparable to the super god level life of Transcendence 3. What's more terrifying is that at this time, Shiyu evenly distributes his power to these pets, and the power fluctuations become even more terrifying. Surprisingly, each of them is comparable to the combat power of the high-level Transcendence. How outrageous! Countless people have been shocked by Shiyu's luxurious lineup. With such a lineup, even if they fight against an enemy with a gap of 10 times, it seems that it is nothing. But unfortunately, there are still 2 super gods among the opponents, and this gap cannot be erased. Although Shiyu's domineering display shocked most of the super gods again, it was still not enough for the king of the Meteorite clan and the 9th son of the queen of the insects. That's it? Shameless. Although their eyes were moved, they still attacked at the same time. The first priority of the target was Shiyu. Facing the joint attack of the 2 super gods, the entire transcendental god realm was suppressed, and the power of time and space was reversed crazily. Even the strong men who had not reached the transcendental god realm could feel the terrible atmosphere here at this moment. It was like the end of the universe. This Shiyu, there is no guardian. At this moment, the 2 super gods attacked Shiyu, and many viewers were anxious. Although the Environmental Protection Corps led by Bing Ling wanted to assist Shiyu, there were too many hostile super gods and they could not insert into the main battlefield at all. It stands to reason that a genius like Shiyu should be protected by a super god at the peak, but until now, facing such a huge pressure, Shiyu has been resisting it alone. Some super gods who were originally afraid of Shiyu's contact with the universe overlord and the king of the world also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there is no relationship between the 2 sides. Buzz! The war is about to break out. It was okay before, but now, although Shiyu behaved very calmly, no matter how you look at it, facing so many super gods, facing the super strong men of the first echelon of the 2 universes, it is far from being a god level for him and those pets to fight. The time and space power attainments of the king of the Meteorite clan and the 9th son of the queen of the insects are also very powerful. When they attacked, they were also fighting secretly, all wanting to catch Shiyu and all his pets, and get the origin of transcendence. It seems that they don't take Shiyu, who is at the 18th level of the god level, seriously at all. And strangely, Shiyu doesn't seem to take the 2 super gods at the peak. Moreover, the pets summoned by Shiyu, including the iron-eating beast, don't seem to have any intention of attacking at all. For a moment, everyone was confused and thought that Shiyu was frightened by the 2 super gods. But the actual situation is that no one knows that at this moment, Shiyu's real trump card is not any of the pets he summoned just now, but the stars under their feet. When the 2 super gods took action, the white star wrapped in the purple star ring nebula under Shiyu suddenly opened its purple eyes and exuded endless, killing intent. With a boom, the cosmic power around it was compressed to the extreme, and it was promoted to the ranks of high-level planets, that is, the realm of super gods. The terrifying breath fluctuations broke out completely and shocked the star field. Originally, everyone didn't care about this star at all, but as this star suddenly broke through to the super god, people realized that this planet seemed to have an inexplicable connection with Shiyu. Shiyu, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao. Their power seemed to flow into this star continuously, allowing it to grow purple round hands and feet in the vast universe. It looked very much like a cartoon character that Shiyu had seen in his previous life, Kirby of the Star, but it was white and purple. At this time, after Xiao Zi of the Star was promoted and, through the Star contract, with the help of the power of the entire team, its combat power instantly reached an unprecedented level, surpassing the mecha that Shiyu and others had combined before. Under the blank gaze of the entire starry sky, under the gaze of the king of the Meteorite clan and the 9th son of the alien insect queen, its round arms flapped with a bang. Buzz! At this moment, Susu's body was shining, and tens of billions of star selves appeared in the star world in Xiao Zi's body. They used the star sea contract and the origin fluctuation together. This power swept out, directly causing the face of the distant ice spirit god to change, and he looked over here suddenly. I saw that the dazzling star sea fluctuations swept away, and the attacks of the king of the meteorite clan and the ninth son of the alien insect were instantly purified and annihilated. At the same time, the surging star sea fluctuations, like a tsunami, instantly swallowed everything at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. Boom! The face of the king of the meteorites changed drastically. He didn't understand what was going on at all. He felt that he had suffered a terrible blow, even dozens of times greater than the pressure of the ice spirit he faced from the Environmental Protection Corps. No, in just a moment, it felt that its life traces were being purified and consumed. In addition to it, the polluted creatures that descended were also quickly swallowed by the original purification fluctuations that brewed the power of Shiyu's entire team. This terrible power made them unable to react at all. Without the peak power of the super god, they could be said to have turned into nothingness in an instant after contact. Dozens of shrill screams resounded through the starry sky, shocking people's hearts and making everyone shudder. The dazzling light of the starry sea fell, and there were no more shadows of so many abyss super gods. Only the source of transcendence in the sky remained, and all the polluted breath was purified. The terrifying thing was that even the figure of the king of the meteorites, who was at the peak of the super god, disappeared without a trace at this moment. At this moment, in the polluted land, a terrifying figure suddenly opened his eyes and was about to make a move, but the next moment, a terrifying wave of telekinesis enveloped the entire polluted land, covering 1/5 of the universe, causing the dark figure's face to change. The perspective returned to the cosmic sea. The ninth son of the alien insect queen, who was not a polluting creature, escaped, but was severely injured and not killed. The same was true for other super gods. However, their current state was not much better. The ninth son of the queen dragged his broken body, as one of the main targets of the attack just now. It was in a miserable state at this time, wailing in pain for the soul, mind, spirit, and body, tearing and shouting, looking at the little purple of the star in disbelief. Who are you? Impossible. Xiao Zi killed dozens of super gods with one strike, including a peak super god and several high-level super gods. Xiao Zi's clap just now had a demeanor of the universe, which could destroy everything in the world. If the super gods who died just now could still have ideas, they would definitely not believe that they were killed in such an instant. Obviously, there were peak super gods leading the charge. Why did they die so miserably? A clap of hands purified dozens of super gods. There are no words to describe the horror of this scene. Those super gods who were not the main purification targets but were only affected, just recalling the scene of countless super gods being purified into nothingness around them, began to have extremely strong psychological shadows, just like having a nightmare, and the scene just now kept appearing in their minds. No one expected that Shiyu was still so calm in the face of so many super gods. As the ninth son of the alien insect queen asked, many people looked at Xiao Zi in shock, looking at this strange star. No one expected that the god-level star that was ignored from the beginning would suddenly burst out with such terrifying strength. Xiao Zi of the star, Shiyu's 10th pet, enemy, die. Xiao Zi of the star's voice resounded in the starry sky, making people feel incredible. The ninth son of the insect queen showed an absurd expression. What a joke, you told me that a super god planet is a pet of a god-level beastmaster. Before it could analyze whether this outrageous statement was true or false, Xiao Zi's star ring suddenly disappeared, and the yin and yang colors emerged inside, like a rotating Tai Chi diagram. The yin and yang millstone that swallowed everything, leaped away, and enveloped the ninth son of the insect queen. Its interior was black and white, one yin and one yang, one light and one dark, filled with two-color lightning, blending, transforming, and colliding with each other. Mysterious, everything around seemed to have turned into chaos, the balance was broken, and it was wiped out. Feeling the threat of death, the pupils of the ninth son of the Zerg Queen shrank, and he had already retreated. The outrageous degree of Shiyu had exceeded his imagination. He could now confirm that there was definitely a cosmic level behind Shiyu, otherwise this guy could not be so outrageous. However, when he woke up, it was too late. Xiao Zi used the power of the whole team to perform the yin-yang millstone based on the power of 11, which even wiped out time and space, making it impossible for the ninth son of the Zerg Queen to escape through the power of time and space. He could only try his best to resist this cosmic millstone. However, with this power, how could he resist a yin-yang millstone that integrated the power of the whole team, especially at this time, when Shiyu's pupils were swirling with black and white, and he used the power of the previous era to exert the power of Tai Chi with all his strength? The power of the yin-yang millstone had been strengthened to the extreme. Shiyu believed that even the black-clothed queen at the time would not be able to block this move easily. Moreover, these peak super gods are one level lower than the sun god general, not to mention the queen in black. Under the screams of the ninth son of the insect queen, the traces of its existence were quickly wiped out by the yin-yang millstone. At this moment, the super gods that appeared around were also frightened like the previous competitors. No one expected that Shiyu was so terrifying that he could destroy even the peak super gods. God level? They deeply regretted their actions. Spare me. I quit, I surrender, don't kill me. Shiyu's killing was far from stopping. The terrifying yin-yang millstone wiped out the super gods' peak alien insects and turned into countless halos in an instant, flying towards each of the super gods that appeared. Under their horrified expressions, it attacked like a meat grinder. In the halo, figures appeared one after another: 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chidan, Su Su, Lin. Xiaozi's power projection was attached to them, allowing their combat power to increase again, and at this time, they started the final battle for Shiyu. It's too late, Shiyu said lightly. As he spoke, many super gods were wiped out into blood mist and exploded in the starry sky. 11 punched a giant beast, Chong Chong roared and shattered a super god insect, Shen Bao Bao's fruit was like a star exploding and swallowing everything, Chi Tong's sword array trapped and killed countless powerful enemies, and there was a warship wrapped in a terrifying starry sky storm, swallowing it. Roar, duck, even the pets of the second team slaughtered the super gods like chickens at this moment. The picture was so beautiful that the starry sky was stained with blood. Many viewers were almost fainted when they saw this scene. Some young competitors, because of the strong shadow in their hearts, vomited a lot of filth with a vomit and collapsed. Tingyu of the Universe Overlord Corps thought that he had to challenge Shiyu before, and he had already fainted. Not much time had passed. The hundreds of super gods who appeared just now all fell in the starry sky. Nearly 1/10 of the super gods all died in this area, just because they wanted to intervene in the competition for the origin of transcendence. The one who killed them was just a terrifying human youth who had not even reached the super god level, but had created countless miracles, such as the 18th level of the god level and the super god contract. At this time, the first batch of enemies were killed, and Shiyu was tired, but his expression was still calm. To be honest, their entire team had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, the power of the Star Sea made up for some of the consumption. There were many polluted races, otherwise it would be really laborious. He didn't know if there would be a super god peak, or if there would be a second batch of super gods of this number, but no matter what, they couldn't retreat at this time. Anything else? Shiyu stood in the starry sky, and his pets also surrounded him, looking at the entire universe. Facing Shiyu's words, everyone was silent, even the gem cat, the foreseeable owl, the two-to tribe leader and other people, all looked at Shiyu on the star's little purple in silence. The old observer who had always regarded the battle of transcending the origin as fun, this fight was the only time he didn't laugh. No, if a wry smile counted, then he did smile wryly. What a joke, with a god-level posture, he created a miracle that has never happened in countless eras. Killed hundreds of super gods in one fell swoop, and killed nearly 1/10 of the super gods in the universe. If you don't know, you would think that some cosmic level strongman was idle and wanted to kill. Who dares to have the idea of competing? Those geniuses of the same level will probably live in the shadow of Shiyu for hundreds of millions of years. Countless super gods will probably be frightened by the battle for transcendence for hundreds of millions of years. After all, Shiyu's record is too terrifying. The ultimate starry sky battlefield was indeed named correctly. Old man, I made a mistake. I don't know if it's too late to add icing on the cake, the observer murmured. He knew that now was not the time when Shiyu needed him the most. Shiyu probably needed his help when he was breaking through. When refining and breaking through, he could not be disturbed by the outside world, and his combat power could not be fully exerted. If he broke through on the mother planet, at that time, there would be a second and third batch of enemies to kill him. There must be many guardians to ensure that the breakthrough is not disturbed and foolproof. In fact, this is what Shiyu is most worried about. Therefore, He must kill all the races in the starry sky battlefield, and make them terrified, so that they dare not have the slightest covetousness for him in the future. In fact, it is proved that Shiyu has initially done it. The entire starry sky silent. The two super gods of the universe overlord army wanted to intervene at first. The kings and others also coveted the source of transcendence, but seeing Shiyu's performance, they were silent. Considering that Shiyu had contacted the universe overlord, it was difficult for them not to associate Shiyu with the universe overlord, and they gave up the competition. In this case, let's all disperse. Shiyu did not feel much strong killing intent at this time. My name is Shiyu. From now on, I am a super god. Shiyu waved his hand, and dozens of sources of transcendence floated behind him, reflecting the starry sky. Countless eyes gathered in the entire universe. At this moment, even the super gods were convinced by a freak like Shiyu, and were shocked by Shiyu's talent and strength. Many forces looked at the dozens of transcendent sources behind Shiyu with their eyes popping out. Who could have thought that one day, a god-level genius would be able to hunt down hundreds of super gods? Even the monster on King Kai's planet, who had hunted down several super gods at the level of an epic god and was now at the peak of a super god, seemed nothing compared to Shiyu. Ha, ha ha ha. At this time, seeing that no one dared to stand up, the old observer forced himself to laugh, and his laughter resounded through the starry sky. The seventh universe emperor is about to be born. Chapter 662 Goodbye Queen. What happened in the transcendent divine realm spread throughout the universe at an extremely fast speed. If it was a previous battle for the source of transcendence, there would definitely not be such a big commotion. This time, hundreds of super gods died. In the past, only a dozen or so died. These super gods, if they were on King Kai, would be the masters of the top realms. If they were on the Behemoth Empire, they would be the masters of a star field. If they were on the insect nest, they would be the noble cosmic aristocrats. If they were on the universe overlord core, they would be the kings of warlords who were famous in the starry sky. How could such a being not cause a sensation in the universe and shake the entire starry sky if more than 100 of them died? They were so closely connected to their own forces that they were known as soon as they fell. Members of countless forces searched with pale faces, but they could no longer find any traces of their own super gods. They really disappeared in this universe. Just because of this, countless forces were frantically trying to find out what happened in the transcendent divine realm. On King Kai, some demigods and gods did not even dare to get involved in the transcendent divine realm. They did not even have the courage to watch the battle, and could only wait for first-hand news on King Kai. When a hot search rushed to the K1 Star Network, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The birth of a new universe emperor, the most tragic battle for the source of transcendence in history. The author said that the source of transcendence bred by the universe this time is the strongest in this era. It not only attracted hundreds of geniuses with the fighting power of the era gods, but also brought down tens of thousands of super gods in the universe. Among them, there are many super god peak lives under the throne of the universe, which can be called the strongest fighting power. For example, the king of the Meteorite clan, the first Meteorite clan life created by the Dark King, the source of all gold pollution, and the most evil Dark Gold Master in the world. For example, the ninth son of the Universe Emperor, the queen of alien insects, is also one of the heirs with the best talent and potential, and the most noble bloodline, the super god peak of the great universe Saint King Butterfly. However, in such a terrifying void background, there was a god-level move that shocked the battlefield, which made many super gods have to admire it. The mysterious old man observer who has lived for hundreds of millions of years called him the seventh universe emperor in the future. This person, named Shiyu, is a famous super genius in the universe. He did not experience any struggles, but directly obtained the recognition of the universe's will and the origin of transcendence, which caused dissatisfaction among many geniuses and strong men. In an instant, he became the target of attack by all competitors. However, he broke the miracle of the era with a god-level 18-layer realm, and sent his iron-eating beasts to kill hundreds of era gods and the super god guardians behind them with one punch. According to people at the scene, at this time, Shiyu had gathered 12 era god-level pets, and even crossed the level to contract a super god planet life, and controlled the super god with a god-level body. His strength did not stop there at all. He was not even afraid of the risk of offending the Emperor of the universe. With his outrageous combat power, he killed the Dark King creation, the king of the Meteorite clan, the son of the queen, the great universe sent King Butterfly, who also wanted to hinder him, and blasted the two super gods to ashes. Afterwards, his powerful pets, one by one, crossed time and space to jointly suppress and kill hundreds of super gods who attacked him, making dozens of phantoms of the source of transcendence shine throughout the entire transcendental divine domain. This battle for the source of transcendence can be said to be a victory for Shiyu alone, and it is the stage for him to become the king. Although he has not yet become a super god, some people have begun to call him the seventh throne of the universe. This is the recognition of Shiyu's terrifying strength by the strong people on the scene, and their fear of his heaven-defying achievements. On King Kai's planet, from the Sun God General and other super god peak strongmen who were ordered by King Kai not to participate in the battle for the source of transcendence, to the Donghuang realm, the queen of the elf of the garden, the seven island Valkyries, the founder of the divine Winzi, the legend of the sea tyrant, these old strongmen of the Blue Star, all held electronic newspapers and stood silently under the starry sky. I knew it, woohoo, take off. Ho-ha-ho-ha, the little white dragon that was imprisoned in the suspended realm by Lin Fen flew out excitedly. It said what it said at the beginning, that brother Shiyu would definitely become a cosmic-level strongman in the future. Even some people who were familiar with Shiyu, such as Khan and Minggu, looked ridiculous, which was even more outrageous than seeing Shiyu kill the four holy super gods. He did it, in the King Kai planet. The King Kais will always watch the transcendental realm. Shiyu's performance was beyond her expectations. He was worthy of being the person favored by the superpower queen, a traverser from the last era. However, she thought that the title of the seventh universe emperor was a little early for Shiyu. In the alien insect mother nest, with the death of many super god lives that could be called the queen's offspring, many super god alien insects that stayed here all knelt down under the mother nest trembling, waiting for the queen's anger. But to their surprise, after a long time, the alien insect queen did not show any reaction at all. Until the end, she left the next sentence. I have seen the future. Shiyu will come to the Zerg mother nest. When the time comes, let us give him the warmest welcome. In the Overlord territory, the universe Overlord Sabosi was on the Overlord throne, tapping the throne with his fingers at a very fast speed. Every time he tapped, a galaxy was destroyed. King Kai, is this what you want to do and what she has changed her mind about? Interesting. Then I will wait and see if this human who once met her and came from the same mother planet as her can come under my throne. The Dark King, the Zerg Queen, the Beast King, the King Kai, the Universe Overlord, these super strong men standing on the throne of the universe, all focused their attention on Shiyu for the first time. Shiyu was finally noticed by these strongest creatures in the universe, which means that he has completely entered the ranks of the strong. Of course, for most people, all this is still too dreamy and dreamlike. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The five super gods of the Blue Star Protoss who had already flown out of the Blue Star were completely stunned. Who'll tell them what happened? Why are there dozens of transcendental sources around Shiyu when he wakes up from seclusion? Filming a movie? The war is not over yet, however, although Shiyu has already stepped into the super god realm, many strong people in the super god realm understand that the war is not over yet. As long as Shiyu fails to successfully fuse the source of transcendence, the battle will continue. Maybe everyone is afraid of Shiyu's strength and dare not act rashly. However, when Shiyu begins to refine the source of transcendence and begins to fuse, no one may be willing to see Shiyu successfully fuse. They will definitely interfere with Shiyu from the outside during the fusion process, a process where they cannot fight. At this time, Shiyu is the most powerless. Shiyu killed so many super gods in an instant. Is it terrifying? It is very terrifying, but such a move can be regarded as a slap in the face of the Dark King Legion and the Zerg Mother Nest. The two cosmic thrones are hostile forces to the universe, especially the Dark King Legion, which regards the purification of the star spirit as a thorn in their eyes. Even if no one dares to touch Shiyu now, what will happen next? Moreover, now Shiyu can be said to be the richest person under the Emperor of the universe. With so many sources of transcendence, any force would be jealous. Unless Shiyu can get the protection of the universe, or at least the protection of two super gods, otherwise, without a strong enough protector, Shiyu's road to super god is still not easy. Sir Shiyu, just as Shiyu returned to Blue Star in a chic manner, the familiar and unfamiliar super strong observer appeared in front of Shiyu and said, "Congratulations. Congratulations." The old man smiled and said, "It's a small gift, not a respect. He actually gave Shiyu a pile of super god stones that he had set up as a stall before as a gift. Shiyu saw the old man and said happily, "Is this a reward for you to watch for fun? What are you talking about?" The observer said, "This battle of transcendence is simply an epic that is enough to be recorded in the history books and a good story that is enough to be passed down for several eras. How can it be fun? Next, please let me, an old man, protect your excellency's breakthrough." "What?" The observer showed up and said that he would protect Shiyu's breakthrough. The whole starry sky was suddenly in an uproar. But it was also true that this old man always liked to meddle in other people's business. No one knew what he was going to do. No need. Just when the observer wanted to protect Shiyu's breakthrough, a female voice came from the void. Then, the pressure of the galaxy shook the starry sky. Her momentum was several times stronger than the king of the meteorite tribe before, and several times stronger than the son of the queen before. Even more terrifying than Xiaozi, who had just absorbed the power of Shiyu's entire team and briefly had enough combat power to suppress the peak of the super god. Her aura looked even more terrifying. Her arrival moved the observer, the Emperor of Time, the Will of Blue Star, and others, and even changed the faces of some peak super gods who did not take action. Such as the Western General. Just like the same demigods, there are also strong and weak. The same epic gods, there are also strong and weak. There are also some gaps between the peak super gods. At the moment, the mysterious strong man who came, her strength almost made everyone breathless. In the galaxy, on the edge of the blue star, a figure with a human body and a snake tail slowly appeared. People could only see her outline, but could not see her face clearly, but they could feel the terrifying power fluctuations on her body. Who is it? Nuwa. Many people in the universe did not know Nuwa, the mysterious ancient strongman hundreds of millions of years ago, but on the blue star side, Gemcat, Owl, Lin Feng, Sky Emperor, Time Emperor and others were all shocked when they saw her. Did Shiyu say that Nuwa failed to break through the universe level, and the backlash was serious? It was very difficult for the main body to wake up, and the consequences were very serious? What's going on? Nuwa completely solved the backlash of the breakthrough? At this time, the entire transcendent divine realm was shocked by the powerful power fluctuations of this mysterious super god who suddenly appeared. When the two super gods, the Western General and the Northern General, saw the figure of Nuwa, they vaguely thought of something and were shocked. Could it be that that person, the one who challenged the Lord of the Universe and successfully defeated the Lord of the Universe who had successfully defeated the 1% of the power, and who had been in charge of the Lord of the Universe for a period of time, has disappeared? After the arrival of the goddess of Wa, she said, "Next, I will protect him from breaking through. Those who hinder him will be killed without mercy." Her words made some strong men who were planning to use some tricks behind the scenes look extremely pale. What a joke. As expected, they knew that a freak like Shiyu could not have no guardian. This guy's power feels stronger than that of Shiyu's entire team combined. Where did this come from? Ha, ha ha. At this time, the old observer's mouth twitched, feeling the powerful breath of the goddess of Wa, and his face was depressed. Shiyu, this kid, has such a strong guardian, so he shouldn't have teased this old man in the first place. Goddess of Wa, you are out of retreat. At this time, in the starry sky, Shiyu was very happy. Great. Although he didn't know what was going on, Hua Shen had awakened, and he also had the source of transcendence. He also became a god immediately. The Emperor of Time, the Emperor of Space, Lin Feng, and he were only one short of the key to open the ruins of the Earth era. Hua Shen looked at Shiyu, and everything was self-evident. She was not suitable to come out of retreat now, and there would still be risks, but, thinking of the mysterious cosmic level who passed by her sleeping place and helped her relieve her injuries, Hua Shen understood that all of this should be the other party's masterpiece. Not only was the birth of this source of transcendence the other party's masterpiece, but the purpose of her cosmic injury being healed was also the other party's hope that she would protect Shiyu's breakthrough. As for why the other party was so strong but didn't come by himself, Hua Shen didn't understand. Anyway, thank you, Goddess Hua, Shiyu said. Let's break through first, and we'll talk about the rest after the breakthrough is completed. Hua Shen said. At this moment, the whole starry sky knew that unless the cosmic level took action, it would be impossible for anyone to limit Shiyu's breakthrough. Next, with the protection of the goddess Hua, Shiyu followed the will of Blue Star and others and returned to Blue Star to prepare for refining and breakthrough. This kind of thing should not be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the more likely it is to change. If everything goes well, it won't take long. Therefore, after Shiyu arrived on Blue Star, he explained to everyone and quickly immersed himself in the breakthrough environment specially created by the will of Blue Star for Shiyu. He took out the transcendent origin and prepared to fuse it. Shiyu's pets looked at the dazzling transcendent origin with expectation and felt its strong temptation. This is an opportunity for one person to break through and the whole team to ascend to heaven. I don't know what realm this transcendent origin can elevate Shiyu to, and what realm it can elevate them to. Then I'll start. However, just when Shiyu was about to refine and fuse, something strange happened. The time and space of the entire Blue Star seemed to have stopped. Except for Shiyu and his pets. Shiyu instantly felt that every blade of grass, every stone and every speck of dust around him had lost their breath and stopped being washed by time. Shiyu's face changed. There are not many people who can do this. Emperor Shi, Blue Star will, and Wagad may be able to do it, but they can't do it at this moment. We meet again, then, with the appearance of a human figure. Shiyu's team was silent, and Ki was even more like facing a great enemy. It was indeed Super Queen. No, you are the Super Queen, or Lily. Lin looked at the noble woman in black queen clothes in front of him, who retained the appearance of the Super Queen, but her hair turned white like Lily, with a solemn face. Although I know that the queen may have changed some ideas, the priority of the consciousness in the queen's body is still very important. At this time, the Super Queen's red eyes looked at Shiyu quietly and said, "It doesn't matter. The queen is me, and Lily is also me. We are originally one, and now we are just remerged. Then how should I call you now?" Shiyu said. "You can do whatever you want," she said. "Super Lily Queen," Shiyu said. The other party was silent. "You can just call me Queen," the Super Queen added silently. Lindsay was also blushing beside him. "Is this what fusion means? The body has merged? It's merged even if you didn't call your name." His own Beastmaster is really bad at naming. He really doesn't forget his original intention. "Anyway, thank you for your transcendent origin," Shiyu said. "I will work hard to become a universe-level Beastmaster, and then become an eternal universe maintainer, contract the entire universe, and then help you, help us travel through time and space back to the last era." "I hope so," the Super Queen said. Wait a minute, at this time, Shiyu was suddenly shocked to find that his original pet contract that had disappeared was back with the Super Queen appearing beside him. Although this contract was extremely dim, he could not feel the slightest connection with the Super Queen through the contract, but it was not broken, and it did not disappear. It just disappeared in a special way before. Now, it is still in his spiritual sea. At this moment, Shiyu was shocked. "What's going on? Why, our contract is still there?" Shiyu asked. The Super Queen looked at Shiyu and said, "Isn't this good? Or do you think that besides me, you still have hope to sign contracts with other cosmic levels and let them help you break through the cosmic level?" Shiyu said, "You mean, when I reach the peak of the Super God, you will help me break through the cosmic level?" The Super Queen said, "The ordinary Super God peak is not enough. You must at least reach 10 times the strength of the black-haired Super Queen when she fought with you before, in order to have the hope of bearing the real load of the contracted cosmic level. Even if you don't have a certain strength foundation, the feedback power obtained from the contracted cosmic level alone is enough to burst your body." Shiyu said, 10 times, "I know this is difficult, but I will help you again and bring your other transcendent sources," the Super Queen said. Next, the Super Queen took away the dozens of transcendent sources that Shiyu exploded under Shiyu's eager eyes, leaving only the transcendent origin. Through the cultivation system of the last era, you can use the pseudo-transcendent source and the real source of transcendence to strengthen your physical strength, mental strength, and soul strength. With your breakthrough, if you use the pseudo-transcendent source to strengthen, no one should be able to support the resources needed. In this case, I will help you transform these real sources of transcendence into strengthening resources that are suitable for absorption. Can you do it? Shiyu said. The super god level of this era can only absorb one source of transcendence. Through the cultivation system of the last era, he can absorb multiple sources of transcendence? Well, but it may be difficult to do it with my own strength. I still need to borrow another cosmic level power, she said. Of course, it's not the cosmic level itself, as long as the power derived from it will be fine. What do you mean? Shiyu said. The Super Queen said, Lend me the cat girl from before. I need her power of praying to optimize these sources of transcendence, remove their impurities, and change their properties. Teacher Ying, Shiyu was extremely surprised. Surprisingly, even the cosmic level transformation of the source of transcendence also requires the power of praying to the stars. This is also a good thing for her. During this process, I will use some external forces to improve her strength. She only needs to endure a certain amount of pain to quickly improve her realm, the Super Queen said. Finally, the Super Queen said, although I have helped you a lot, you should not be too happy too early. Even if you become a cosmic level, it is far from 1/10 of the conditions of the contract universe. You have a more important thing to do, Shiyu said. I almost know what it is. It should be to cultivate them. Shiyu looked at 11, Chong, Shinbei and others beside him. With my own strength, even if I reach the cosmic level, whether I can defeat a cosmic emperor alone is still one thing, not to mention the contracted universe. But, if I train 11, Chong, Shinbei, Chidan, and these pets to the cosmic level, they feed back their own powerful power to me, then I can be called the strongest cosmic level. And thus have the qualifications to contract the universes will and be able to bear the load brought by the contracted universe. After Shiyu finished speaking, 11 and others nodded frantically, and everything could be handed over to them. That's right, just becoming a cosmic level beastmaster does not count as reaching the threshold of the contracted universe. If the universe maintainer is so easy, the previous epochs would not have been destroyed, the Queen said. Besides that, even if you want to bear my power and reach the cosmic level, in addition to these resources, they must at least have the power of the peak of the super god. Note that it is not that you have the power of the peak of the super god after strengthening, but that you have the power to match the peak of the super god by relying on your own strength. In other words, after I break through to the super god level, I will start to find the cosmic level path for each pet. Right, Shiyu said. You can say that, although you can wait until you reach the cosmic level before finding the cosmic level path for them. It should be easier, but if you are willing to explore in advance, there is no harm. After all, if you want to contract the universe, I conservatively estimate that you need to contract at least 4 cosmic levels. And why is it that only this time Elf is still weaker than other pets? At this time, the Queen noticed Ki and felt that only Ki was not the epic god. What did you say? I am not weak. Ki was upset enough because you did not participate in the battle for the source of transcendence. At this time, he was stimulated by the Queen and immediately quit. It's useless, so let's make soup with it, said the Queen. Shiyu, look at her. Damn, she always bullies me. Sooner or later, you will travel through time and space and ask for it from me. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered again, and his determination was suddenly sublimated under the stimulation of the Queen. On the other side, the gem cat was still sighing and thinking about how to sell the source of transcendence for Shiyu, but joy turned to sorrow. Suddenly, she was horrified and grabbed out of Blue Star by an invisible telekinetic hand. Blue Star Mother, save me. Nuwa, save me. Who? Do you know who I am? I am the teacher of Shiyu. Shiyu, save me. The gem cat was attacked by the enemy and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The person who helped you break through to the peak of the super god, said an unknown female voice. Meow, the gem cat was stunned. What, did she hear it right? There is such a good thing? Chapter 663 Super God Shiyu. Blue Star. After the Super Lily Queen left, Shiyu once again put aside all distractions and planned to start refining the origin of transcendence. What a pity. Before refining, Shiyu felt a pity. Because whether it was Xiaozi's breakthrough to the super god or Ki's breakthrough to the epic god, although both brought certain feedback, they did not allow him to break through to the 19th heaven. After Xiaozi's breakthrough, Shiyu felt that he and this universe were even closer. It was far from the mutual exclusion before. And after Ki's breakthrough, Shiyu felt that his perception of time and space was even more mysterious. At this time, you can even adjust the flow rate of time and space in the beast control space at will. In this way, let all pets dream for 100 years. 1. The power of time and space. 2. Perfect foundation. 3. Racial talent. Shiyu stretched out his hand and touched the origin of transcendence. With his time and space pets, plus his archaeological talent, and the identity of a person who traveled through time and space, he believed that the cultivation of the power of time and space would not be difficult for him. The perfect foundation will also be given by the perfect transcendent origin, accelerated by the super-powerful Lily Queen. At this moment, Shiyu is on a cosmic road that few human beast masters can match. Buzz! When Shiyu touched it, the transcendent origin began to emit a radiance that enveloped everything, not only Shiyu, but also all of Shiyu's pets. The dazzling radiance was like a huge cocoon, turning into a wide universe, to hatch Shiyu and others again. During the refining process, Shiyu and his pets felt like they were back in their mother's belly, especially warm, and the closest to the origin of the universe. Here, Shiyu felt that his 18-layer space began to melt, and instead, a small universe began to breed in his spiritual sea. This small universe is like a star field, with many stars floating inside, and the attributes of each star perfectly correspond to the attributes of the pets. Compared with the previous habitat, they seem to be about to become the masters of the stars and can grow better here. This vision Shiyu murmured in his heart, because according to his understanding, after other super gods broke through, the beast control space did not undergo such changes. Although no matter how many layers of cultivation, the beast control space will melt and evolve into a small universe star field, but it has never been heard that so many stars will be derived. Under normal circumstances, normal beast masters only evolve a continent in this universe. This vast starry sky continent will become a new habitat for pets. In addition to the Sun of Transcendence, there will be no other stars. This Sun of Transcendence is also the power that beast masters and pets will practice next. But this situation was broken for the first time here in Shiyu. Each of his pets, except Xiaozi, has a star of its own. Shiyu doesn't know whether this is related to himself, or to the fact that they have all refined a star weapon, or to Xiaozi's breakthrough to the super god. However, in the dark, the experience sent back by the pets made Shiyu sure that this was not a bad thing. The comfortable feeling of each pet, nurtured in the stars, shows that these places are very beneficial to them. In my body, a true universe with stars has been bred, which other beast masters do not have. What is the difference between my current situation and becoming the will of the universe? There is the universe and stars in my body, and there are lives on the stars perhaps. This is also a crucial prerequisite for becoming the maintainer of the universe. Only beast masters with cosmic qualifications will experience such changes. Shiyu no longer struggled and continued to refine the source of transcendence. As he refined, the beast control space changed, and then his beast control talents changed one by one. At this moment, Shiyu actually felt that the coverage of telepathy immediately covered a galaxy. If it was between himself and his pet, even if there was a star field between them, he could feel the other state. This was just the beginning, and everything was still slowly improving. Time enhancement, space enhancement, body control, fusion, repair, and other talents all transcended qualitative changes at this moment, especially the moment when the time and space talent broke through. Shiyu felt that the whole person had been sublimated, and there was a feeling that if he continued to improve, he would be the only one in the world sooner or later. Of course, these were not enough to cause Shiyu's inner turmoil. What he cares about is the change of his skill atlas, which is the root of everything. After breaking through the god level, his skill atlas has the function of plundering the origin of transcendence. Although it seems not very useful now, it at least ensures that no matter how many pets are contracted, there is also the source of transcendence, which can be regarded as a function to assist in breaking through to the super god level. After breaking through the super god, will the skill atlas have the function of assisting in breaking through to the universe level? Or in other words, after the superb skills, can new point-adding functions be opened? In Shiyu's endless expectations, he paid attention for a long time, but it seems that the upgrade of the skill atlas is much slower than that of other talents. Wait for the refining to be completed. Shiyu also knew that he couldn't be impatient, so he could only continue to refine with peace of mind until a round of transcendental sun floated in the body of every life such as Shiyu, 11, and Chong Chong. At this moment, Shiyu further felt that he was reborn, and the starfield space was directly illuminated by the transcendental sun. He finally reached the realm of Super God 1 and Transcendence once in the traditional sense. Of course, for Shiyu, this realm brought him an improvement that was almost several times that of other people. You know, before the breakthrough, his body had a combat power beyond the high stage. How could it be possible that the more he broke through, the weaker he would become? The promotion is far from stopping. However, the most obvious one is not Shiyu, but the 11th pet. Standing on a golden star, 11 felt his blood boiling, as if a sun exploded in his body. Fatally, 11 felt millions of bloods of the same origin crying for food. Its blood resonated directly with these bloods of the same origin. 11 was stunned and tried it. Just such a subtle change caused a violent turbulence on Blue Star. Today, the status of the iron-eating beast in Blue Star in Donghuang is extraordinary. It is not only the national treasure of Donghuang, but also the star treasure of Blue Star. After continuous reproduction, their number has also grown from a few thousand in the entire Donghuang at the beginning to millions. Pingcheng, Zheshi Martial Arts Hall. Although the owner of Zheshi Martial Arts School, Zheshi legend, Lin Hongnian, had already held many higher positions and even managed several iron-eating beast corps, he still did not give up this small martial arts school and still trained local beast masters and iron-eating beasts in Pingcheng. Whenever he had free time, he would come back here to rest and see the changes in his hometown. In the martial arts training ground, Lin Hongnian and an iron-eating beast stood on a high place, watching a group of immature boys and girls and a group of small iron-eating beast cubs in hard training, and could not help but feel relieved. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. In the martial arts training ground, the awakened small iron-eating beasts were stunned in place, and then looked up to the sky and cried loudly, and their blood boiled, which made them very surprised. What happened next was so shocking that even Lin Hongnian, an expert on iron-eating beasts, widened his eyes. Boom! A faint golden ripple began to appear on the iron-eating beasts, as if the blood of the gods had awakened, and their aura increased greatly. Not only them, but also the iron-eating beasts beside Lin Hongnian, felt the resonance of blood power, as if some supreme being had given them a favor. Why, in the Zheshi Martial Arts Hall, apprentices were quite surprised at the changes in their pets. This situation, Lin Hongnian was sure that he had encountered it before. It was when Blue Star was promoted to a high-level planet. All life on Blue Star was blessed and blessed, and their strength improved. So now, the blood power of a group of iron-eating beasts was boiling, suddenly improving, and even contacting the blood of God. Could it be? Is it that kid? Lin Hongnian suddenly raised his head and wanted to look at the starry sky, saying, Ziazihu, be more careful. At this moment, all the iron-eating beasts in Donghuang and Blue Star were blessed because a super god was born in their tribe, and their blood power was sublimated. Such a change is enough to shock the whole country. And this is just the beginning. Even more outrageous scenes have appeared in a bunch of extraordinary races such as green cotton worms, ginseng babies, and water slimes. Although not as outrageous as the iron-eating beast, it is enough to shock the blue planet, because the number of their species far exceeds that of the iron-eating beast. Whether it is Pingcheng, the ice field, the ancient capital, the capital of the gods, or Tingxiang and the Seven Islands, the figures of the green wool worms are everywhere. At this moment, these green wool worms seem to have received a large-scale blessing from the butterfly god. This miracle that was once created by Lin Feng's butterfly god in Donghuang Shendu is now being performed on the green wool worms throughout the blue planet. However, unlike the small fights of the butterfly god, at this time, even some poor and remote areas that can only eat some ordinary plant leaves and are extremely weak can feel the power that is enough to change the race level, enough to support them to transform from cocoons into butterflies and become the power to lead creatures. In a flash, countless butterflies broke out of their cocoons and were born. Blue Planet entered an unprecedented era of butterfly mating. Countless green wool worms were born, which increased the number of green wool worms, which were originally one of the most numerous extraordinary races. Of course, the most outrageous thing happened to the race of Shinbaobao. As a tonic race, the status of ginseng babies in nature is lower than that of green cotton worms. Green cotton worms at least have the ability to change their fate and evolve attack methods, but except for she-used ginseng babies, other ginseng babies are always tonic lives. However, at this moment, every ginseng baby, in a state of fear, actually awakened its blood for the second time, and an ordinary fighting skill emerged in its mind. Although this fighting skill can be regarded as a low-level skill, it is nothing compared to those powerful skills. But for ginseng babies without fighting power, it is undoubtedly a brand new beginning. Even if most ginseng babies still cannot escape the hunting of natural enemies, there will always be some ginseng babies with outstanding talents, hard work, and unwillingness to fight. They will rely on this battle skill inheritance to get rid of their fate as food and become the next ginseng emperor. The water slime that has obtained the purification skill, the platypuses that awaken the spirit of chivalry and can condense the water flow into purification sword, Many races have obtained a new evolutionary route at this moment. Perhaps, because of his existence, some extraordinary races will become the protagonists of the next era. The will of Blue Star looked at Blue Star, feeling the evolution of some life on Blue Star, and expected these extraordinary races related to Shiyu's pets to create new legends in 10 or 100 years. 2 months have passed, and Shiyu hasn't finished refining yet. The changes in Blue Star also made Kong Di, Lin Feng and others impatient, waiting for Shiyu to come out of retreat. At this time, Shiyu had no concept of time at all. He only knew that he and his pets were trying their best to digest the power of this source of transcendence. At this moment, 6 transcendental suns have emerged behind 11, indicating that it has reached the extreme limit of the realm of transcendence. Once it breaks through, it has completed the foundation that countless super gods cannot accumulate in millions or tens of millions of years. The situation of other pets was similar. The number of transcendental sources on each pet was no less than 5. Thinking of the words of the king of the realm, Shiyu was silent. This was not only that all members could integrate the transcendental source, but that all members were cheating. It was worthy of being the strongest transcendental source of the era. And through the feedback of the pets, Shiyu's realm at this time had also reached an extremely high level. In his beast control star field, there were 9 transcendental suns hanging, which meant that his own realm had reached the level of Transcendence 9, and he was only 1 step away from the peak of Super God. At this time, the refining of the transcendental source seemed to be calm, and the realm of Shiyu and others was no longer particularly improved. Finally, there has been a change. Shiyu's eyes flashed with a trace of joy, and he took out the skill illustration. What made him upset was that even now, the skill illustration still did not have the effect of improving the superb skills. Instead, a new page was added, and something like a message appeared. And, a new page was added, and something like a star map appeared. Shiyu first looked at the message text. Hello, my reincarnated self, when you see this message, I believe your strength is close to the top of the universe, Shiyu? You may have many doubts, but it doesn't matter. The information I can pass on to you is limited. Next, I will explain 2 questions to you. First, the origin of the illustration. It was made by me and some people using the cosmic tree and other cosmic treasures in the memory you lost. Its existence should have given you a lot of convenience, but that's it. On the road to the universe, it will be difficult for it to give you new help. Everything requires your own efforts. However, the illustration also has a function, which is to help you find the remaining ruins of the era. Next, you can regard it as a relic radar to find your own cosmic opportunities. Second, the purpose of crossing. In fact, I didn't want to, but who made me have excellent qualifications, and was chosen by some guys to become the savior, I hope I can become the universe maintainer. If you want to know more, you can go find an era relic that requires 5 blue star humans to open. There may be more gains there. That's all. If you have established more ties and really don't want to take the risk of becoming a universe maintainer, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to be happy. Anyway, those people didn't have too much expectations. If the contract is broken, it's broken. Just treat it as a failure. And becoming a universe maintainer is not impossible for me. Those guys also left another backup. Well, it's related to the ruins I just mentioned. They didn't tell me what it is. You need to find out for yourself. That's it. Hey, Shiyu, to be honest, seeing these contents, Shiyu's mood should have been shocked and complicated. But at this time, there was only calmness. First, he had long doubted the origin of the skill illustration. If he could explain it as his second companion talent at the beginning, then after knowing that he came from the last era, he had reason to suspect that this skill illustration was a plugin left to him when he was powerful in the last era, so that he could grow quickly. It's something made with the power of the cosmic tree and other cosmic treasures from the last era, as well as some other powerful people. No wonder it's so perverted, Shiyu said. It's just that I'm satisfied that I can leave such a treasure, but I'm not happy that I can't continue to cheat to reach the cosmic level. Forget it, at least there is still one last function. In addition, my own time travel really has some missions. Is it also to become a maintainer of the universe? From what I mean, some powerful people in the last era chose me, but why do I have to choose a maintainer of the universe after an era? Could it be because after becoming a maintainer of the universe, I can even revive the lives that died in the last era, and even make the destroyed era reappear in the form of a parallel universe? In this way, these powerful people can appear in this world again, Those ancient era civilizations that have entered the grave can also be reborn again. Shiyu suddenly had this bold guess, but he felt it was extremely reasonable. After all, if it wasn't for resurrection, who would spend so much effort to cultivate a maintainer of the universe? Who are these powerful people that I mentioned? Shiyu pondered. Damn, I only spoke halfway. Moreover, the ruins that I mentioned should be the ruins of the Earth era that Nuwa also wanted to enter. Nuwa felt that there was something very attractive in that ruins, so she had a deep obsession to enter. And now, my previous self also mentioned this ruins. It seems that there is really something incredible hidden in this ruins. It's time to go out. At this time, according to Shiyu's perception, all his pets have reached the level of the middle stage of the super god, and he himself is even the extreme of the high stage of the super god. Now, Shiyu feels that even compared with Nuwa, his strength may not be bad. If all the pets are added together, it may not be strange to defeat Nuwa. A single pet, under his own enhancement, can also have the strength of the super god peak, and it is a very strong super god peak. This time, it is completely invincible below the universe level. With such strength, Shiyu also knew that it was time to solve all doubts and help the pets complete the final cultivation and find the way to the universe. Little ones, let's go. 11 and the others responded one by one. Blue Star, Shiyu left the cultivation environment and flew over Blue Star. Hey, not bad. As soon as he came out, Shiyu felt the changes in Blue Star and his eyes lit up. No wonder the will of Blue Star required him to break through on the Mother Star. He felt that the current level of Blue Star was close to the peak of the super god, and he might have the strength to transcend 9 times. This is right, himself. There are so many super gods like 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao, all of whom are creatures of Blue Star. Now they are all breaking through on Blue Star. The benefits obtained by Blue Star must be not small, and the feedback they get should be similar to his own. I'm back. After Shiyu came out, he directly covered the entire Blue Star with telepathy. His voice made the Blue Star Will, Time Emperor, and Sky Emperor who were waiting for him breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the breakthrough was successful. Although no one came to Blue Star to disturb Shiyu's breakthrough during this period, they were still a little worried that Shiyu had not succeeded in breaking through. Now that Shiyu has completed the breakthrough, a big stone in everyone's heart has finally fallen. In Adara, Shiyu stood in front of the Blue Star Will, and the figures of Time Emperor, Sky Emperor, Lin Feng and others appeared one after another. In addition, there was a special figure that appeared here. Seeing her, even the Time Emperor couldn't help but bow slightly. On Blue Star, the Time Emperor only needed to respect 2 people. One was the Blue Star Will, she was the mother star that gave birth to all the creatures on Blue Star, and the other was Washin, she was the creator of the human race on Blue Star. Senior Washin, thank you for your protection. Shiyu also thanked Washin who appeared. No need to thank me, Washin said, I didn't expect that in such a short time. Your strength has already approached the top of the universe. That's right, Lin Feng envied her. I also benefited a lot from Shiyu's breakthrough this time. The will of Blue Star felt that transcending God was not Shiyu's end point. If Shiyu could break through the cosmic level, then it might also have the hope of breaking through the cosmic level. After all, even the Kai King planet had not bred or given birth to cosmic level creatures. What do you think about next? The Sky Emperor asked Shiyu. Once upon a time, Shiyu was still a newbie in the rural galaxy who had just entered the suspended realm. Now, Shiyu has become a person who can shake the universe at will. His actions and thoughts will, to a certain extent, also trigger changes in the situation of the universe. Shiyu said, let's not talk about other things for now. Of course, we should explore the earth ruins mentioned by Nuwa as soon as possible. Now, Shidi, Kongdi, and Senior Lin Feng are all super gods. We are just one person short of meeting the conditions for opening the ruins, Nuwa said. I know. I already have another candidate. Since you have made a breakthrough, I will take those people for special training for a period of time. I hope that a new super god can be born among them as soon as possible, Lan Xingwell said. Nuwa plans to personally take Wu Di, Nu Di, Long Di, Lu Qingyi, Shen Yuan and others to train, and select the next super god from them. Chapter 664 The daughter-in-law is here. Washen is going to be a coach? Shiyu said, really? That's great. Shiyu originally thought that this task would fall on his head. Since Washen took the initiative to propose it, he could do his own things and wait for the results. As for me, I plan to continue practicing for a while, although I have broken through, my realm and so on have not been stabilized yet. It's time to find the cosmic level path, Shiyu said. The cosmic level path. Washen was silent and said, I wish you success. Although the cosmic level path is difficult, it may not be so difficult for Shiyu to do it. The seventh cosmic emperor. Washen also recognized Shiyu's title. These people gathered quickly and dispersed quickly. With Shiyu's breakthrough and Washen's revival, the Blue Star lineage has completely become a major force that cannot be ignored in the universe. If the Queen is counted, it is definitely the sixth cosmic level force in the universe. At this time, for everyone on Blue Star, it is to continue to strengthen and consolidate this advantage. Shiyu was on the Blue Star. When he saw the goddess Wa taking Shinitun and others away, he remembered the queen who took the gem cat away. He was filled with emotion. He returned to Pingcheng, returned to the Icefield and Snow Mountain, and began the second round of closed-door training. He had to improve the environment of the Beast Control Star Field, adapt to the new level of Beast Control talent, and also conceive the cosmic level path of the pets. And the pets, without the help of the skill illustrations, had to try their best to see if they could break through the limit of the superb skills. Next, the same track was the time to truly test their thrones in the team. Rin, let's analyze where everyone's cosmic level path is. On the ice field, Shiyu set up a big hot pot, ate hot beef shabu-shabu, and communicated with Lin. I don't need to say that 11's cosmic level path should be based on the racial ability of eating metal can be converted into metal-hardened armor, right? Shiyu asked. That's right, Lin said, so the path of evolution may still be the same as before, either eating metals of the universe's treasure level, or eating part of the universe's metal element creatures. The universe's treasure level metal may not be enough. With the universe's treasure, at most a super god level can be born, and the universe level is impossible. And there is no universe-level metal element creature in the universe, so the road is cut off. Of course, I have thought of a way to create a road by myself, Lin said. Tell me about it, Shiyu said. Master, do you still remember Yunyu? Lin said. Yes, Shiyu nodded and said, I remember. What's wrong? Yunyu's beast-controlling talent, plundering, also comes with a very special effect. Do you remember that she can plunder other people's beast-controlling talents and the abilities of other lives and put them in the form of props? Although none of the 6 current cosmic level lives are metal lives, at their level, they must have gold-based abilities. As long as we also learn this talent, and then find some gold-based cosmic treasures, extract their gold-based power, and attach it to the gold-based cosmic treasures, we may be able to create powerful gold-based evolutionary props. The quality of a single one is not enough to become cosmic level, but when combined together, there must be hope. Cough cough cough. After Lin finished speaking, Shiyu coughed dryly and said, it's a bit cruel. If we cultivate a cosmic level, we have to fight with other cosmic levels. I'm afraid that before we become the maintainers of the universe, this universe will perish first. Cosmic level fights will really destroy cosmic civilization, Lin said. There are also non-brutal ways, and that is plundering one's own beast-controlling talent. Shiyu was stunned and said, what do you mean, Master? Isn't your skill atlas the prop you made yourself? We can plunder our own beast-taming talents through plundering abilities. Master, think about it, the beast-tamer's beast-taming talent can enhance the strength of the pet. Even if the pet has not reached a cosmic level, as long as you reach the cosmic level, your beast-taming ability can still enhance the pet to the cosmic level. And what if the pet can obtain this enhancement permanently without relying on the beast tamer? Let me give you an example. Master, if you practice a gold-enhanced talent, when you reach the cosmic level, your gold-enhanced talent and Tai Chi domain talent, if they can be materialized, must also be treasures of the cosmic treasure level. If you can merge the Tai Chi domain and gold-enhanced talent into a new prop, materialize it, let 11 eat it, and let these belong to it permanently, then it may be able to naturally rely on this power to break through to the cosmic level, but in this way, maybe you, the master, will lose these beast-taming talents. For example, although it is possible to recultivate the gold-type enhanced talents, it is not certain for rare talents such as Tai Chi domain. Moreover, talents can only be plundered when people are on the verge of death. Therefore, if you choose this method, in-depth research and improvement are needed, otherwise it will be too dangerous for the master. After Lin finished speaking, Shiyu touched his chin and began to think. Should he deprive the Tai Chi domain from the body and integrate it into the gold-type cosmic treasure to create an exclusive evolutionary item, yin-yang metal? It sounds feasible. Shiyu said, this sounds much more reliable than trying other universe-level skills. Originally, my beast taming talent was cultivated to assist you. If I can materialize it and give it to you permanently, I won't have to waste my physical strength to strengthen you in the future. This method can be used as an alternative. If the Tai Chi realm is 11, then the Qinglong realm can be left to Chong Chong. Unfortunately, except for these two special beast taming talents, the other beast taming talents are rather poor, and I don't think they are very useful. Maybe next, I can collect some rare beast taming talents to practice, Shiyu said. However, this method is not suitable for all pets, Shiyu said. Only 11 and Chong Chong evolved by eating. 11 eats metal, and Chong Chong eats some special resources to use silk to transform from cocoons into butterflies, but for people like you, this method cannot be used. For example, Ginseng Baby, its most basic and original racial talent, what is it? The normal Ginseng Baby clan constantly improves their nourishing effects to evolve. Ours has evolved crookedly. If it wants to break through to the cosmic level, according to normal logic, it must not prove its truth with force, but must work hard on its nourishing properties. It has to be cultivated into the strongest tonic before it can hope to reach the cosmic level. Well, wait a minute, it seems that the nourishing effect of Ginseng Baby can still be enhanced by eating. Fortunately, it's okay, Ginseng Baby. However, Chitin, its most basic and original talent, unexpectedly, does it count as possession? But how can it be cultivated? How can it be developed? Or is it that not every life has the qualifications to become cosmic level? Qitong's predecessor was a human, a phoenix, and now, a heroic spirit, which is fundamentally different from 11 and the others. Su is easy to say, it must be the ultimate purification power, maybe it can purify a Dark King. Damn, why is it going to fight the cosmic level again? Shiyu had a headache. And you, as a mechanical life form, is the most basic racial talent the intelligence level? Or, as a mechanical phantom beast, do you need to load a cosmic level phantom beast spirit as a soul core to strengthen yourself, just like Zyagi successively fused the phantoms of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Earth Dragon, and Earth Dragon to strengthen himself? Lin, I don't know, but if you choose the wrong path, then you may fail to break through like Nuwa and suffer a serious backlash, including the guesses about 11, Chong Chong, and Shenbao. There is no way to guarantee that they are 100% correct now. However, 11, Chong Chong, Shenbao, and Susu should be more reliable. We can first find a way to help them clarify a clearer path. As for me and Chitin, don't worry, let me think about it, Shiyu said. In short, we have to collect more treasures of the universe and treasures of this level in the future. If the peak of the super god wants to further strengthen his strength, he must prepare more cosmic treasures as a foundation. Well, when we see the queen again, we can ask her about the information about the existing cosmic treasures. Since she knows about the cosmic tree, she must know about the others. There may also be cosmic treasures from other eras in the epic ruins recorded in the skill atlas. That's also a way out, otherwise, I wouldn't let me search for the cosmic path from these epic ruins, and the talent for plundering. Lin said, it's a pity that senior sister Lu was taken away by the goddess Hua, otherwise with Susu's current strength, its inheritance drops should be able to perfectly copy the talent for plundering and pass it on to you. Wait for senior sister Lu and the others to come back, Lin asked. Shiyu said, okay, forget it. Let's not wait. I'm a little anxious to do in-depth research. Let's go find the will of Blue Star. Lin was stunned and said, wait, you don't want to? That's right. With Blue Star's current level, it shouldn't be a big deal to revive an ancient person from the totem era. Originally, I wanted to find Yunu's inheritance through Qi, but, after knowing that traveling through time and space at will cause the universe to shorten its lifespan, we can't mess around, otherwise we will be targeted by the overlord of the universe sooner or later, but it doesn't matter if we don't travel through time and space. Just let Blue Star revive that Yunu to the modern era. It's the same if we take the talent directly from her, resurrect Yunu from the totem era and invite her to the modern era as well. Just like Emperor Wu and others. Lin was speechless. Yunu, the great demon king who specialized in plundering other people's abilities in the totem era, certainly didn't expect that someone in the future would specifically revive her just to plunder her talent. It was a matter of karma, and retribution had come. Chapter 665 Teacher Yu. Shiyu made up his mind and did not want to go to Anatolia. Instead, he called out to Blue Star Will and asked her to come. What's the matter? Just a few days after everyone dispersed, Blue Star Will saw Shiyu looking for her again and thought that he must be up to no good. Can you help revive someone? Shiyu said. With your current ability, you should be able to fish someone out of the long river of history. Blue Star was silent. Who is it? Shiyu grinned. A legendary beastmaster in the Totem Age, named Yunu, active in the Donghuang land, is very close to the beast taming age, and it should not be difficult to revive it. If it was just when I was promoted, even with this oil of the god of Wa, I would find it difficult to revive the ancients of the Totem Age, but thanks to your breakthrough, with my current realm, there should be no problem. Then please, Shiyu said. Blue Star Will nodded. It was not difficult for her to meet Shiyu's request. Although she didn't know what Shiyu was going to do, Shiyu asked her to revive this person, and there must be a deep meaning behind it. Soon, the will of Blue Star began to consume the power of the world, looking for traces of the Yunu mentioned by Shiyu in the long river of history. At this time, Shiyu sensitively discovered that with his current attainments in the power of time and space, he could actually invade the ability of the will of Blue Star. Can I have a look? Shiyu asked. Will of Blue Star? Well, with your memory as a medium, it will be easier to find. After getting the tacit consent of the will of Blue Star, Shiyu's consciousness connected with Blue Star, and with her perspective, began to look for traces of Yunu in the long river of history. Change for me, soon. Based on the listening historical memory provided by Shiyu as a medium, they successfully found Yunu. From the perspective of Blue Star and Shiyu, a little girl with pigtails who may not be more than 10 years old appeared. She took a stone mirror and aimed it at the stones and trees on the roadside and took random photos. Under the illumination of the stone mirror, an amazing scene happened. Everything that the mirror illuminated changed. The stone evolved into an elemental life form and turned into a small fist stone. The tree opened its eyes, gained 2 feet, and became a tree man. Shiyu still remembers this scene. It should be that Yunu used the plundering talent to plunder someone's awakening talent, made it into a toy, and then played with it herself. At the beginning, it was because of this awakening mirror that Shiyu derived the idea of cultivating mechanical fantasy beasts. That's her, Shiyu said. Next, Shiyu and Blue Star Will simply and roughly looked at Yunu's life. Although Shiyu had heard many deeds of Yunu introduced by his senior sister, he was more moved when he personally understood it now. She was born in that chaotic totem era. She had never seen her parents since she was born. She was an orphan, an abandoned orphan. In that era, men were valued more than girls, and many girls were abandoned at birth. Yunu was one of them. She was unfortunate and lucky. Although she was abandoned, she was also adopted by a powerful extraordinary creature. This extraordinary creature was a rare love of extraordinary creatures. Perhaps just like in the eyes of humans, kittens are very cute, and they will give love to stray cats. In its eyes, humans may also be very cute creatures, so Yunu was adopted. This extraordinary creature not only took in Yunu, an abandoned child, but also took in many orphans, and took them to survive, hunt, and grow up in the mountains. Yunu had many playmates at this time and spent a relatively happy childhood. Moreover, she was also the most talented among the crowd. At the age of 7, she awakened the beast control space on her own. Her talent can be said to be among the best in the history of the human race on Blue Star. However, there are unexpected events. When Yunu was in her early teens, they encountered a more powerful extraordinary creature and were annihilated. Except for Yunu, who escaped, everyone died. Next, Yunu, who was in her early teens, began to wander alone in the mountains, hunt alone, grow up alone, and encountered life and death crises countless times. Because of her talent, she was hated by everyone and encountered a lot. Because she was adopted by an extraordinary creature, she developed a unique personality and it was difficult for her to integrate into normal human society. After experiencing countless setbacks, she became a powerful beastmaster, but she was forced to become stronger. After becoming stronger, although Yunu was notorious, she did not have much ambition. She just inherited the will of the extraordinary creature and took in many orphans who were abandoned like herself in the wilderness, trained them to adulthood, and established a tribe that specializes in adopting abandoned people. When the tribe got on the right track, Yunu left most of her pets behind, and then chose to leave with a weapon pet. At this time, she was still very young, only in her 40s, and had already stood at the peak of the totem era, but because of her talent, she was hurtful and had many hidden injuries, and she was like an old man. Shiyu also experienced this feeling. Damn, the first time he added a superclass skill, he almost turned him into an old man. After Yunu felt that she would not live long, she took the weapon pet that had accompanied her for the longest time, closed the life and death gate, and waited for death. No wonder, after reading Yunu's life, Shiyu remembered the shadow of history he saw from the talent bead. No wonder there are so many children around Yunu, no wonder she made so many toys and threw them to the children to play. After seeing more history, Shiyu had a deeper understanding of Yunu. She is indeed a legendary figure whose talent and potential are not inferior to those of Emperor Wu, Empress Envy, and Dragon Emperor. Lan Xingwell said, in this era, she may grow into a super god. Lu Qingyi's talent is inherited from her. Yes, next, I will imprint her body at its peak and most potential state and revive her, please, Shiyu said. Soon, under the power of Lan Xingwell, a black-haired woman appeared on the ice field. She was about 20 years old. She stood on the snow like a statue, lonely and calm, exuding an indifferent and distant atmosphere. This person was Yunu, who was also notorious in the totem era and was disliked by both humans and aliens. Yunu slowly opened her eyes, and then a cold color suddenly burst out in her eyes, and she looked at Shiyu in front of her vigilantly. She still felt a little dizzy, not knowing what had happened, but her alertness, like that of a wild animal, made her feel that something was wrong with her. Especially the strangely dressed man in front of her, who looked like an ordinary person, but vaguely gave her a sense of threat. Of course, as the strongest legendary beastmaster, Yunu was confident that she could handle any enemy. Lan Xing completed her mission, and her will left the ice field, leaving the venue to Shiyu and Yunu who had just been resurrected. I remember, at this time, with the passage of time, the baptism of time, Yunu finally remembered something. She was silent. She remembered that she was clearly dead. Why? Her legendary beastmaster's power, her plundering talent, were still there, and this young body with a lot of vitality made Yunu feel unreal. There was also the sword lying in the beast control space. She remembered that she let it go in the end. Now, the other party is still by her side. Moreover, she suddenly discovered the changes in Blue Star. It became very unfamiliar. There was a snowy field in front of her, and its size was even outrageous to the extreme, overlapping countless spaces. Senior Yunu, hello, Shiyu smiled at this time. Who are you? Yunu looked at Shiyu coldly. Well, how should I put it? Shiyu said, you can understand it as a beastmaster of the later era who has received your favor. One of my senior sisters inherited your plundering heritage, and I also once obtained an awakening mirror containing awakening talent and a blank talent bead. They helped me a lot. This should be your masterpiece, Senior Yunu. Yunu was startled and said, what year is it now? Shiyu said, 8,000 years after you died, you resurrected me. Even if Yunu was slow at this time, she realized something. She looked at Shiyu with a serious look and questioned. That's right, Shiyu said, after learning about your deeds, Senior Yunu, I think a legendary figure like you should not end in that incomplete era when the rules of the world were suppressed. Now, the rules of Blue Star have been revived, and the road to becoming a god has been opened. Everyone can pursue a higher realm above the legend. With your talent, Senior Yunu, it's a pity to end your life so early. You are lying, Yunu said. How is it possible? Shiyu said, my super god level telepathic talent, even if I really lied, how can you, a legendary level, tell it, damn it. Intuition, tell me your purpose. Okay, Shiyu said, then I'll say it straight, I'm attracted to your talent, give your talent to me, how about it? Yunu sneered. Unexpectedly, she had plundered countless talents from others throughout her life, and now it was finally her turn. She immediately wanted to summon her pet and fight Shiyu for 300 rounds, and she didn't intend to let Shiyu succeed. However, Shiyu's next words made her stop. In exchange, I will provide you with an identity in this era, so that you can integrate into this era and pursue a higher realm. Don't worry, my method is much more peaceful. It is not plundering, but copying. It will not have any effect on you. It will not make you lose your plundering talent, nor will it make you do anything. It's a pity that your successor, my senior sister, is not here recently, otherwise I can just find her directly, and I won't spend so much effort to wake you up. Shiyu smiled. I'm not interested, Yunu said, I don't trust you and won't give you my talent, Are you worried that I will use my plundering talent to bring disaster to the world? Shiyu said. Yes, Yunu said. My sister, I think I still need your talent to bring disaster to the world. Shiyu was too lazy to explain to her, and said, forget it, then I don't want your talent. Besides, you are already alive, and I don't plan to send you back. You didn't want to die so early. You closed the life and death gate because you have accumulated too much hatred, and your lifespan is not much. Now that you have a new life, why don't you do something meaningful? For example, an orphanage called Kidian recently opened in the city next to it. I can recommend you to be the dean. Don't you like children very much? Or, you can go to school to be a teacher. I remember that you have cultivated many strong people. Shiyu planned to let Susu secretly include the other party's talent in the inheritance water drop. He could obviously rob it directly. Why did he bother to explain? He was just too moral. Anyway, the daughter-in-law couldn't notice it. Dean? Teacher, you can think of it as a tribe that adopts orphans and a tribe that trains orphans. Well, students are not orphans. In short, a teacher is a profession that teaches a group of young beast masters, similar to a master. Don't you know my reputation? Yunu said. I know, but it is precisely because I know more that I believe you, Shiyu said. This era is no longer your era. Experience it first. If you don't like it, you can commit suicide. I won't stop you. Yunu was silent. To be honest, she was also very interested in this era. Although she didn't know what kind of conspiracy Shiyu had, but after feeling the opportunity of the god level, she also wanted to step into the god level to see the scenery. I really don't want to die so early, so, do you want to be a teacher or a dean? Get a job, at least you can make a living and earn some resources. In this era, you can't rely on robbing like you did in your time. Every big city has a god level sitting. Although you are also very strong, the god level is enough to crush a non-god. Teacher, Yunu spoke directly. Okay, then I recommend you to be an archaeology teacher at Gudo University. Well, just talk about the history of the totem era. Shiyu picked his ears. This wave, professional match. Next, Shiyu asked Lin to invade the Donghuang network to help Yunu fabricate a modern identity for convenience. Then, in front of Yunu, he spoke to the air. Principal Feng, are you there? His telepathy directly connected from Pingchang to Gudu. Puff, Principal Feng, who was drinking tea in the old age, sprayed directly. He was startled. Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately stood up from the garden. Shiyu, it's me. Principal Feng can be said to be a big winner in life now. Although he is not strong and his level is not high, his status is here. The top gods from King Kai have to be polite when they see him. Now, the status of people who are related to Shiyu is rising. Because Shiyu's deeds in the universe, even competing for the source of transcendence, have begun to spread on Blue Star and have been passed on to Blue Star by people from King Kai. Now most people on Blue Star know that an outrageous existence has emerged from Blue Star and now stands at the top of the universe. For the younger generation of Blue Star, such as Gojuan, becoming the world champion and ascending to King Kai is as difficult as ascending to heaven. And Shiyu has not only achieved the first place in the conferred God War and the strongest demigod, but also the first place in the God level, and has killed super gods across levels. Now, it has been reported that Shiyu has killed hundreds of super gods, and his limit is close to the throne of the universe. The news that his combat power is in the top 10 in the universe is simply shocking everyone. Such news makes everyone confused. In fact, due to limited vision, they have no idea how terrible this record against the sky is. In short, although Shiyu has not been away from Blue Star for a long time, in just a few years, he has completely become a legendary figure. Except for those who have had intersections with Shiyu, those who have not been involved with Shiyu will have a dreamlike feeling when they hear the name Shiyu. Are you free? Principal Feng was very surprised to see Shiyu, a busy man, come to him. He didn't understand what else Shiyu could ask him for. He couldn't just come to honor him. Is Gudo University still short of teachers? I want to introduce someone to be a teacher, Shiyu said. Well, the combat department, archaeology department, and breeding department are all fine. Shiyu glanced at Yunu and said. Yunu also frowned at this time, looking at Shiyu who was talking to himself. She looked around at the vast snowy environment around her. Although she guessed that Shiyu was telepathically sensing this range. Is the person you recommend strong? Principal Feng asked. Such a small matter naturally doesn't matter. With Shiyu's current reputation, Dong Huang can support 10,000 idle people for Shiyu, not to mention a position. However, if you really want to participate in the work, you still have to understand the ability. An ordinary legendary beastmaster, Shiyu looked at Yunu and said. Yunu? Ordinary, legendary beastmaster? But he should have rich combat experience and be good at fighting. In addition, he has great talent and potential, not inferior to Kangdi and others. He can grow with students and has a promising future, Principal Feng said. Okay, you should have said it earlier. Being an ordinary teacher is a waste of talent. Recently, the 9 major universities have formed an elite class. They are all geniuses who have not yet reached a legendary level, but definitely have god-level potential. They are expected to perform well in the world competition. This elite class is initially decided to be a group of 3 people, and each group will be led by a legendary teacher. Do you think the person you recommend is competent? If possible, you can pick out 3 students now and let them get in touch with them. Okay, Shiyu looked at Yunu's life and knew that her teaching ability was still good. Although she taught how to crush the enemy. But such teaching is really necessary for Donghuang's group of greenhouse flowers. Okay, can you tell me the specific identity information of this teacher? Principal Feng drank tea again. Let me confirm which geniuses will be assigned to him. Yunu, the Yunu with plundering talents, puff. Can you tell me about the history of these 8,000 years? At this time, as Shiyu ended the call, Yunu spoke. Next, the ancient capital university will send you 3 students. Go ask them, so am I the teacher, or are they the teachers? Yunu said. Shiyu said, it doesn't matter. You have something to teach them. And they must have something to teach you. Only by learning from each other can you become stronger. Also, don't underestimate your next 3 students. They are not very old, no more than 25 years old, and the youngest is even in their teens, but their strength is very good, definitely not inferior to you at the beginning. Then you can always tell me the identities of these people, that's no problem. There are 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the boys is called An Chang, in his 20s, an 8th level beastmaster, and has some connection with you. This guy once had 2 plundered props from you. The other there is a boy named Yin Zhengfen. He and I were both candidates in the same class. I almost lost to him. At that time, I was an adult and he was only 12 years old. If we were the same age, I would not be as good as him. Now, he should be an adult and a legendary beastmaster of the 7th level. There is also a little girl named Fanglan. She is not too old either, less than 20 years old, a legendary beastmaster of the 7th level. Her ancestor was a super god level beastmaster named Guangdi. The super god level is a realm above the god level. She can be said to be the descendant of the super god and has great potential. How is it? Do you feel the pressure? I hope you can teach them well and teach them the laws of nature. Know the cruel nature of the world. Shiyu said. In his opinion, these 3 guys will enter the starry sky sooner or later. After arriving in the starry sky, although the blue star lineage has risen, it is impossible to take care of them in every aspect. For example, in the battle for the origin of transcendence, if it were not for Shiyu's strong enough strength and the support of a bunch of big guys behind him, it would definitely be a dangerous life or death situation. The entire universe and starry sky is essentially a beast that devours people. At this time, hearing Shiyu's introduction, Yunu's heart was still a little rippled. At this age and this level, even compared to her at that time, it was not weak at all. Are all the beastmasters of the later era so strong? Moreover, there are already beastmasters who have reached the god level? God level, super god level. All of a sudden, Yunu became more curious about this era. Then what is your strength? Yunu asked a mysterious Shiyu. Shiyu chuckled and said, just average, top 10 in the universe. Mother you? She was sure that she couldn't get a few truths out of this person. At the same time, Feng Lan, and Chang, and Yin Zhengfen all received news from the 9 Schools Alliance. Brother and Chang, it's you, are you? Yin Zhengfen. The 3 gathered together at a certain place in the ancient capital. As the leaders of the younger generation of Donghuang, the 3 were naturally familiar with each other. Among them, An Chang and Fang Lan were both students of the ancient capital university, and they were both related to Shiyu and were relatively familiar with each other. As for Yin Zhengfen, although he was from the ancient capital, he graduated from the Imperial Capital University and had little to do with the 2. Are we actually in a group of 3? It feels like the strongest combination. At this time, Fang Lan had grown from a junior high school student to a graceful young lady. Her black hair with the blue highlights was extremely delicate. She looked at the two reliable young men with sparkling eyes. I didn't expect such an arrangement. I just don't know who our team leader is. And Chang said with a smile. He is now a titled legend, and he is that kind of titled legend with real strength. There are really few people who can be his teachers. And Chang once gave Shi Yu two important props. Although he wanted to become Shi Yu's disciple and was rejected by Shi Yu, he has been chasing Shi Yu and has received a lot of extra care. He even had experience in the military and could stand on his own a long time ago. Hello, Yin Zhangfen wore mechanical glasses. Although he was no longer a little boy, he was still so polite. Chapter 666, The Sorrow of Emperor Kenshin. Hi, Wen and Chang, Fang Lan, Yin Zhangfen and others met at the agreed time. Shi Yu also came here with Yu Nu. At this time, seeing Shi Yu's appearance, Chang, Fang Lan, and Yin Zhangfen all widened their eyes instantly, showing incredible expressions. Senior Shi Yu, they were shocked. Fang Lan stuttered, wait a minute, Senior Shi Yu, our team leader, it can't be you, oh my god, if Shi Yu is the team leader, then let alone Blue Star, they can walk sideways in the entire universe. What are you thinking about? Shi Yu smiled and said, I don't have time to play with you, that's right, you are all the top 10 strong men in the universe. Big friend Yin Zhangfen smiled bitterly, looking up at this competitor of the same period, the guy who almost bullied him to tears. You can do it sooner or later, Shi Yu encouraged with a smile. You knew? Why do you always talk about the universe level? It really is, have the times changed? How strong is this Shi Yu? Who is he? Why does he not only brag that he is in the top 10 of the universe, but others also think so? Yu Nu was extremely curious about Shi Yu. Your team leader is the one next to me. I just brought her here to introduce her to you. You can call her teacher Yu Nu. Well, she was born recently and doesn't know much about the outside world. You can take her to the outside world to get used to it first, but teacher Yu Nu's fighting power is still very strong. Yu Nu, hearing this name, Chang was shocked, but shook his head suddenly, just thinking it was a coincidence. Okay. I'm going. Try hard. After Shi Yu finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant, leaving only Yu Nu and Fang Lan and others. And Chang and others wanted to keep Shi Yu for a meal, but they didn't have time to say it. At this time, Yu Nu looked at Chang, Fang Lan, Yin Zhangfen and others. Although there was no essential difference in age between them and Shi Yu, observing these children, Yu Nu felt that they were much more normal than Shi Yu. At least she could see the hearts of these three people at a glance. Teacher Yu, Chang and others immediately greeted politely. Since this teacher Yu came with Shi Yu, she must have her own unique features. We need to ask for advice humbly. Well, Yu said, I'm sorry, I didn't bring any gifts. When there's a chance, I will find a suitable hunting target and make a gift for you. Three people. Seeing that Shi Yu actually believed in her so much and was willing to let these three beast masters with extraordinary potential teach her, Yu was silent for a while. Well, if it is really as Shi Yu said, it would be okay to give his talent to him after I get to know him better. Besides, his life was resurrected by him. Su, did you succeed in collecting it? Shi Yu asked. Ning, quite it, Su said. It's worthy of us. We got Yu's talent without her noticing, Shi Yu said. Okay, next we should go back to practice and plunder talents. You say, how long do I need to sleep before I can practice to level 11? Everyone was silent, knowing that the practice Shi Yu mentioned must be sleeping. The most important thing is not the level, but the improvement. However, with a higher level, the control may be stronger. As long as you can deprive the source of talent without hurting yourself, it will be fine, Lin said. Understood, Shi Yu nodded. Then next, when I sleep, you don't run around. Just stay in my nudist control space to adapt. 11 thought there was no problem. After copying the development method of plundering talent from Yu Nu, Shi Yu couldn't wait to practice, that is, eating the 11th level super god resource, cultivation fruit of Shen Bao and sleeping. While Shi Yu entered deep practice, others also practiced hard under their own opportunities. Beiho Star Region. A cat girl lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose, looked up at the sky and meowed. Damn it, I don't want to be a super god, I want to go home, woo. Shi Yu save me, Overlord territory. Hua Shen has also arrived here with a group of people. Emperor Wu, Emperor Dragon, Empress, Lu Qingyi, Shinin, Lin Ziazu. Each of them has their own unique features, and in the eyes of Goddess Hua, they have the potential to become super gods. Needless to say, Emperor Wu, Emperor Dragon, and Empress, as the resurrection of the soil of creation and the power of Blue Star, their talents and potential have been strengthened to the strongest. After Lu Qingyi accepted the inheritance of the plundering talent, her accumulation of foundation will surpass that of all the emperors. It's a pity that Shi Yu was too excited to kill at that time, and didn't leave some epic gods and super gods dying as plunder objects for senior sister Lu. Otherwise she and Lin Ziazu accompanied Shi Yu to study the power system of the last epic in depth, and walked a different path from the beast masters of this epic, and also has great potential. Shinin, not bad. Senior Goddess Hua, where's this? Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to a black star field, Senior Sister Panda couldn't help asking. The place I'm going to take you to next is a training site for the Universe Overlord Corps. Many epic gods of the Universe Overlord Corps have trained here. Here, as long as you fight and kill enemies, you can improve your strength. Of course, the erosion of your mind will also be very great. This is the training ground of the Universe Overlord Corps. There are even super god level prisoners of war imprisoned in it. Even obtaining the source of transcendence is not impossible. Ha, it doesn't matter. There hasn't been any battle that can erode my mind, Emperor Wu said confidently. He rose from humble beginnings and has been fighting and killing enemies all his life. He has also been fighting with a meteorite clan for a long time. Such an environment is just right for him. But, can you do it? The Empress looked at Lu Qingyi and Lin Ziazu. She was not worried about Lu Qingyi, but she was not very reassured about the little girl in a panda costume. I should be able to do it, Senior Panda said. I have also been trained in the military camp for a long time. Although most of them are civilian positions, if you can't hold on, give up as soon as possible. We are only one place short, Elder Shinitun said. Sparks burst out among many Donghuang legends. Yes. There is only one spot missing. Who will be the first to become a god? The younger generations such as Lu Qingyi and Senior Sister Panda are still calm, but the Wudi, the female emperor, the dragon emperor, and the divine source have begun to compete with each other. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. This year is the most peaceful year for Blue Star. The two super gods Lin and Kong have developed Blue Star and its power in Qingkai in an orderly manner. The Emperor of Time is still so mysterious and his whereabouts are uncertain. The 5 super gods of Blue Star, relying on the power of others, have finally become arrogant. They dare to show up in public on Qingkai and show their holiness in front of people, determined to hold on to Shi Yu's thighs. Shi Yu originally thought that he would continue to practice peacefully, but with an uninvited guest coming to his door, he was awakened by the will of Blue Star and was forced to stop practicing. He looked at a familiar person who came to Blue Star from the starry sky. The old observer looked at Shi Yu with a smile and said, Sir Shi Yu, it seems that you have successfully broken through. Congratulations, you old man. I didn't go to find you, but you came to me, Shi Yu asked. What's wrong with those super god stones you gave me? They turned out to be garbage like level 11 energy crystals. Shi Yu got angry when he mentioned this. Counting the breakthrough gift given by the old man, he almost collected 40 super god stones. After the breakthrough, he immediately called his pets to have a good time. As a result, more than 30 level 11 energy crystals, although they are also super god resources and rare treasures in the eyes of the god level, are useless to Shi Yu. On the contrary, he collected some treasures that were barely acceptable, but for his current status, they are not very valuable. Shi Yu couldn't accept his unlucky experience. Before the opening, he had full buff. He suspected that it was the stones sent by the observer that discredited the stones he collected. Otherwise, it would never be so dark. Before the opening, no one knows what is inside. It really depends on luck, the old observer said innocently, but it may be related to the fact that my batch of stones was found from an epic ruins. Maybe the super god stone collected in this place is the garbage wrapped in it. He waved his hand. What are you here for this time? Shi Yu said. The observer smiled and said, Of course there is something I want to ask you. Of course, I will give you a reward. This matter, in essence, can also be regarded as a good thing. Tell me about it, Shi Yu said. The old observer said, I don't know if you, Shi Yu, have heard of the Tree of the Universe, Shi Yu? Of course I have heard of it. Isn't it said that it has been destroyed? Shiyu said. Yes, it was destroyed, but not completely. There is still a seed left in the world. Shiyu asked, what does the cosmic tree have to do with you? The old observer smiled bitterly and said, my ancestor was once the guardian of the cosmic tree. However, due to a mistake made by it, the cosmic tree was destroyed and became what it is now. Although Lord Kai did not punish it, the ancestor made a contract with himself to restore the cosmic tree. However, even Lord Kai said that it is impossible to restore the cosmic tree, but the ancestor did not give up. After its hard research, it came up with a solution, using the cosmic beast taming space of the human super god beast tamer as a new universe to nurture the cosmic tree seeds. Maybe the cosmic tree will be able to recover. So, he kept selecting suitable beast masters as containers for the cosmic tree species, but unfortunately, he never found a successful candidate until my generation. I once selected 11 suitable beast masters in the battle for the source of transcendence, hoping that they would be containers, but unfortunately, they all failed and could not bear the nutrients needed by the cosmic tree species, and finally returned the cosmic tree species to me. Shiyu looked at the old observer in surprise and said, your ancestor is not the guardian of the cosmic tree under the command of King Kai, the god of abundance, right? You know my ancestor. The observer was surprised. Well, I guess I know him. Shiyu always felt that the cosmic tree in this time and space was mostly damaged by the queen. It was a sin. After all, the queen is now his contractor, and he is half responsible, but as long as he doesn't ask clearly, it has nothing to do with him. You mean, you want me to be your container and nurture the cosmic tree seeds? The observer said, yes, you are the strongest human beast master I have ever seen. What others cannot do, perhaps you can really do, and you also meet the requirements perfectly. Just let your plant pet carry the cosmic tree seeds as a transit device to nurture it. Although this may put you in a state of high consumption and weakness all the time, nurturing the cosmic tree seeds is not without benefits. First of all, the cosmic tree in its perfect state is a rare item that can upgrade other resources to cosmic treasures. Even now, the cosmic tree seeds can subtly enhance the power of the wearer, which is equivalent to a low-quality cosmic treasure. During the gestation process, your plant pet can also get considerable benefits and can be used as a resource for strengthening. In addition, I promise that if you successfully restore the cosmic tree seeds and restore them to the cosmic tree, then the cosmic tree will be yours. Lord Kai has already given up the cosmic tree, but as long as this thing is not restored, the contracts made by my ancestors and the blood cannot be erased. The observer was distressed. And if you feel that you are not competent after trying, it doesn't matter. Just return the cosmic tree seeds to me, and I will make up for your consumption to a certain extent. Why do I feel that this is a good thing? Shiyu touched his chin and looked at the old observer. The observer smiled and said, but the consumption of the cosmic tree seeds is really huge. During this period, your realm may not improve but regress. Even so, is it a good thing? The realms of the 11 containers I touched during this period have all fallen. It's just the realm, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I upgrade quickly, but there are not many opportunities to touch such treasures. Bring it to see, Shiyu said. The corners of the observer's mouth twitched. Are you talking human words? However, according to his understanding, it is true that this beast has gone from an ordinary person to a nearly cosmic level in less than 10 years. If possible, I'll take it, Shiyu said. Just when I was worried about the cosmic treasures used by the pets to break through the cosmic level, this old observer came right after. It seems that Shenbao is going to take off. If he can obtain the tree of the universe and fuse it with the tree of the universe, then wouldn't it be the strongest tonic in the universe? You know, the tree of the universe can easily replenish even a super god fruit to the level of the universe's treasure. Shiyu saw it with his own eyes. Even if it is not enough for Shenbao to break through, he still has himself. He can cultivate more nourishing talents. And after cultivating to the universe level, he can extract them and give them to the universe tree. At this time, in the beast control space, Shenbao looked panicked. Damn. The first opportunity to break through the universe level appeared on him. He always felt that the law of the insect breaking through the weakest first would be repeated on him. Is this a good thing, or a bad thing? Chapter 667, The Fifth Superhuman Race on Blue Star. Baby Shen, after taking on the big task of breeding seeds, Shiyu directly summoned Baby Shen to the side. After Baby Shen came out, he stared at the humanoid observer with burning eyes. Then he imagined the image of the god of plenty. It didn't fit at all. How many times did it evolve, mutate, and degenerate for the race to change so much? But it must be a biological child, that's for sure. After all, they are all very strong. Hundreds of millions of years is long enough. It's normal for the offspring to change their appearance. Emperor Shenshin, I've heard of you a long time ago, the observer said. In fact, I've been paying attention to you since the end of the conferred God War. Any beastmaster who has a potential plant life contract is the object of my attention. The observer is very satisfied with Baby Shin. After all, this guy is the #1 in Shiyu's team, once. As for now, he doesn't know. Give it a try, Baby Shin said. Senior, where are the seeds? Shiyu also asked. Here, the observer stretched out his hand, and a blue-green seed projection flashed on his palm, and then slowly materialized. The seed contained a faint force of time and space, which was very similar to the fluctuations of the cosmic tree that Shiyu and the others had felt before. Shen Baobao stretched out his hand, and the cosmic tree seed slowly floated in front of him, and soon the seed was pinched in his hand. At this moment, Shen Baobao had not felt any side effects, but the power of the cosmic tree seed subtly strengthened its nourishing ability. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Shen Baobao. The super god resource reincarnation fruit it had created had its quality improved by the cosmic tree in this way, but this time, the reincarnation fruit was replaced by it, and the cosmic tree seed was improving its quality. Although this speed was extremely slow, more than 1 billion times slower than the improvement speed of the cosmic tree at that time, it was also very extraordinary. It's nothing now, but after you take the Emperor of Heaven back to the beast taming space, it will automatically absorb power. At that time, whether it is the Emperor of Heaven or you will be used as a transfer. It's okay, but if it's you, the beast taming space may have to bear a huge load. Let's try it now and feel it first. Shiyu heard it and took back the baby ginseng directly. After returning to his own planet, the baby ginseng did feel that after the cosmic tree species was in the star field space, it began to ask it for energy, and it also passively absorbed nutrients from the beast taming space. As for the nutrients in the beast taming space, they were absorbed from the outside world through Shiyu, the transfer. In an instant, Shiyu did feel that his physical strength was madly draining away. How is it? The observer asked. The consumption of nurturing the cosmic tree species is basically equivalent to that of a super god beastmaster who is always fully activating the beast enhancement talent for a pet of the same level, 10,000 times the consumption. This kind of load is fine in the short term, but over time, it will definitely cause a super beastmaster to suffer from kidney deficiency. Now, Shiyu should have experienced this speed, and he should be able to predict whether he can withstand such consumption. Like the beastmasters he selected before. They only lasted for a few minutes and had to rely on drugs to maintain. After a few months or years of nourishment, they would become half human and half ghost, and finally give up. Is it only this extent? However, Shiyu asked this a few minutes later. He still looked energetic and not weak at all. Observer? What do you mean? This thing is obviously quite mild, Shiyu said. I feel that if I just let it stay in my body, it won't affect me much, but this guy is really good at eating. I took the initiative to feed it more nutrition just now, and it can actually take it all. Huh? The observer was stunned. Don't make that expression. How can the beastmaster you found before compare with me? Shiyu said with a smile. You know, his skill atlas is made by combining the complete cosmic tree of the previous era with many cosmic treasures, and its function is to consume its physical strength to strengthen the pet. It can be said that Shiyu has been consuming and adding points all the way. He has long been familiar with this feeling and has tempered his physique. The absorption speed of this thing, given a few days, is not as consuming as fusing a divine skill. What's more, his physical strength is now comparable to that of a cosmic beast that transcends the 9th stage. Now, the strongest combat power in Shiyu's team is not the pets of 11, but Shiyu himself who has cultivated the power system of the previous era. His physical fitness is not comparable to that of the beastmasters of this era. Even the beastmasters at the peak of the super god. In my opinion, you can't take this seed back, senior, Shiyu said happily. The observer kept observing Shiyu, and found that Shiyu was indeed not affected at all. He was surprised and said, although I had expected that you would be different, I didn't expect that you could bear it so well, it's just that this guy absorbs too slowly. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be able to recover in millions of years, Shiyu said. I plan to find an opportunity to adjust the time flow rate of the beast taming space to make it recover faster. If I gain anything, I will tell you, Senior Observer. In the end, the observer left the blue star with a look of seeing a ghost. Shiyu saw him leave and sighed slightly. It turned out that this observer was also a direct descendant of King Kai. After all, his ancestor was the guardian of King Kai's cosmic treasure. Although his name was not well known by the people of King Kai's planet, he could definitely be counted as a member of King Kai's faction. After that, Shiyu had another training task. That was to nourish the cosmic tree species. However, Shiyu felt that even if he accelerated the time flow rate of the beast taming space, it would not be a day or a night to restore this thing. I'm afraid he would have to wait until he became a cosmic level to completely restore its power. No wonder the guys the observers found couldn't support it. It's a technical job. Next, Shiyu abandoned other thoughts and continued to practice hard. After reaching the super god level, it was indeed different. Normally, when you reach the god level, the concept of time is no longer so important. It's easy to sleep for decades, hundreds of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Under certain circumstances, it's not impossible for some gods to sleep and seal themselves for hundreds of millions of years. Shiyu's previous cultivation speed was too fast, the resources were too abundant, and he didn't encounter any bottlenecks, so after he entered the super god level, he couldn't see the direction of breakthrough all of a sudden. He felt that if he wanted to reach the peak of the super god from the level of transcendence 9 stages, relying on normal meditation and cultivation, it would be impossible without millions of years. This is still the case when he has good talent. Even if there is a constant supply of pseudo-transcendence sources as cultivation resources, it would probably be difficult without tens of thousands of years. It's not like before. Breaking through the realm was a short period of time, a little effort, and finding some rare resources to break through. Although Shiyu's estimated breakthrough time is not slow compared to others, Shiyu himself is definitely not satisfied with his speed. After all, his previous breakthroughs combined did not exceed 10 years. Now he is asked to spend tens of thousands of years to break through the next realm. How can he bear it? 2 methods. 1. Rely on the feedback of pets, but the skill illustrations can no longer add old skills. If you want to improve their strength, you can only do it through evolution and teaching new skills, adding new skills, or contract new pets. Relying on the one-time feedback when the new pets join the team, I can quickly upgrade. 2. Wait for the Queen and Teacher Ying to transform the source of true transcendence into cultivation resources. Wait for these resources to arrive, and the strength of my entire team will usher in the next leap forward improvement. Shiyu thought about it and definitely didn't need to contract a new pet. With his current situation, there are really not many pets that can give him good feedback. They're all old monsters. Well, if I can contract a blue star will with the goddess of Wa, Shiyu feels good, but it is not suitable, a bit unfilial. Continuing to look for new skills and optimizing their combat power is also an option. Although the Queen told Shiyu not to leave the Universe Sea before leaving, there must be replicable objects in the Universe Sea. He also knew that he had destroyed so many polluted land supergods and alien insect nest supergods, and he must have been targeted by the other party's cosmic level. In the Universe Sea, the King of the Realm and the Queen can still protect him. If he leaves too far, it is easy to get into trouble. However, he still has to practice plunder and other beast-controlling talents, and it is not the best choice to go anywhere. Shiyu thought about it and decided to wait for the Queen's training resources. Deciding to eat soft rice is not eating soft rice. After all, he fought for the source of transcendence himself, and the Queen is his contract object. This wave is self-reliant. In this way, Shiyu waited expectantly, and another 3 years passed. It has been 4 years since the battle for the source of transcendence ended. These 4 years may be the end of youth for the college beastmasters of Blue Star, but for some lives that have entered the god level, it is just a blink of an eye. For Shiyu, it was a matter of lying down, getting up, lying down, sleeping and taking a nap. 4 years, 4 years. Who knows how I spent these 4 years? 3 years later, Shiyu opened his eyes and woke up suddenly, feeling tired. Although he knew that 4 years was not a long time for them now, who knew how much he was looking forward to the Queen and the Gem Cat bringing new training resources as soon as possible. Looking at the situation where he had worked hard for 4 years, except for learning and practicing a few new beast-controlling talents, His realm had not been substantially improved. Shiyu really couldn't imagine that he would have to spend many more years in this situation. He wanted to cheat. He wanted to instantly surpass the peak of the god. It must be that teacher Gemcat dragged the queen's legs, otherwise, with the queen's reliability, she should have sent the resources long ago, Shiyu said. In teacher Ying's situation, he should not be able to accept too strict training, and he would probably be lazy. Be patient, Lin said. After all, it takes teacher Ying to reach the peak of the super god before there is hope to transform the source of transcendence. From super god 3 to super god peak, even if there is a cosmic level training teacher, it is not that easy. Compared to this, it is better to think about why Nuwa and the others have not finished yet. From god level to super god level, theoretically it doesn't take that long. With the qualifications of Emperor Wu and the others, I think 4 years with the guidance of the peak of the super god should be enough. Yes, in 4 years, I feel that I can train a super god. Why are Nuwa and the others so slow? Shiyu muttered, and he looked towards the direction of the ancient capital. At this time, a god-level figure, wearing technological glasses and a black silk uniform, was teaching in a huge classroom. Yu adapted to modern life very quickly. In the past few years, Yu is the gold medal teacher of Gudu University. And Chang, Feng Lan, Yin's Hengfen and others who she once taught have already ascended the Qingkai with excellent world championship results. In secret, she is the darkness of Donghuang, responsible for handling some difficult matters. Even she has become a high-level god, and it makes no sense that Wu Di and others who arrived at Qingkai one step earlier have not reached the super god level. If he had not practiced in the past few years, but taught Yu in person, Yu would have 100% become a super god at this time. After wearing the cosmic tree seeds for 3 years, Shen Bao has now become the first pet in Shiyu's team to break through to the high level of transcendence. The nourishing power on his body is very tempting, and it is an excellent pet to assist in cultivation. Hey, just when Shiyu was worried, suddenly, Beulah spoke in surprise. It pointed to the starry sky, and the eye of the universe left in the starry sky observed the figures of Hua Shen and others returning. Hua Shen and the others are on their way back, which means... Is this true? Shiyu was stunned for a moment, but was also extremely surprised. Damn, he knew that his sudden awakening this time was the guidance of fate, not because he had slept enough. Let's go and greet them. Shiyu gave an order, and all the pets went back to Shiyu's beast control space, and they immediately started chirping. They were all guessing who had reached the super god. This time, those who left with Hua Shen included the 3 emperors of Donghuang, the mechanical god source, and the 2 senior sisters Lu Lin. Among these people, who had become the super god? The pets immediately started betting. Just bet on being the punching bag for the other party's training match for a month. Small bets are fun, but this time they are going to make a big bet. 11 of course chose the big sister Lin Xiaozu. Meow, Qi Tong chose the family sister without hesitation. Shen Bao chose Lu Qingyi. Shiyu said, 1 month of sandbags, you really dare to gamble. If you lose, you will really die. Soon, all the pets finished gambling. Except for senior Shiniten, everyone else was bet on more or less. After a while, Shiyu arrived in the starry sky and blocked the biological warship of Nuwa. No, he broke in directly. At this time, the Donghuang people were also on the warship, looking at the blue star in front of them, with a burst of expectation. After 4 years of training, they finally returned home. Shiyu spent these 4 years sleeping, but they spent these 4 years fighting and training. Although Nuwa was guarding behind them, everyone was also in danger of death. If it weren't for Nuwa as their patron saint, they would have died 100 times. However, the rewards brought by such hardships are also very huge. At this moment, everyone of Wudi and others exuded a strong aura, which was completely different from before they left. I don't know what happened to Donghuang, Shiniten sighed. He was the middle-aged one in the group. Wudi and others were older than him, so he didn't have to maintain the posture of a senior. He felt more at ease during this period. However, most of them, like Longdi, still had regrets. Before setting off this time, he vowed that he would definitely be the one to become a god, but now it's over. Obviously, Longdi was not one of the few who succeeded in becoming a god. Even though he was now emitting the aura of the peak of the god level, even though he might not be inferior to Kangdi and Lin Feng at the time, he still failed to become a god. The others were basically at the same level as Longdi, at the peak of the 10th heaven of the god level, but they were the kind of people who had the hope of reaching the peak of the god level of the epic god. When everyone was waiting to go home, suddenly, a voice made them all turn around. They saw Shiyu, who appeared in the ship at some point, appeared behind them, and looked at them with a smile. Everyone is back, long time no see. Shiyu looked at these people one by one. Senior Sister Panda, peak of god level. Senior Sister Lu, peak of god level. Legend of God Source, peak of god level. Emperor Wu, peak of god level. Dragon Emperor, peak of god level. Empress Wangzai, super god level. Shiyu showed a surprised look and said, "So, the one who finally became a super god is, no way, the senior empress is very powerful." Lu Qingyi smiled. Sister Wangzai is still very powerful. Not only did she break through to the 11th heaven of god level first, she was also the first to successfully hunt a super god. Emperor Wu shook his head, convinced of his defeat. It's just because of the mixed blood advantage. That place has a stronger training effect for me as a mixed blood. Under normal circumstances, I am not as good as you, Empress Wangzai said. In Shiyu's beast control space, all the pets were in turmoil. The red pupils turned into human forms with a strong smile. She knew that her sister would definitely be able to do well. N11. Shen Bao and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, secretly hating the two seniors for not being strong. Now, can we go to the ruins of the earth? Shiyu didn't care who became a super god. Anyway, judging from their appearances, they all had the opportunity to become super gods, and they only lacked the source of transcendence. Of course, if Senior Sister Lu and others were also interested in the 11th and 12th heavens of the god level, that would be another matter. In fact, if it was not the pursuit of the universe level, Shiyu did not recommend that ordinary people pursue breaking the limit. After all, it was too dangerous. Breaking through from the 10th heaven of the god level did not mean that one could not reach the peak of the super god level. This level was enough for ordinary people. As long as they were well maintained, there would be no problem coexisting and perishing with the universe. That's right, at this time, the figure of the goddess Nuwa also slowly appeared. This was the first time that the goddess Nuwa showed her face, at least in front of Shiyu. Shiyu looked at the goddess, who was full of bright light, with butterflies dancing, silver flowers hanging down, and a bun like the moon, and said, "Now the Crimson Blue Star region has been occupied by the Environmental Protection Army. It is already the territory of the University. There is no problem going directly there. Ever since Shiyu killed so many super gods of the Dark King Legion, the confrontation between the Dark King Legion and the Environmental Protection Legion has been losing step by step. The place where the previous battle took place has now become part of the University, and all the polluting forces have been expelled." Looking at Shiyu, "He can't wait any longer," Hua Shen said. "In this case, let's go to the ruins together and then return to Blue Star. Now let's go pick up Wen Kong, Lin Feng and others." Okay, everyone was very excited. Although they didn't become super gods, it wouldn't be a failure if they could explore the ruins together. Great, Shiyu was as happy as a 20 billion Jin child at this time. After sleeping for 4 years, there was finally an activity to relieve boredom. I hope there will be something exciting in this ruins. Next, everyone flew directly over Blue Star and approached King Kai's planet. Now, Blue Star has flown to the center of the University, not far from King Kai's planet. Flying directly, there is not much difference in speed compared to using the teleportation array for Shiyu and others. At the same time, in the center of the Donghuang realm and the Hanging realm, a black-robed figure appeared. Shidi looked at the starry sky and said to both sides, "Wang Kong, Lin Feng, Senior Shidi, we are here, get ready, Hua and the others are back." The Emperor of Time seemed to have had a premonition and began to invite Lin Feng and Kong Di to wait for Shiyu and the others to arrive. Fuck, in a villa in the suspended realm? Lin Feng shook his head after hearing this. "I'm back, 4 years, so fast. It's better to hug someone's thigh than to work hard on your own." He worked hard for hundreds of years, but he didn't become a god, and finally relied on Shiyu's dividends. Now, this group of people taken away by Wagad are even more ruthless. Although they are not as good as Shiyu, it's abnormal enough to become a god in 4 years. Finally, I can go. At this time, Kong Di was also thinking about the ruins of the earth, wanting to see what kind of information was hidden in the ruins that Hua and Shiyu cared so much about. After a while, the Emperor of Time, Kong Di, and Lin Feng boarded the battleship. After they found out that it was the Queen's breakthrough, they were not surprised, because mixed blood had certain advantages over pure blood humans. On the contrary, if it was the God source that broke through, they would be surprised. Speaking of which, will the mixed blood human race be different from the ordinary human race and not meet the requirements? Lin Feng always had some new ideas at the beginning. It doesn't matter, the Empress said calmly, I can peel the phoenix blood from my body at any time. After peeling it off, it will be pure blood, that's fine. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly. Now everyone is here, Shiyu was excited, then let's go. Yeah, everyone responded one by one. Started to go to the Phelan Star region. With the two super gods and Shiyu leading the team, the speed is naturally no problem. When Shiyu and Lu Zuji and others learned about their experiences during this period, they soon arrived at the star where the remains of the Earth are located. Here, there is also an old acquaintance of Shiyu who has been waiting for a long time. Lord Hua, you are back, and there is Lord Shiyu. On this earthy yellow planet, the guardian of the sand castle is still guarding here. When it saw the return of the god Hua with a bunch of people, it was immediately excited and burst into tears. It seems, this time it can really retire. You are still here, Shiyu looked at him happily. Thank you for your hard work, Hua Shen said. After Wu Di and others followed, they also looked at the guardian of the sand castle curiously. Not hard, the guardian of the sand castle felt a breath of a group of super gods behind Hua Shen, swallowed his saliva, and said, are you going to open the ruins? Of course. Next, everyone came to the underground world like Shiyu's first time here, and saw a stone wall door. On the stone door, there is a pattern, which is 5 concave places, 4 of which are located in the 4 directions and 1 in the center. The human race who have already become super gods, at the signal of Hua Shen, nodded to each other, stretched out their hands, and sent their blood super god power to the stone door. Unlike Shiyu's first time to try it out by himself, this time, boom, the stone door shook, as if opening the door to another space in the universe. It finally opened, and the moment it opened, Hua Shen looked solemn and felt the familiar power fluctuations. Among the 5 people, Shiyu was also stunned, and he felt a familiar blood fluctuation, as if it was his relative. As for the other 4, the 2 emperors of time and space, Lin Feng, and the Empress, they didn't feel anything. Senior Sister Lu and the others were just curious and didn't feel anything. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668 The Hope of the Whole Village. The stone door opened, revealing a desolate little world. Neither Hua nor Shiyu were unfamiliar with the environment here. The fragments of the epical ruins left by Hua, the epical ruins from which Shiyu took out the spoil and other things, also looked like this. Suspected to be fragments of the earth. Nothing, Emperor Wu said. Is it open like this? Lin Feng was surprised. No, it's not nothing, Shiyu said, there is a deep space. Yes, that's right, Hua nodded. Leave it to me. Shiyu stepped forward and activated the 2 major techniques of time travel migration and time travel operation, while cracking and stabilizing the current ruins, trying to find something deeper. His eyes burst into dazzling brilliance, and the next moment, the entire ruins rumbled and shook. The surface cracked, and the cocky stone pillars rose from the alien space and connected to the sky. The stone pillar broke from the center, and a small clay figurine, a little girl clay figurine like a human cub, floated in the center of the stone pillar. Seeing this clay figurine, Shiyu's heart skipped a beat. There are words on the stone pillar, Emperor, she said, but they are unfamiliar words. I know this, God Hua said, it is an ancient word from the last era. If so, it will be easier to decipher. I can now confirm that this relic should be left by Nu Hua. My power is inherited by Nu Hua, the universe-class strongman of the last era. As her heir, I can feel that the clay man is her creation. The method used is similar to that of me and Lan Xing, who resurrected and created you through the soil of creation, but the means are more advanced, God Hua said. Senior God Hua, please decipher the words quickly. Lin Feng couldn't wait. Lu Qingyi, Senior Panda, the Empress and others also followed behind, curious about all this. Why was this relic built, and what secrets does it hide? Well, God Hua looked at the words on the stone pillar. This is about the self-introduction of Nuwa. She calls herself a cosmic life on the cosmic star Earth. At the same time, she is also one of the 16 cosmic lives in the last era, Nuwa said in disbelief. What? Not to mention Nuwa's surprise, Kongi and others were also shocked. One of the 16 cosmic lives in the last era? So many cosmic lives in the last era? You know, in this era, there are only 6 cosmic lives, which is only a fraction of the number in the last era. Our universe is in its prime and has a long lifespan. By the end, there may be many cosmic lives, Shidi said. Wagat ignored everyone's communication and said, Nuwa goddess is a life born from the cosmic star Earth, known as the goddess of creation. She imitated the cosmic human race and created the Earth human race, because the talent and potential of the Earth human race are the best in the starry sky. She has also received great rewards. It can be said that her achievement of cosmic level is closely related to creating humans. Everyone felt that the Wagat of Blue Star and the Nuwa of Earth were like a reincarnation. It was also Wagat who created the Blue Star human race, and it was Nuwa who created the Earth human race. The reason why Nuwa goddess created the Earth human race is to create a human race with the best talent and potential, let it achieve cosmic level, and then contract the universe itself, let it become the eternal maintainer and extend the life of the universe. This plan is also a plan made by several cosmic levels on Earth and her, as cosmic life. They don't want to end themselves because of the life of the universe. Failed, Lu Qingyi asked after a silence. At this moment, Shi Yu had already told his relatives and friends on Blue Star what he knew about the universe maintainer. Everyone knows that Shi Yu is now working hard to become the maintainer of the universe. Although Shi Yu did not say anything about the agreement with the Queen, but only showed his curiosity about a higher realm, senior sister Lu and others still have great concerns about whether this path can be taken. Contracting the universe sounds like a fantasy, even less reliable than becoming a cosmic level. Well, it failed, the goddess said. Although Nu and the others cultivated a human race, she also successfully reached the cosmic level, but she fell in the process of trying to contract the universe. This result also means that the plan of the Earth lineage in the last year to resist the restart of the universe has completely failed. The Queen and others looked at Shi Yu. In the last era, the Earth had at least 2 cosmic levels, and it was even very likely that it was the central planet of the last universe, with more than half of the cosmic levels. Even with all their strength, they could not make the selected person become the maintainer of the universe. Is Shi Yu sure that he still has ideas about this realm? To be honest, becoming an ordinary cosmic level and living for billions of years is actually not bad. Is it really necessary to take this risk? Shi Yu smiled bitterly. The main reason was that he had promised the Queen. It was not easy to tell these people about the Queen's affairs, because the Queen did not allow Shi Yu to tell the outside world about her relationship with Shi Yu. Sharing the information about the universe level and the universe maintainer learned from the Queen with everyone was already the limit. Shi Yu could also understand these ancient characters. He had studied this kind of mythological characters in his previous life. At this time, he also followed the progress of the goddess Wa and deciphered them together. However, although this plan failed, the Earth lineage still did not give up completely. In the end, they chose a plan called Spark and implemented it, Goddess Wa said. The Spark project is a plan to send a group of Earth life with potential, including the Earth's soul itself, to the next era. At the end of the era, if all goes well, a star similar to the Earth will appear in the next era, and these sparks will also awaken the memories of the previous era in their reincarnations on this star. The Spark project is to allow these people to have the possibility of becoming the maintainers of the universe in the next era. In this process, countless sparks may go out and fall in the vast river of time. It is also possible that they will escape the lock of the reincarnated Earth due to some accidents, but there is also a certain possibility that they can successfully reach the next era. Shi Yu hugged his arms and looked at the stone pillar with a burning gaze. The eyes of the Wagat unconsciously looked at Shi Yu. However, the success rate of this plan is not as good as the previous attempts. It is just the last struggle. After all, among this group of fire species, the one with the best talent and potential, second only to the cosmic level human race, is very unreliable. Even if he successfully crosses, whether he can survive to the cosmic level is still a question, Washen said. As for the other fire species, they are more or less not good enough. Shi Yu, who? This person, it should be you. Washen looked at Shi Yu. Shi Yu was silent and said, probably. Anyway, I am definitely one of the fire species in this batch, I can be sure. Shi Yu really didn't tell too many people about this matter. Except for Hua Xin, Shi Di and others who knew that Shi Yu was unusual by their own strength. Senior Sister Panda, Senior Sister Lu and others did not know Shi Yu's identity as a traverser. Even including Kong Di, Lin Feng, Shen Yuan and others, although they knew that Shi Yu was unusual, they didn't know where Shi Yu was unusual. At this time, hearing what Hua Shen said and Shi Yu answered like this, everyone was surprised. What? Senior Panda said in shock. Shi Yu, you mean, you are a time traveler from the last era, one of the fire seeds of the earth mentioned by Nuwa? Yes, Shi Yu said, however, I don't have any extraordinary memories of the last era. My memory of the last era only stays in my early 20s. I died during an archaeological expedition. In my era and country, there was no extraordinary power at all. Politicians, businessmen, legions, and civilians were all ordinary people. Animals were also ordinary animals. Except that the history and culture are very similar to Donghuang, like a reincarnation. There are big differences. After I died that time, I woke up again and woke up in the pet breeding base in Bangladesh City. I became an ordinary pet breeder. A few months later, I took 11 away from you, Senior Lin, and started the road of beast control in this life. Shi Yu laughed. Damn, Lin Feng and others muttered, no wonder Shi Yu was so perverted. They finally knew the reason. However, this matter is nothing new. Reincarnation is not a rare thing on Blue Star. Just talking about Blue Star in this era, there are countless strong people who have been reincarnated. The president of Minghua next door to Donghuang is also a reincarnated person. Su Su has also experienced countless reincarnations. However, this is the first time that everyone has seen Shi Yu's span is so long. He came from the last era. As a genius recognized by a bunch of cosmic bosses, why can Shi Yu advance so quickly? Everyone understands. So, what exactly is this relic? The Empress looked at the little clay figurine and the remaining unlit text. Nuwa said, this relic can actually be regarded as a backup for the fire plan. She looked at the little clay figurine floating in the stone pillar and said, this oil creation is a living being, an unactivated living being. She came from the last era. She was created by Nuwa with the power of a genius bloodline. Nuwa said that this was her most perfect creation, and her talent and qualifications even surpassed the cosmic level they cultivated. However, it was too difficult to send her to this era, so Nuwa just sealed a semi-finished product in this relic, and the way to revive her is for 5 super god humans with a mark of the earth, that is, the trace of the blue star, to jointly use the power of the super god bloodline to awaken her. In this way, not only can she awaken the qualifications from her previous life, but she can also obtain some of their talents from the 5 super gods, thus becoming the most talented human in the dual eras, and almost certainly becoming a cosmic level. Even if the spark plan fails, even if all the candidates do not come to this era, as long as she successfully arrives, as long as the blue star human race of this era gives birth to 5 super gods, and finds this place, awakens her, and cultivates her, then this era still has the hope of giving birth to a cosmic maintainer. In addition, the inheritor of Nuwa, the reincarnation of the earth, also has great hope of cultivating her to the cosmic level and thus achieving the cosmic level. After Nuwa finished speaking, everyone was stunned, and they all looked at the little clay figure in disbelief. This clay figure with the appearance of a little girl is so powerful? Must become a cosmic level? Among the crowd, only Shi Yu did not laugh. Instead, the corners of his mouth twitched, twitching fiercely. Then we use our power to awaken her and let her inherit our talent potential. Am I her godfather? Haha, Lin Feng said. My own child is useless, but if I adopt a goddaughter, she can become a future universe level. That would be great. No, at this moment, Shi Yu simply said, I refuse. Everyone? Using the blood power of a genius to create a new soul, Shi Yu's mouth was still twitching as he said, this Nuwa, she used my blood, damn it, and it was definitely done without my knowledge. Shi Yu was angry. In the illustration, he once said that it didn't matter if he didn't become a universe maintainer, because some strong people still had other backups, and the backups were in this relic. Even I didn't know what this backup was. Now Shi Yu understood why he didn't know, because Nuwa and others definitely used their blood power to create this child secretly. At the beginning, I must have refused. What the hell is a surprise? Shi Yu was directly frightened. He said that he felt something was wrong when he came in, and felt a kind of blood power. Now he understands. This is a damn thing. There is a daughter for no reason, and she is a biological daughter. Who can bear this? In Shiyu's beast control space, Chi-Tong was also dumbfounded. She bit her finger and fell into deep thought. 11 and the others were also a little confused, but they thought it was not a big problem. At this time, some people were shocked when they learned that this little clay figurine was created with the power of Shiyu's blood. Of course, Nuwa and others seemed to have expected it and just kept silent. Senior sister Lu pointed at the little clay figurine and looked at Shiyu, saying, "So this, in terms of blood relationship, is considered your daughter, right?" Shiyu said, "If she is resurrected, you can say that, but I have no plan to have a real biological daughter." Although calling Chi-Tong a biological daughter is not the same thing at all, Shiyu only hopes that Nuwa used her own blood purely without adding any other messy things. Otherwise, even if Nuwa is the goddess of creation, he will travel back to have a good talk and ask for some mental damages. It's too much? If this thing is resurrected, will he take care of it? It is definitely not appropriate to take care of it. But if he does, it is okay for a contracted pet, but Shiyu really has no experience to train a person. Moreover, he has not married yet, but he has a daughter. How will he find a partner in the future? At this time, as Shiyu finished speaking, everyone was silent. Looking at this little clay figure, they didn't know how to deal with it. "So, is it over?" Emperor Wu said. "Why are the strong men of the last era so persistent in cultivating the universe maintainers? They should have died." "It's over," Goddess Hua said. This question may be answered by Shiyu. Shiyu shrugged and said, "My guess is that after the birth of the universe maintainer, the era that ended before may still reappear in the form of parallel universe and coexist with the era of the universe. One main universe, multiple parallel universes, so that these strong people have a second chance to be reborn. Otherwise, there is no need to spend so much effort. So, if one day I really become the universe maintainer, you will have the opportunity to travel to the parallel universes of other eras, and if he fails, it can be said that this little clay figure in front of you is the hope of the entire global village. Since Shiyu doesn't want to, then don't wake her up." Hua Shen looked at the clay figure and said, "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm not ready yet." Shiyu said, "Well, how should I put it? Anyway, there's no rush for this matter, I understand." Lin Feng said, "I was also nervous when I made a poop for the first time, but I got used to it. In fact, it's no different from raising a pet. You are disgusting, can you speak normally?" Shin'in said. "Then, who'll take care of her?" said Nuwa. After Shiyu thought silently, he said, "Well, I don't trust anyone, so I'll do it myself. Anyway, even if I want to wake her up, I won't let her pursue the universe maintainer. Such a dangerous thing cannot be arranged for an unborn child." The result of this exploration of the ruins was beyond everyone's expectations. However, it was not a big gain. Of course, it was not a lack of gain, at least Nuwa was satisfied. Nuwa had some insights in the ruins and learned incredible information from Nuwa. Is her own cosmic level path to creating the human race? All along, although she had accepted Nuwa's inheritance, Nuwa had always regarded the other party's inheritance as an acquired power, and she was mainly developing her original power. The same was true when she was promoted to the cosmic level. However, she failed. And now, Nuwa actually left a message saying that her inheritor and Blue Star's cosmic level path might be in that little girl, which made Nuwa think about whether she should imitate Nuwa's path and try to break through the cosmic level. Become the emperor of the universe by creating humans. It stands to reason that it is difficult to become a cosmic level by imitating, but now, Nuwa God does not know what to do, and can only choose to trust Nuwa's judgment. The Empress and others are regretful. Especially the Empress, seeing an opportunity to become the godmother of Shiyu's daughter slip away, she knew that she had missed an opportunity to improve her generation. Chi-Tong is Shiyu's biological daughter, and Chi-Tong calls her sister. She is one generation lower than Shiyu for no reason. But if she can contribute her blood power, revive the child, and let the other party inherit some of her talents, this generation can probably be reversed, and Chi-Tong will have to call her mother. When Shiyu and others were in the Crimson Blue Star region, another guy that Shiyu was thinking about finally returned to Blue Star after 4 years. Dog Shiyu, stinky Shiyu. That woman took me away, all because of you. After returning to Blue Star, the gem cat still had a great shadow on the experience of these 4 years. It was said to be 4 years, but she felt like 400 years had passed. Although her realm had been unprecedentedly improved, Approaching the top of the universe and reaching the peak of the super god, the jewel cat only felt that it might take her millions of years to heal from this experience. The woman in black clothes and white hair really didn't treat her as a cat. How could she bully such a cute little cat like her? Finally back, but, at this time, the jewel cat returned to Blue Star, but found that except for being able to sense the will of Blue Star, the strong men of Blue Star were not here. She was slightly puzzled, but didn't think much about it, just thinking that those people were on King Kai's planet. After thinking about it, the jewel cat flew away from Blue Star and made her wish to teleport to King Kai's planet directly, but when she arrived here, she found that there was still no trace of Shiyu and others. So that's where they went. The jewel cat used the star contract to sense Xiaozi's location, and then determined Shiyu's current location. Damn, not taking me with you again, she was indignant. But forget it, compared to these, she has more important things to do. Donghuang realm, in the astrology family. After being associated with Donghuang, not to mention the owl, even the king of whistleblower has become a super god. The astrology family joined the Blue Star lineage and can be said to be doing well. At this time, the king of whistleblower Tuta felt that even if he announced his identity as the king of whistleblower, no one would dare to do anything to him. After all, his elder sister is one of the two cat-headed military advisors around Shiyu. However, soon, the peaceful atmosphere was broken, and a powerful super god pressure suddenly descended, which surprised the king of whistleblower Tutu and the predictive owl in the astrology family. The two siblings quickly flew out of the family and flew into the sky, and then saw the gem cat lady standing faintly in the sky. Long time no see. Seeing the shocked expressions of the predictive owl and the king of whistleblower, the gem cat was secretly happy and said, "By the way, where are Shiyu and others, do you know?" Although she already knew, she still asked to make herself more natural. You. At this time, the predictive owl exploded, sensing the terrifying aura on the gem cat, the aura comparable to the peak of the super god. She breathed rapidly, her throat was hoarse, and she couldn't believe it. "What's wrong with me?" The gem cat looked innocent. "Why are you? Oh, you mean the realm? I didn't work hard before and I easily became a super god. In the past few years, I have awakened and tried casually, but I feel that according to Shiyu's breakthrough speed, it's still a little short. He is really a beast." The gem cat Van Ertrak. Predictive owl, Whisper King? It seems that you don't know where Shiyu is either. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The gem cat looked at the Whisper King and said, "Do me a favor, I want to know which races participated in the destruction of the Kaixing clan. It's time to settle everything." She looked up at the starry sky. Since she accepted the inheritance of the Kaixing clan and was the only one in the Kaixing clan today, she had to vent her painful experience in the past 4 years and let others feel the pain. She had a feeling that after helping the Kaixing clan to settle the cause and effect, she would be even stronger. Well, in fact, it was the final training given to her by the queen, and the gem cat was helpless. "What are you going to do?" The precognitive owl swallowed his saliva and said, "The combined size of those guys is larger than that of the 4 sacred families. Are you scared?" "What am I afraid of? I'll rob them," the precognitive owl said excitedly. "Although I don't know what's wrong with you, but with Shiyu protecting me, what are you afraid of?" Climb, climb, climb. I still need Shiyu. Now I am invincible in the universe, and ordinary super gods are only one round of my enemy, the gem cat said. Chapter 669, Cat Returns. Are these the guys? In the astrology family, the precognitive owl gave the gem cat a list. Looking at the list, the gem cat fell into deep contemplation. Most of the forces on this list are indeed more terrifying than the 4 holy families. The strongest of the 4 holy families is only the 4 holy super gods, the middle stage of the super gods. Although their family has developed to hundreds of realms, the main place of activity is still King Kai. However, most of the forces on the list given by the precognitive owl can already establish their own business. The main foundation is no longer on King Kai, but in the Universe Sea, where they have their own territory, which means that they no longer need the protection of King Kai, and have already stood among the powerful forces in the universe. Like the beast-taming genius of the 13th heaven of the Universe Sea, his family is this kind of family. It controls its own star field and has several permanent teleportation arrays. It can be called a starry sky tyrant, and there are high-level super gods in the family. Of course, the current blue star is almost the same. Even without the protection of King Kai, as long as it is not targeted at the cosmic level, It can still travel across the starry sky without fear of any disasters. What are you going to do? They are all over the universe. It's a big project for you to take revenge, the foreknowledge owl said. It doesn't matter. I don't need to do anything, the gem cat said. With this list, it's enough. Her pupils changed slightly, and the blue pupils turned into 9-color 9 Magatama gemstone pupils, rotating like dazzling stars, and suddenly billions of stars in the universe appeared in front of her. Praying stars curse, boom. In an instant, the star sea shook, but the gem cat seemed to have nothing happened. Hey, what did you do? The king of whistleblowers said. The gem cat, it's nothing, just wishing that all the forces that participated in the destruction of the Praying Star clan will encounter more cosmic disasters. Direct participants, great evil; indirect participants, evil. Even if they are innocent descendants, as long as they have a little relationship with them, they will have bad luck for decades in a row. Well, it should be about the same. It will come true soon. I'll go and see. After saying that, the gem cat flew out of King Kai's planet. Because a small number of forces also settled on King Kai's planet, a cosmic disaster suddenly appeared near King Kai's planet. First, a space-time hole appeared in the starry sky. This is a special phenomenon that only occurs with a very small probability in the universe. It can transmit things from very far away places. At the beginning, the Sky Emperor was teleported to the vicinity of King Kai by this thing. At this time, the space-time hole appeared abnormally, and what was teleported was a huge meteorite with strong attraction. Judging from its size, it is no less than the blue star before the myth was revived. At this time, the meteorite was not powerful enough to attract King Kai, but was attracted by King Kai and fell directly to a certain place. Good guy, the eyes of the gem cat lit up. Oh my god, it won't hurt anyone by mistake. I wish that I won't hurt innocent people. I hope that people are okay. As she prayed again, a starry sky storm appeared in the starry sky again, blowing towards a certain place. Then, the cold and lonely fluctuations were born out of thin air in a certain place, turning into a cold current and rushing towards King Kai. Disasters occurred so frequently that the Institute of Cosmic Disasters was caught off guard. Although they can predict cosmic disasters and prevent them to some extent, this time, the cosmic disaster appeared too suddenly. You know, King Kai is a cosmic star, and the will of the universe has to give it face. The probability of encountering cosmic disasters around King Kai is very small, but this time, it is extremely abnormal. This situation not only occurs near King Kai, but also in the major star regions of the universe. Even in places countless light years away from King Kai, there are cosmic disasters of all sizes. For example, star earthquakes, a kind of space vibration, now invade a star region, and instantly make a superpower's countless years of accumulated family business collapse. This is not an accident. A super god high stage who coughed up blood to resist the space vibration looked in one direction fiercely. Someone cursed our family. This is a premeditated attack. Who is it? Who is it? Soon, the universe became a mess. Many superpowers encountered cosmic disasters out of thin air, forcing some families' hidden super god high stages and middle stages to wake up and go out to resist, so as not to completely destroy their foundation. At the same time, the gem cat did not hide its curse power. It took almost no time for many strong men to realize that the curse power came from near King Kai. As the famous strong men in the universe, how could they bear such humiliation? They all came to King Kai with extremely fast means. You are looking for death? How dare you plot against me? Soon, the local strong men of King Kai and some strong men who took the permanent teleportation array to solve the root cause ascended to the starry sky outside King Kai and found the gem cat girl wearing the praying star clothes, like a saint surrounded by starlight, praying with her hands folded in the universe. After these people found the power fluctuations on the gem cat, their faces changed and showed horrified expressions, as if they had seen something outrageous. Praying star power, the praying star clan, why? After discovering that it was the Praying Star clan that took action, the whole starry sky was shaken at this moment. Did the Praying Star clan be exterminated? Such a big thing happened. Even the forces on King Kai that were not related to this incident had already learned about it and paid attention to the starry sky. The Kai King Planet network was circulated like crazy with a picture of the jewel cat girl surrounded by many super gods. Is it her? In the Donghuang realm? The legend of the sea tyrant was looking at the cat girl in the picture in confusion and shock. Isn't this teacher Ying? Ying, The dragon god also looked at the live broadcast that shocked the entire Kai King planet with a look of surprise, and couldn't believe how his best friend could be so fierce and cute today. The little white dragon, the ice dragon, all of them were stunned. Teacher Mao Mao stood up, and actually faced more than a dozen super gods alone. A cause and effect. The jewel cat girl slowly opened her eyes in the starry sky and answered simply, looking at these enemies who were attracted by her. Once you fought against 100 super gods alone, and now she, Mao Mao, swept away all the powerful enemies. Cause and effect. Hearing the words of the jewel cat girl, these people immediately realized something and their faces changed drastically. Boom. However, it was too late. The gem cat's expression suddenly became fierce. The terrifying mental fluctuations directly turned into the cosmic tide and swept away, causing these super gods to change their faces again. A low-level super god, a plant super god, was almost instantly crushed into dregs by the mental power because of the closest distance, and turned into nothingness. No matter who you are, do you want to start a war? These super gods were also forced to come here, because the curse of the gem cat had been established, and they would be attacked no matter where they were. It would be better to come to the source. However, they did not expect that not only themselves, but so many strong people were cursed, and now so many people gathered together. This cat girl is still so domineering. Each of them is a powerful super god in the universe, and has made great contributions in the starry sky battlefield. Isn't this cat girl afraid of causing turmoil in the universe by doing this? Boom. The next second, another super god in the middle was crushed by the mental power, and a source of transcendence burst out, which made the foresight owl who was observing secretly brighten his eyes. Damn, so cool. How can this cat be so strong? I'm so jealous, she cried to death. It would be fine if you was the one, but the gem cat, who was also a scoundrel, was like this. She didn't accept it. Buzz, the next moment, another high-level super god became the main target of the gem cat's attack. However, this time, the gem cat's telekinesis only repelled the opponent and did not succeed in killing him instantly. After struggling to resist, this super god high-level, sweating profusely, breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed unconsciously. I thought you were so arrogant, how strong you are, but it turns out you are only a super god high-level. In secret, the owl covered his mouth. Although the gem cat did not burst out with all its strength now, and its momentum was not as strong as when it pretended to be powerful with them, it was still an attack from the peak of the super god, but it was actually regarded as a super god high level. The weakest super god peak was confirmed. You are worthy of it. You are still sitting firmly on the weakest throne even at the peak of the super god. Gem cat? Facing the provocation of the opponent, the gem cat gritted his teeth fiercely. I'm not angry either, and burst out with stronger telekinesis. Boom. Everyone, work together to kill her, the high-level super god just said. Upon hearing this, the dozen super gods suddenly looked stern and nodded heavily. There were not many simple forces that dared to attack the rare race of the Star Prayer clan on King Kai's planet and adopted the Star Prayer clan as slaves. Their strength was naturally not to be mentioned. With the combined efforts of more than a dozen super gods, their power was integrated and they easily pushed away the telekinesis sweep. The next moment, these super gods exhaled and looked at the dissatisfied expression of the gem cat girl opposite. Although they said they were not strong, this Star Prayer clan did put them under great pressure. Sir, do you know what you are doing? After today, there will be no place for you in the entire universe. Even if you can escape, your relatives and friends will not be able to survive from now on. A super god who transcended the 7th level looked at the gem cat with murderous intent. Gem cat? Are you crazy? The jewel cat scoffed. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. In that case, let me show you my true strength. She took a deep breath, and 10 colorful suns suddenly appeared behind her, making the entire Kai King planet shrouded in the vision of the 10-colored sun. When the vision appeared, the bunch of super gods who had just resisted were shocked and showed incredible expressions again. Super god peak. They thought that the highest level of this Kai King tribe was only 9 times, but now, the number of transcendence sources of the jewel cat made them dumbfounded, unable to understand how a super god peak was suddenly born. Who said I was weak just now? The jewel cat swept her eyes, and a 10-colored mental power wave instantly penetrated. The next moment, the body of a super god at a high level was crushed and exploded, and he died with his eyes open. His horrified mental fluctuations remained in the starry sky. Well, it seems you have eaten the Kai King clan. You deserve to die. the jewel cat looked at a dragon-shaped super god again. When she looked over, the body of this dragon-shaped super god suddenly exploded. In King Kai's planet, countless people watched this horrifying live broadcast, and were extremely shocked. Seeing these big names who were famous in the starry sky being crushed to death like chickens in the hands of this cat girl, they were all terrified. Boom. 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 Just now, the super gods thought they could resist, but now, even the high-level super gods were panicked when facing the jewel cat. Anyway, the jewel cat did not think that she was the weakest super god peak. She was taught by the universe level, the spiritual development system of the last era. Like the two peak super gods that Shiyu had dealt with before, she was also confident that she could deal with them, although it was not as easy as Shiyu. Next, just as the gem cat was about to kill all the enemies of the star prayer, suddenly, a mid-level super god, the time fox, asked for help. Lord Lu, help me. As soon as it finished speaking, another peak super god, no, it was stronger than the ordinary peak super god, even stronger than the sun god general, and this strong breath blocked the gem cat's attack. Who is it? The gem cat said dissatisfiedly again. It should be one of the peak super gods under King Kai, the human beast master Lu Ming. He has a pet that seems to be the time fox. I guess they have a connection. Just as the gem cat was blocked, another figure walked out of the starry sky. Shiyu, wearing panda casual clothes, walked out of the starry sky. The gem cat saw Shiyu and said in surprise, "You are back. I can feel the movement here in the crimson blue star region. Can't you come back as soon as possible?" Shiyu couldn't help but say. "You are good enough, it's not for you," the gem cat said. Shiyu smiled and said, "Okay, I got it." After that, he looked at the void and said, "Lu Ming, can you give me some face and not care about this matter? This matter is not something you, a super god peak, can interfere with." No one expected Shiyu's appearance, because there were really few people who knew the relationship between Gemcat and Shiyu. At this time, the figures in the void were obviously very silent about Shiyu's appearance. The super gods who were chased by Gemcat had their eyes exploded. Shiyu's appearance shook the starry sky more than the sudden appearance of Gemcat, a super god peak. Even other super gods on King Kai, such as the Sun God General, were alarmed. On King Kai, those who watched the live broadcast were even more heartbroken. Shiyu and those he named, although the younger generation did not know, but the older generation knew that he was the ruthless man who scared the 5 super gods of Blue Star for millions of years and slaughtered several super gods. And now, Shiyu actually said to the other party that this matter was not something that a super god peak like you could intervene in. This was simply what the powerful people who were observing secretly could not believe the most was that a voice slowly came out from the void. "Okay, then I'll give you a favor this time." After saying that, the fluctuation of the aura of the super god peak disappeared directly. Although the time fox in the middle stage of the super god did not know what relationship it had with Lu Ming, it was undoubtedly abandoned at this time. The super god peaks who were regarded as enemies by the gem cats all had pale expressions and showed despair. If it was just the gem cats, even if they couldn't beat them, they might still have a chance to escape. However, when Shiyu, the ruthless man, appeared, and it was clear that the Kaixing clan had a relationship with Shiyu, the ruthless man, these people understood that even the super god peaks under the command of the king of the realm could not save them. This cruel guy, even the super god peaks can be destroyed at will. Known as the Emperor of the Seventh Universe, this day was destined to be another day of great turmoil in King Kai and the universe. More than a dozen super gods fell, and more than a dozen super forces were affected and almost died, which really shocked the starry sky. Soon, people also understood what was going on. These superpowers were all involved in the trafficking, trading, and enslavement of rare races. This was a very common thing in the starry sky. Even on the blue star, ordinary people raised many livestock and pets that could be slaughtered at any time. However, the essence of this starry sky is that whoever has the bigger fist has the right. Now the Kaixing clan, which was exterminated and divided, has a strong man who can suppress the starry sea. Even Shiyu stood behind this race. Those forces that targeted the Kaixing clan could not escape sanctions anyway. It's terrible, too terrible, that mysterious strong man with a human body and a snake tail, Shiyu himself, and the goddess Kaixing just now, 3 super god peak strongmen, and 2 of them are definitely not comparable to ordinary super god peaks. When did such a force gather in the universe? Not only is the peak combat power like this, People think of the Blue Star lineage and the backbone forces such as Shitty, as well as the newly promoted super gods such as Kangdi and Lin Feng. Their scalps are completely numb, and they feel that the Blue Star lineage is too terrifying. It was on this day that the major forces of King Kai and even the Universe C knew that another super god peak strong man was born. Her name is Ying, and she is from the Kaixing Gem Cat clan. She is an existence that must not be provoked. At this time, this existence that must not be provoked is eating and drinking a gem fruit and a cup of gem juice like crazy. Delicious, really delicious. Teacher Ying shed tears while eating. Slow down, Shiyu said. Teacher Mao Mao, is the queen hungry? The main reason is that she doesn't care about food at all. When I said I was hungry, she asked me to absorb energy crystals. Although the thing can maintain the state, it is not delicious, said the gem cat. The food I wish for. How can I wish for delicious food? I am always exhausted after every training and rarely in good condition, Shiyu said, but no matter what, after 4 years of being a super god, this hardship is also very worthwhile. Anyway, it's finally over, Gem Cat said. Besides, after sanctioning those forces, I am now refreshed. I feel that the integration of those wishing stars and me is even more perfect. No wonder the queen wants me to deal with them, Shiyu said. By the way, have the transformations of those sources of transcendence been completed? Gem Cat said. The queen has transformed a part of it, and I only need to complete the last process. I tried to perfect one, and it took 2 months. The queen thought it was too slow, so she kicked me out and asked me to solve the resentment of the wishing star. Now, I feel that I should be able to perfect one in less than a month, Shiyu said. Then give me the one you have perfected first. There are 71 left, right? I'll give you 60 months to perfect it as soon as possible. While you perfect it, I'll use it, Gem Cat. She looked at Shiyu with tears in her eyes and said, I just came back. Are you trying to drive me to death? Can you let me rest for a month before starting work? Just 1 month, Shiyu smiled. Okay, 1 month. I'll give you 2 months, and I'll provide food. The ginseng baby who has transcended 7 times will carefully prepare a full set of gem fruit meals every day. That's more like it. Teacher Ying was satisfied and felt relieved instantly. Unfortunately, this is a technical job that the clone can't do. Otherwise, I would have the clones do it for you in 1 day. By the way, how was your exploration of the ruins? The gem cat asked. This, Shiyu scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. After a while, a shocked voice came from the room. You said that there is a daughter of your blood sealed in the ruins. What a joke. Give birth. Why not give birth? If you don't want to raise it, you can give it to someone else. The goddess of Why and the will of Blue Star will definitely be willing to raise it. After all, it is related to their cosmic level. If it doesn't work, I can also reluctantly help you take care of the baby. Start work tomorrow. Thank you, Shiyu said. Where's the demon stone I gave you before? Did you kill that little demon? No, I didn't. I just let it go. After the exploration of the ruins, the cat returned, and the people of Blue Star also returned. For Blue Star, it can be said that the universe is completely peaceful. In addition to the Empress who successfully promoted to the super god, everyone else also began to challenge their own super god road. Although the gem cat exploded a bunch of transcendent sources, and she now has the initial ability to improve the quality of the transcendent source, everyone still plans to pursue the 11th heaven and break the limit. As for Shiyu, he also took the only group of transcendent sources that the cat had perfected and used it as a cultivation resource. After just 1 attempt, Shiyu fell in love with this feeling and was extremely excited. It only takes 10 days to refine a transcendent source, but the enhancement it brings to him is almost equivalent to 100,000 years of hard practice. Moreover, it is not the kind of hard practice of simple meditation, but a comprehensive enhancement of the soul, body, and spirit. Shiyu made a simple calculation to see this incredible speed of improvement. If he refined all the source of transcendence, he might be able to improve his cultivation to the equivalent of more than 7 million years. This is simply, it will definitely send him and all his pets to the peak of super godhood. 10 days later, Shiyu, who was having a great time with cheating, couldn't help but get up and found the slacking gem cat and said, I've absorbed that. When will you start working? Didn't you say 2 months? The gem cat, who was holding a tablet and watching a movie, said angrily. I regret it. Please start working now. You don't want the queen to know that you don't work and only know how to slack off after you come back. Gemcat? Hey, Teacher Ying, please, in return, I'll let Shen Bao Bao take care of your food for the rest of your life, okay, Shen Bao Bao? Don't make big promises to me. It seems that someone is looking for you outside. The Gemcat was angry. Shiyu scratched his cheek, looking helpless, shrugged and teleported outside. The outside world. Shiyu was familiar with the figure, the super god in his eyes, the president of the Environmental Protection Association, Bingling, who is now looking at Shiyu seriously. Excuse me, Shiyu, there is something I need to discuss with you, Senior Bingling? What's wrong? Shiyu said. The Environmental Protection Association helped him in the battle for the source of transcendence. Although it was not very useful, Shiyu still remembered it. Do you know that the king of the realm is weak and has fallen into deep sleep again? Bingling said, I got information from the Sun God General that the Lord King of the realm consumed a lot of power for some reason and had to fall into deep sleep. Shiyu was stunned. Could it be because of the time when they were teleported back to ancient times? The king of the realm did seem to say that she would have to pay a heavy price to do this. What's wrong? Doesn't Lord Kai often fall asleep? Bingling said, indeed, but Lord Kai's weakness this time is unprecedented. In addition, in the polluted land, it is said that the Dark King has awakened. Moreover, although you killed many super gods in the polluted land and they were defeated, their momentum has not declined. On the contrary, they have a tendency to counterattack. I have a hunch that the Universe will have a violent collision with the polluted land next. If possible, I hope to get your and Susu's help and sit in the Universe. Shiyu said, it's a small problem. As long as the Dark King doesn't come, I will kill as many other polluting races as possible. Chapter 670 I'm sick. Small problem, as long as the Dark King doesn't come, I will kill as many of the other polluting races as come. Shiyu's words full of security fell, and Bingling nodded slightly. I believe it, but I'm afraid that the Dark King will come too, August, Shiyu said. It shouldn't be the case. Lord Kai is in poor condition, no one can say for sure. Bingling shook her head. Of course, I don't mean to ask you to deal with the Dark King. I'm not that cruel, she smiled. But if the Dark King goes out in person, even if he doesn't take action, the strength and morale of the Dark King's army will become unprecedentedly strong. It's probably equivalent to the Dark King's army being a pet beast army with a cosmic-level beast master strengthening them behind the scenes. Do you understand? Is that so? Shiyu pondered and said, as a behind-the-scenes strengthener, the Dark King still lets his subordinates go out and doesn't do it himself. In this way, it won't cause cosmic-level disputes, but Lord King Kai is in poor condition. I'm afraid he won't be able to serve as a behind-the-scenes chess player to strengthen the army of the Universe. In this way, while King Kai is in his slumber, some territory in the Universe may be swallowed up, and the Dark King will become stronger as a result. Yes, that's what I mean, Bingling said. If things really turn out like this, although the Sun God General, Luming, the Realm Dragon and others will take action, it's still not enough to face a cosmic-level strengthened army. The Sun God General, Luming, and the Realm Dragon are the three most powerful super gods under King Kai. The Sun God will be the strongest star life in the universe. Luming is a human race, with several powerful pets under his command. The Jishanlong clan is a super powerful clan that ranks extremely high among the myriad clans in the starry sky. It was also bred by the Kai Wang star. It can be said that it is a race that has been growing with the Kai Wang star since the early days of the Kai Wang star, similar to the 5 major clans of the Blue Star. Of course, in addition to these 3 parties, there are also hidden super god peaks such as the Observer, who are also under the command of the Kai Wang. However, relying on these people alone, it is definitely not enough to intervene in a cosmic-level dispute. Therefore, in order to deal with a possible war, Bingling first consulted the opinion of Shiyu, the throne known as the 7th cosmic level. As long as the cosmic level does not take action personally, even if the super god level is strengthened by the cosmic level, if the Universe can have Shiyu sitting in, the winning rate can be greatly increased. After all, Shiyu's god level can kill the super god peak. Now that he has absorbed the strongest transcendent origin of the era, no one knows how strong Shiyu is. Moreover, the blue star lineage represented by Shiyu is also a force that cannot be ignored. Just talking about Nuwa, that is a super strong man who is not inferior to or even stronger than the sun god. If this group of strong men can gather together, even if Lord Ji Wang cannot wake up, they should be able to withstand the attack of the polluted land. After confirming with Shiyu, Bingling left the place, and Shiyu shook his head and entered the house. If the Dark King's army really wants to attack while Ji Wang is weak, then it would be a good opportunity for Su Su to brush up her experience. However, what President Bingling said is not wrong. A war involving the universe level is more or less dangerous. The strength of the super god level is still a little bit insufficient. It would be better if it could be faster to the universe level. Shiyu looked into the house. The gem cat had disappeared. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his telekinesis directly enveloped the Donghuang realm. Then, in a mansion with a swimming pool, sunshine, and plants, he found a gem cat wearing a swimsuit and lying leisurely on the beach. Ahem, Shiyu said, Teacher Ying, it's useless for you to run. Did you hear what President Bingling said just now? The Dark King's army may attack the universe. Su Su and I can't just sit there and watch. We need strength urgently. You don't want us to die in the void battlefield. In the distance, hearing Shiyu's telepathy, the gem cat's face fell and said, if you can die, I will go down to find you. Don't lie to her. The gem cat now knows that Shiyu has the protection of the Universe Queen and the sixth Universe Throne. With the power of that woman, the Dark King may not be able to beat her. It will be difficult for Shiyu to die. Okay, then do me another favor. Wait until you have rested enough before transforming the source of transcendence. What favor? The gem cat took off her sunglasses. I know the location of a bunch of epic ruins, but there are too many epic ruins, more than I thought, and it is impossible to explore them one by one in a short time. In order to avoid wasting time, I want to choose the key ones to explore. I need the help of you and Teacher Owl to help me divine which ruins are most suitable for me to explore first. When the gem cat heard this, although it was also a technical job, as long as Shiyu was distracted by the ruins, he should not urge her to work like a life-threatening task, so it was okay. Okay, you go find the owl, okay, Shiyu shrugged. Even if the gem cat worked all day to transform the source of transcendence, Shiyu would have a long period of free time at her tortoise speed. During this time, it would be better to use it to explore the epic ruins in the universe and see if he could find some treasures from the epic ruins and then use them to improve his strength. A moment. In the astrologer clan, the predictive owl was also called by Shiyu. She immediately ran to Shiyu with the family treasure. Although the owl has just become a super god not long ago, her family has the divination crystal ball of the cosmic treasure level. With this exclusive prop of the astrologers, it is impossible for other races to surpass their divination ability. Soon, the two cats will gather next to Shiyu. It's best for you to predict which ruins to explore. The predictive owl touched the crystal ball and muttered, Old Ying, buff me quickly, climb. The gem cat was furious. Shiyu was fine, but how dare you, a little super god beginner. If you disrespect the super god, be careful. I curse you to encounter cosmic disasters every day. Just a joke. The predictive owl smiled embarrassedly and said, God Ying, come and give me a buff. Rin, you come too. A bluish-white magic cube appeared beside Shiyu's shoulder, and he shared his luck power with the predictive owl, hoping that it would have better luck and predict the location of valuable ruins. Soon, luck and the power of praying stars acted together on the predictive owl. It held the crystal ball with a serious expression and predicted according to the star map provided by Shiyu. The next moment, as expected, with the assistance of a bunch of super strong people and supreme artifacts, the owl predicted very successfully. Soon the crystal ball mapped the content of the future and a coordinate emerged. But at the same time, a chaotic force of time and space also made the predictive owl's brain roar, and many complicated information appeared, like a needle prick, making her cover her head suddenly and scream. Hey, the change of the owl scared Shiyu and the others, but fortunately, it was only a moment, and she regained consciousness with sweat all over her head. Although she was still covering her head and panting, her expression seemed to be calm. Teacher Owl, are you okay? What's the matter? Shiyu asked. It's okay, the owl said, it's this relic, it's a little special. His owner may still alive in this universe, huh? Shiyu said. The owl said, this is the relic of the era. It was created by someone in the last era. However, this creator, like you, successfully traveled through time and space and came to this era. That's why I was disturbed a lot this time. Shiyu frowned and said, the queen? Shiyu immediately thought of the queen, wondering if it was a relic created by this guy in his previous life. This location is the KK star region. Shiyu looked at the crystal ball and said, is it the star region on the edge of the cosmic sea close to the Zerg mother nest? Yes. Are you sure that this relic is the most suitable epic relic for me to explore now? Shiyu touched his chin and said, I thought you would divine out a relic related to the evolutionary cosmic treasure. As a result, it is a relic with information about the Traverser. Why do I feel like there is another pit? Do you want to explore it? The gem cat asked. Go ahead, it sounds like there must be important information. Shiyu said, you just want to drive me away. Forget it, since you have predicted the result, let's go. KK Star Region, a star region with a very special name, is located on the edge of the cosmic sea. It is one of the few star regions closest to the Zerg mother nest, and its geographical location is very similar to that of the Phelan star region. Shiyu was still aroused by the divination of the owls and came to the interior of a planet in the KK star region. In a mountain, Shiyu walked in the wild forest between the mountains, sensing the situation of the epic relic. Interesting, Shiyu walked around here for a long time, constantly using his time-lapse skills, but he still couldn't crack open this relic, which was built at a very advanced level. Shiyu was accompanied by Eleven and Lin, who were also giving advice. In fact, only Lin was giving advice. I don't know if Eleven was still childish or stupid, but he had already climbed up the big tree next to him and chopped off the branch with one palm, causing the red cotton worm lying on it to fall down. 11 declared victory. In Shiyu's beast control space, Chong saw that his super distant relative had the same ending as himself when he was a child, and his mouth twitched. There are so many insect creatures here. Although we haven't reached the alien insect mother nest, it is already comparable to the insect paradise, Lin said. Yes, but this is not the key. The key is this relic. Why can't it be opened? Shiyu gritted his teeth. This was the first time he failed in cracking a relic after obtaining the power system of the last era. You know, even the mechanical ruins from the previous era, he easily broke through, and that was at a low level. Now he is close to the universe level. Can't this broken ruins be broken? Of course, if it is demolished by force, it is actually no problem, but that will damage the information and resources inside the ruins. Shiyu still wants to use the normal process to make it sensible. You can't do this. Just when Shiyu was thinking, suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Hearing this voice, whether it is Shiyu, 11 or Lin, they all shuddered. Shiyu turned around suddenly, and then the Super Queen descended behind him. Why are you here? Could it be that the owner of this ruins is really you? The Super Queen turned her gaze to Shiyu and said, I have nothing to do with this ruins. Then you, Could it be that you are protecting me all the way? Shiyu said. The Super Queen said, don't be sentimental. My goal is also this relic. You are not the only one who knows the special features of this relic, okay? Shiyu smiled and said, then your majesty, what do you think? Do you know what this relic is about? This is an exclusive relic. Only a specific person, a specific bloodline, and a specific soul trace can open it. It should contain something extremely important to the other party. Moreover, this relic has been opened once since it was left in the last era, Shiyu said. So the owner of this relic is still alive and is somewhere. Yeah, the queen nodded. Is it the identity of the relic owner as a time traveler that attracted you? Shiyu asked. The queen shook her head and said, a little, but not all. Don't you feel it? Feel what? The universe is sick. The universe is sick. Shiyu was stunned. The Super Queen said, well, the universe is sick for unknown reasons. Although the symptoms are relatively mild now, the speed at which the universe's lifespan passes has begun to accelerate slowly. The planetary life should be more aware of this. You can let your star pet feel whether it is a lot more difficult to communicate with the power of the universe. Meow. Ziozu walked away from the beast control space, at a loss. It carefully sensed it, and then was slightly startled. Although it was not very obvious, it did feel different from before. This subtle feeling is difficult to observe at all. In most cases, people will think it is due to their own condition. Even if they sense it, they will not associate it with the universe being sick. After I noticed this, I was worried that the state of the universe might affect your contracted universe, so I started looking for the reason, the queen said. Finally, I found this place. It seems that this relic has the final explanation. It seems that although you didn't find any abnormalities, you also found this place through other means. This shows that the illness of the universe is bound to have a certain impact on you. After listening to the queen's words, Shiyu fell into deep thought and said, "Is that so? Then, if we want to crack this relic, it seems that we have to find its original owner, that is, in addition to the two of us. The third traveler whose identity can be confirmed." "Yes," the queen nodded. "You should have come here before me." "Have you found anything?" Shiyu asked. The queen is a cosmic-level old monster who has lived for an unknown period of time. Her means should be much richer than those of a young man like him. "The other party has died and reincarnated again," the queen said. "If I'm not mistaken, the other party should have reincarnated into the Zerg nest." "Zerg nest," Shiyu said. "We should go there to find it. Will the Zerg queen's territory be a little dangerous?" "Back in the transcendent divine realm, I killed a lot of his people, and there are several of his descendants. I'll leave this matter to Her Majesty the Queen." "I'll wait for your good news," Shiyu said immediately. He didn't want to go to the Zerg nest. "It's a pity," the Super Queen said. "I also have hatred with that guy. She once permanently banned me from entering the Zerg nest. Although it doesn't matter if I force my way in, it's easy to cause a bigger conflict. This matter still needs to be investigated by you. I will leave a protective shield on you to keep you safe and hide your identity. As long as you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, you should be able to complete the mission and return smoothly." "Shiyu? What's the connection? How did you provoke the Zerg Queen? In addition to the King of the Realm and the Overlord of the Universe, why do I feel that you can cause more trouble than me?" Shiyu said. The Queen said, "We are equally matched, but you are weaker and less likely to attract the attention of the other party. Moreover, the Zerg nest is the universe of the Zerg. There are a great variety of Zerg resources. Your Zerg pet may be able to obtain cosmic opportunities there." Shiyu took a deep breath and said, "Okay, then I'll go, but if there is danger, I will save you and bring you back. Deal?" Shiyu knew that the exploration of the epic ruins would definitely not be so smooth. Now he was dizzy and had no idea what was going on. According to the Queen, he would definitely be noticed if he entered the Zerg nest directly from the Universe E, so the Queen used special means to teleport Shiyu over. Where he would appear at that time, how to identify his position, and how to find the third traverser would depend on Shiyu's own ability. However, the Queen said that she would try to teleport Shiyu to the vicinity of the third traverser. She had locked the approximate location of the third traverser through the traces of the epic ruins. If the other party is a reincarnated time traveler, the combined power of me, Shen Bao, and Qi should be able to identify the other party's identity, just like the goddess Nuwa and the King of the Realm could see his identity. If the other party's strength after reincarnation is not very strong, Shiyu feels that he should be able to see it. After all, his attainments in time and space are not low now. However, what Shiyu wants to know most now is where the Queen teleported him to. Why is it so dark here? Shiyu clearly feels that he has landed smoothly. However, when Shiyu was in a stable state and his mental power was released, he was stunned when he wanted to confirm where he was. The dead environment around him. In addition, Shiyu saw a girl kneeling not far away, burning incense and praying for something, and his face turned black. "Ancestors, please bless my father not to be eaten," the girl's voice made Shiyu ponder. How could the Queen teleport himself to the remains of someone else's tomb? If things go wrong, he might be mistaken for a tomb robber. After observing the corpses of humans, insects and beasts around him with his spiritual power, Shiyu felt a chill. "Damn it," Shiyu cursed in a low voice. He was now sure that he had been teleported into the soil by the Queen and was being buried. "There is also a seal." Outrageous, Shiyu broke free from the seal directly. Rumble. At the same time, the ground cracked and the entire tomb ruins shook violently. The next moment, the girl who was praying in front of the tomb suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at the cracked ruins and the boy who crawled out of the ground in disbelief. This boy, about 15 or 16 years old, had long hair, a handsome face, and was dressed in cloth. It was Shiyu. To be precise, it was the appearance of Shiyu Beast when he was 15 or 16 years old. When he came to a dangerous place, Shiyu naturally used his body control talent to change his form and became the appearance of his previous life. You. At this time, the girl who had just worshipped her ancestors saw someone coming out of the tomb with a face full of panic. Shiyu was calm, looking at her and said, "You should be a disciple of the Butterfly Holy Land." The girl, who was about the same age as Shiyu's beast, heard Shiyu's question, grumbled, and nodded. "I am. Could it be, she said. "Grandfather, did you really hear my prayers and come back to life?" Shi Yu's face darkened again, and he said, "What are you talking about? I'm not dead in the first place. Although this is a tomb, it is a relic after all. As long as he is in the relic, nothing can be hidden from Shi Yu." He had just heard the voice of history and knew where this place was. This is the remains of a tomb of a super beast controlling force called the Holy Land of Butterfly Transformation, where the ancestors of the Holy Land of Butterfly Transformation and their pets dating back hundreds of thousands of years are buried. The reason why there is a seal is that the people buried here are very strong, and the weakest one is at the god level, which is easy to breed evil spirits. Shi Yu waved his hand and resealed the tomb, then looked at the young but noble girl and said, "You can treat me as your ancestor. I died and reborn. I have been sleeping in seclusion here for a long time, and I don't know what the outside world is like. Come and introduce me." After Shi Yu finished speaking, the girl cried out, "Wow! Ancestor, save my father, he is about to be eaten. If you cry again, I will eat you first." Shi Yu frowned. The opposite side immediately tensed up and dared not cry anymore. What's going on? Although Shi Yu looked young, it was not strange for a young face to live for millions of years in this extraordinary universe. When the girl saw Shi Yu crawling out of the bottom of the tomb, she thought that Shi Yu was the ancestor of the Butterfly Transformation Holy Land. "Ancestor, you have been in seclusion for too long. You may not know, 120,000 years ago, our world was invaded by a race called Red Ants. After invading our world, they demanded that every 100 years, a god-level human and 10 level 9 humans be offered as food sacrifices. Only in this way can our world remain stable. One of the sacrifices selected in this century is my father, Red Ant." When Shi Yu heard this familiar name, he immediately understood everything. He had fought with a Red Ant that joined the 177th Army of the Universe Overlord Legion on Kinkai. Red Ants are one of the 13 noble alien insect races in the alien insect mother nest. They feed on humans. So, did the queen teleport herself to the territory of the Red Ants? Although the human race is strong in this beast continent, it seems to be just a food warehouse for the Red Ants. P.S. From today on, we will resume the previous update mode, with one update per day. In addition, the updates for the 2-day break will be made up and counted as the owed updates. I owe 27 monthly tickets, and I have paid 20.5 tickets, leaving me with 6.5 updates. Including the owed updates due to leave, there are still 8.5 updates, of which 40,000 plus tickets are large rewards from Yemen Vera. Vera specifically asked for a side story with a jewel cat as the protagonist, so there are still 4.5 updates owed for the main text. Not much left. These 4 updates will be randomly dropped before the end. Recommended book. Chapter 671, The Third Traveler. Can't save them. Nothing can be done. After listening to the girl, Shi Yu put it aside and shook his head. He was really powerless. If it was any other race, it would be fine, but it was the Red Ants. As one of the 13 nobles under the Queen of the Insects, to put it bluntly, he was the Queen's direct descendant. If he wanted to challenge their rules, he would undoubtedly have to confront the Red Ants head-on. Even if Shi Yu could beat a Red Ant, the people in this world were still too weak. Without the Red Ants to enslave them, there were other insects to enslave them. In this insect nest, the insects were the largest, and Shi Yu was powerless to change this situation because he couldn't beat the Queen of the Insects. There were too many weak people, and they couldn't be saved. Everything still had to follow the law of the jungle, just like there was only poverty on this earth, and there was also weakness in the extraordinary world. If you want to do anything, you still have to rely on your own strength, and relying on others won't work. He looked at the girl in front of him and gently tapped her, and she immediately fell asleep in a daze and stopped crying. "Master, you are so ruthless," Lin said. "I want to be affectionate, but I am too weak and I am not familiar with her. It is more important to complete the mission," Shi Yu said. "If the Donghuan people were enslaved, I would definitely save them at the risk of my life." Lin said, "You are worthy of being the master, but in fact, there is a relatively simple way to change the situation of this world. You seem to be very familiar with this place," Shi Yu said. Lin said, "Of course, I am learning all the time, Master. Observe whether this world is now sealed by the Red Ant tribe." Yes, Shi Yu could clearly sense that the continent he was in could not sense any star power. It was like being locked in a box and could not touch the universe at all. "Generally speaking, no one can leave the world ruled by the Red Ants," Lin said. "Even if we want to go out, we have to pass the seal first, just like the tomb seal just now," Shi Yu thought. wondering if he could break through the seal without being noticed by the other party. Logically speaking, it should be possible. The queen sent me in without anyone noticing. Even if I am not as good as the queen, it should be no problem to deceive the seal. In addition to breaking the seal and leaving, there is actually another way, Lin said. Can you finish it all at once? Shiyu curled his lips. Okay, generally speaking, a special passage will be opened on the world enslaved by the 13 alien insect nobles. The special passage leads to a small universe called Insect King Ruins. Through the Insect King Ruins, you can reach other places. Lin's words touched on Shiyu's blind spot in knowledge. The ruins of the Insect King is maintained by a cosmic treasure. It was established by the Insect Queen and managed by the 13 insect nobles. This place is intended to cultivate more powerful people for the insect race and select new nobles. Any small world that gives birth to a powerful insect race will have the opportunity to receive the gift of the insect nobles and become a second-class noble. At the same time, the world that gave birth to the second-class noble can also be exempted from food offerings and gain freedom. After all, the insect race invaded other worlds just for resources. If a powerful person who gave them a headache appeared in this world, they would need to be the enemy of this powerful person to obtain resources. It would be a bit uneconomical. Instead of hurting both sides, it is better to give each other privileges and turn enemies into friends. Therefore, if a world does not have important resources and has powerful warriors, the Crimson Ants will give up the invasion. After all, the Crimson Ants army is also a very precious resource. Of course, this world has rare resources, which is another matter. For example, the Blue Star at that time could not escape the fate of being invaded no matter what, even if the super gods were dispatched. Also, the powerful I mentioned above also has a limitation, that is, the race must be insect type. In the Zerg mother nest, there is a rule that although the Zerg can devour any other life, it is not recommended to devour the Zerg. Even low-level Zerg such as the green cottonworm are superior to humans in the eyes of the Zerg in the Zerg mother nest, and are more noble than humans, bugs, Rin. Therefore, only the world occupied by the strong Zerg can get the respect of the alien Zerg. Therefore, in this world we live in, many forces are like this butterfly transformation holy land, cultivating the Zerg system. There is no way the Zerg system is superior to others in the alien Zerg mother nest, Shiyu said. I see. So, if we disguise ourselves as the ancient strongmen of this world and enter the ruins of the Insect King, then this world will also be valued by the Red Ants and be liberated. Of course, it is still a temporary solution. If you want to gain the right to speak permanently, you still have to look at the development of this world itself. However, the most important thing now is to find the third traverser as soon as possible. If there is no trace of the other party in this small world, then go to the ruins of the Insect King. That small universe, the scope of the Red Ants' jurisdiction alone should have gathered powerful life from various star fields. If the other party is a traverser, he should not be incompetent, and he must be active on a higher platform. In addition, the ruins of the Insect King also has various resources for the Zerg. Maybe you can go here to see if there are any evolutionary materials that the Zerg need. Okay, Shiyu nodded. He teleported out of the cemetery and came to the sky, and the fluctuation of telekinesis began to cover this world. Soon, he had a clear view of the situation in this world. There were about a dozen god-level strongmen in this world, the highest of which was the 6th level god level, mainly humans, but they were still too weak to resist the Red Ants. Of course, Shiyu was mainly looking for traces of the third traverser at this time. After about 10 minutes of perception, Shiyu frowned and said, "It's not that simple. There are no traces of traversers, although there are few human races who are indeed reincarnated. The time and space fluctuations on their bodies do not match. They are just natives of this world." Then let's see where the entrance to the ruins of the Insect King is, Lin said. Let's go there to find it, but I remember that the ruins of the Insect King, it seems that only life with insect blood can enter. Huh? Shiyu was stunned and said, so if you say that, I can't get in. That's not the case. The human beast master who is a hybrid of human and insect should also have insect blood, so master, as long as you merge with the insect, you should be able to enter. Got it? Shiyu nodded. Shiyu exhaled and merged directly with the blood of the bugs in the beast control space. There was no change on his body. It was mainly because of his body control attainments that he could suppress these changes at will. It didn't matter if he merged with 11 and Chitong, but Shiyu had to be careful when merging with bugs. He didn't want to dye the thing on his HUD green. He could accept red hair, white hair, blue hair, and purple hair, but not green hair. Gee, the bug was lost, and you didn't even want to change to its color. Next time you evolve into another color, such as the flashing blue of the fantasy butterfly, and I can accept it, Shiyu said. Ah, the bug replied. After turning himself into a beastmaster who looked like a hybrid of bugs and humans, Shiyu immediately found the so-called entrance to the ruins of the Insect King. This place is close to the seal of the starry sky. It is a large vortex under the starry sky, which should be able to teleport those who enter to other places. The closer you get here, the stronger the oppression. If you don't have the strength close to the peak of the god level, you can't even get close to the entrance of the ruins of the Insect King. After confirming that there was no third traverser in this small world many times, Shiyu chose to enter here to take a look. The next moment, he entered the ruins of the Insect King, and then came to a huge mountain range filled with clouds and thunder. It seemed like a gate formed by a natural environment, majestic and spectacular. On a main peak between the mountains, the only life fluctuation here was filled with a rare old human. Shiyu was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the one guarding the entrance to the ruins of the Insect King was not the insect race, but the human race. Of course, it was still a mixed-blood human race. The opponent's tentacles were obviously not what normal humans could have, but in other aspects, they were not much different from humans. With the arrival of Shiyu, the old man on the main peak also appeared leisurely and looked at Shiyu who had descended. For many years, this small world has not produced a strong man like you. A medium-sized world with more than 1 billion practitioners has not been able to produce even a late-stage god for so many years. It deserves to be enslaved by the red ants for so many years, the old man said with great hatred. Shiyu listened to the other party's complaints and thought it was nothing. There was no need to make such a fuss. He knew that in a country with a population of more than 1 billion, there were not even a few people who could play football. Who are you? Shiyu asked. Nothing, I'm just a worker of the Crimson Ants, assigned here to be the gatekeeper of the Insect King ruins. You can come here, which means you are quite strong, so I'll explain it to you briefly. As long as your strength is recognized by me, you can enter the real Insect King ruins, and you can also be promoted to second-class nobles and liberate your world. So simple, Shiyu said. Then how can I get your recognition? Fight. Simple? Haha, you are so arrogant. Although I am also a human, I will not let you go because I am restricted by the contract. The first way to pass is to defeat me, and the second is that you have a peak god level beast control level, or your pet is the realm of a perfect god. If one of the three is met, then, before the old man finished speaking, a 10-layer phantom appeared behind Shiyu, and a beautiful butterfly flashing blue and dreamy flew out of the phantom. The aura of a perfect god was revealed. The form of the green cotton worm was too sensitive, so Chong Chong returned to the form of the fantasy butterfly. At the same time, both Shiyu and Chong Chong had their strength to the peak of the god level. However, just this degree alone made the original guard of the Insect King ruins look stern, unable to understand. Who are you? I have learned about the situation of this small world, and there can't be a strong man like you. If you want to fight, you should be spared. Shiyu smiled and said, besides, I may be older than you. When I was sleeping, the red ants had not invaded this world. This time I woke up, everything changed. After I woke up, I, an old antique, naturally had to intervene. After Shiyu finished speaking, the guard of the Insect King ruins was silent. Was it the former strong man who existed before the red ants invaded this world? He quickly grinned and said, that makes sense. It seems that this world is lucky to have a strong man like you. It will probably be unsealed soon. I will report it. Then what should you call it? Will you stay in this small world and wait for the unsealing, or enter the Insect King ruins first? Leave the rest to you. I will enter the Insect King ruins first. As for the name, Lu Bai, the old man smiled and said, God level peak strength, perfect god level pet, it's incredible. When you arrive at the Insect King ruins, it is estimated that you will soon become famous. Maybe, you will have a chance to impact the supreme super god realm. This is my first time here. Can you tell me in detail about the situation of the Insect King ruins? Shiyu suddenly asked. The information recorded by Lin is only a relatively superficial part. For more detailed information about the Insect King ruins, you still have to learn more deeply from the people here. After entering the Insect King ruins, you will be in a city governed by the Crimson Ants. The Insect King ruins have all the necessary facilities, and the most important one is called the Insect King Tower. The Insect King Tower has 20 floors, The first 10 floors correspond to the god level, and the last 10 floors correspond to the super god level. In each floor, there are projections of ferocious beasts of corresponding levels as gatekeepers. It is rumored that if anyone can reach the top of the Insect King Tower, then his race will be canonized as a cosmic noble by the Supreme Alien Queen. The reason why the 13 alien insect nobles, including the Crimson Ants, exist is because their ancestors once climbed the tower. The top of the tower, in addition, the first time you climb the top of the tower, in addition to noble status conferred by the Queen herself, you will definitely receive a cosmic treasure as a reward. Of course, these have nothing to do with ordinary people, but even if you make achievements for the first time on other floors, you can also get corresponding treasures and noble status rewards of different levels. This place is not only a paradise for the existing 13 top-level alien insect nobles, but also a paradise for other alien insect branch races and non-star alien insect zergs to climb and evolve. After learning enough information from the old guard, Shiyu soon teleported in this space for the second time and entered the real ruins of the Insect King. A light flashed in front of him, and Shiyu arrived at a place like a collective teleportation array. Since he was used to teleporting on King Kai's planet, Shiyu was very familiar with this mode. There was no one to greet Shiyu's arrival, and there were no people guarding around. He seemed to have come to an ancient city with dense insect flow and zerg everywhere. Strange insects of all shapes and sizes, insect-attributed beasts wandering and crawling in the ancient city, as well as hybrid humans with insect blood and other beasts, a paradise for insects. This place may help Chong Chong solve his marriage problem, said Shen Bao Bao in the beast control space. This place should have many insects with devouring skills who want to eat Shen Bao Bao, replied Chong Chong. Shen Bao Bao is angry, you are not happy to solve your marriage problem. Chong Chong flapped his wings, women will only slow down his speed of becoming stronger. A very free place, Shiyu quickly confirmed, that's right, in this Zerg territory with strict bloodline levels, although it is free on the surface, all the rules are written in the bloodline levels. Anyway, it is just what he wants. After Shiyu came here, he first looked for the existence of the third traverser. It stands to reason that the Queen teleported him to this vicinity, and the third traverser should be here. With Shiyu's current strength, even the strongest of the Crimson Ants is not Shiyu's opponent. Shiyu is naturally free to move here. He quickly looked for the fluctuations of the third traverser, just like in the small world just now. Then, hard work pays off. The Queen is really steady. After coming to the Insect King's ruins in the corresponding star field from that small world, Shiyu's eyelids jumped, and he really found a guy with very special time and space fluctuations on his body. He was 99% sure that the other party was the third traverser. That's it. Shiyu, who was excited, chose to teleport to the vicinity of the other party, and then teleported to demigod level fluctuation, spider body and human head. Shiyu's arrival made this alien creature with a spider lower body, a human woman's upper body, and a black body similar to a black widow spider suddenly startled, and looked at Shiyu with hostility. From Shiyu's aesthetic point of view, the other party's human upper body is very beautiful, but unexpectedly, it is a bald head. Good fellow, who are you? Shiyu frowned. So, the third time traveler reincarnated into this thing this time? I am the 100th daughter of the Queen, Princess Judeland. Who are you? Why don't you salute me when you see me? This bald spider princess of the demigod level was only panicked for a moment when she saw Shiyu, whose strength was unknown, and then she was full of energy, because she was the 100th daughter of the cosmic level alien insect queen. She believed that no one dared to harm her. At this time, Shiyu, who heard the identity of the reincarnation of the third traveler, was also slightly startled. He was a little confused. You, a traveler from the last era, reincarnated into a cosmic level descendant? Can you have some moral integrity? As a strong man from the last era, how can you recognize your mother casually? No. The other party should not recognize her mother casually, but it is very likely that she was killed and eaten by the alien insect queen in her previous life. The queen's 100th daughter, Zudiland, Shiyu said, you don't know who I am? Take a closer look. Zudiland looked at Shiyu seriously. She really didn't know a guy like Shiyu. It seems that you have completely forgotten your past life memories, and only the memories of this life are left. What do you mean? Zudiland looked at this strange man who suddenly appeared in her boudoir, and said in a strong tone, who are you and what is your purpose? Shiyu smiled slightly and said, as the 100th daughter of the queen, You should know how the queen gave birth to offspring. She always eats other rare species and then gives birth to offspring with potential. In other words, you were born after the other party ate a strong man, but coincidentally, you were very powerful in your previous life, so even after the queen ate you, you still retain some traces of your previous life. I was a friend of yours in the previous life, so after I found you, I came to look for you. The bald spider princess ranked 100th had a flickering look in her eyes, and a strange look flowed through her. She didn't expect that the person in front of her was so bold that he dared to talk about the queen of alien insects. Everyone knows that the children of the queen of alien insects are born through devouring and reproduction, but who dares to say anything? Even the queen's children, even if the queen did not regard these children as her own flesh and blood, these children did not dare to say much, because the Zerg queen was too terrifying and could control their life and death at any time. I don't understand what you are saying. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened, the spider princess said in a low voice. She didn't care about her past life. If I remember correctly, the Zerg queen doesn't care about the lives of your descendants. For each of them, they will be given a life or death training environment. If they can survive and become strong, the queen will allow them to exist. If they die in the training, they will be regarded as a failure, and the queen doesn't care about their life or death. As the queen's 100th princess, you are only at the demigod level now, even weaker than the 101st son. You should still be in the process of training. Even from your level, your growth is not smooth. If you continue like this, are you sure that you will not be regarded as a failure and executed by the queen? You are called a princess, but your situation is actually worse than the descendants of the 13 Zerg nobles. Why not leave the Zerg mother nest and follow me? You didn't expect that one day he would use his mouth to abduct a cosmic-level daughter. However, you felt that the analysis that Lin had just conveyed to him was not unreasonable. The Zerg royal family represented by the Zerg queen was simply born in hell. If it were him, he would rebel. Of the queen's 100 children, estimated that less than 10 were still alive, a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Oh, aren't you afraid? Mother has killed you. Your behavior is not worth dying for. The bald spider princess looked at Shiyu coldly. Although she knew that she probably wouldn't last long, Shiyu's behavior, in her opinion, was no different from committing suicide. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be telling you this. Shiyu also laughed. He had killed the queen's 101st child, and the super god-level butterfly man who was undoubtedly one of the most talented ones, and whose number was unknown. Would he care about trafficking one more child of the queen? It was just that for this mission, the third traverser was reincarnated as the queen's child. Shiyu really didn't expect this. He always felt that something would go wrong with this mission. If something went wrong, the Super Lily Queen couldn't blame him. It was purely because this guy's identity was too sensitive. He could only take it one step at a time. If you are worried, I can also forcefully kidnap you. In this way, you will be passive. How about that? Shiyu smiled. I will take you to a place that is related to your past life. You will not regret it. The bald spider queen looked at Shiyu with a look of a fool and said, it's a pity. There are some restrictions in my blood contract. Before completing the training, as long as I leave the ruins of the Insect King, I will die immediately. So, whether you force me to go, or I take the initiative to go with you, it is impossible. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. Is this alien insect queen that bad? Shiyu felt annoyed. How could he make such a blood contract for his daughter? Okay, Shiyu thought about it. It was not realistic to cancel the contract with this guy. After all, it was set at the cosmic level, but what if he helped her complete the training mission? What is your training mission? Pass the 11th floor of the Insect King Tower. So simple. Shiyu was stunned and said, the 11th floor is equivalent to the strength requirement of Super God 1. Isn't it enough to have the strength of an epic god? Zudilin said, my physique is very slow in training. I was destined to be a failure since birth. I have a younger brother who is said to be an epic god, but I am still a demigod. I have not become a god so far and cannot even pass the first floor. Shiyu grinned. If I help you become stronger and let you pass the 11th floor in a short time and release the blood contract on your body, are you willing to go with me? Of course, I know you have some concerns. I am not asking you to betray the alien insect nest. I just want to go with me. At most, if you want to come back after the matter is over, I will send you back. Can you really let me pass the 11th floor? The bald spider princess looked at Shiyu. You know, the Red Ant clan fully assisted her and invested in her, but she didn't make any progress. Where does this person get his confidence from? Of course, who do you think I am? Shiyu laughed and said, in that case, the contract is done. I will help you remove the restrictions. You can go with me then. Chapter 672, Sword Slashing the Universe. After hesitating, Zudilland, the 100th princess of the insect nest, gritted her teeth and chose to believe Shiyu. She had no hope of passing the queen's training and was destined to be treated as a failure. Instead of waiting to die, she might as well take another gamble. How do you plan to make me stronger? After I came to the ruins of the Insect King, I tried all kinds of methods, whether it was cultivation resources, experience inheritance, or evolution secrets, but the cultivation speed was extremely slow. It means that the resources you are exposed to are not good. I'll give it a try, Shiyu said, and then he took out a heritage crystal, a cultivation fruit, and a world tree fruit, and said, use this crystal first. If it doesn't work, then use the green fruit. Finally, use this ordinary fruit, super god resources. Zudilland saw Shiyu stretch out his hand and take out 3 super god resources, and gradually believed in Shiyu's strength. She took the inheritance crystal according to Shiyu's request. In this inheritance crystal, there is the combined training experience of Chong Chong for worm silk and space control. It can allow the user to practice the space worm silk magic skill of perfect plus 47, broken boundary line according to the talent potential. It can be said that with this resource made by Chong Chong and Su Su, even a pig can take off, let alone the spider princess who has the identities of the daughter of the universe and the traveler. However, Shiyu still underestimated the other party. After the spider princess used such a superb resource, Shiyu could clearly feel that the other party's absorption and utilization rate of this super god resource was indeed not as good as a pig. Are you a spider or a pig? After half an hour, the other party did not absorb even 1/1000th of the experience, and Shiyu could not help but speak. Princess Zudilland suddenly opened her purple eyes and said, I am an alien insect. I have said that my physique is special. Eat fruit. Shiyu asked her to eat the fruit of the world tree that increased her learning ability. Because it was a super god resource, the other party also obeyed Shiyu's request. However, the pitfall was that even after eating the world tree fruit carefully made by Shen Bao, this guy's cultivation speed was still very slow. This made Shen Bao and Shiyu's beast control space fall into deep thought. Good guy, it couldn't even cultivate a god-level fruit of Shen Shiandi? In the end, Zudilland had to eat the cultivation fruit together. Then, she knew why Shiyu let her eat this at the end. After eating the cultivation fruit, this guy with a white upper body and a black lower body of a spider and a white upper body of a human, his face was white with red, red with black, and then green, blue, purple, and his face changed suddenly in an instant. Ugh, she vomited wildly, wanting to ask what Shiyu gave her to eat. You know, she has the 4 major elements of time, space, insects, and poison, and has a physique that is immune to millions of poisons, but this thing just entered her mouth, almost sent her away directly. Bang! The other party was knocked unconscious by the stench. Okay, Shiyu looked at the unconscious spider princess and said, this time the speed has increased a little, but it's still not enough. Use the samsara fruit, Shen Bao Yai suggested, if she was very strong in her previous life. Using the samsara fruit will definitely be the fastest way to awaken her power and memory, Shiyu said. I think so too, but I'm a little worried, Lin said. Well, this guy was probably the enemy of the insect queen in her previous life, but because her identity as a traverser is too special, she has traces of the traverser left. If the power of her traces is awakened, there is a certain probability that it will attract the queen's attention. If you don't use the samsara fruit, you can only use this trick. Shiyu stretched out his hand, looked at the unconscious spider princess and said, anyway, she is in a coma now and doesn't know anything. Skill Atlas, add points. Recently, Shiyu has also thought clearly that there is no need to hide the Skill Atlas, because the Skill Atlas is not a rare treasure for the cosmic level. It is made by a group of people through the cosmic treasure. In addition, its upper limit is only the super god level, and it is impossible to make the cosmic level, so it is naturally not attractive to the cosmic level. It is easy for the cosmic level to cultivate and destroy a super god peak, even faster than the Skill Atlas. You can refer to the Super Queen and the Gem Cat. As for the non-cosmic level, even if you covet the secret of the Skill Atlas, you can't beat the current Shiyu. The current Skill Atlas, in terms of rarity, may not be as big as the one that transcends the origin. So, If you have time, you can use this thing to help the acquaintances such as Mayo Mayo, Senior Sister Lu, and Senior Sister Panda to improve their strength. Even if his talent is well known and he has the Queen's protection, no one can do anything to him. Now, as the future throne of the 7th universe, he is no longer the rookie who needs to be cautious in everything he does. The skill illustrations are just one of his many abilities. When it is appropriate, he can use them at will. Soon, Princess Judiland woke up. After she woke up, she felt a sharp pain all over her body as if it was split apart. She covered her exploded brain and said incredulously, "My level." After waking up, Princess Judiland soon discovered that her level had reached the perfect god level, and she was even only one step away from the epic god. She did remember that she seemed to be practicing automatically in her sleep, but the effect of this automatic practice was too terrifying. "How long have I slept? No, what did you do to me?" She looked at Shiyu, who was still nearby, eating tonics with a slightly weak expression. "What can I do to a bold spider like you? How about it? The fruit of cultivation tastes good, right?" Shiyu's kidneys hurt. The other party's strength was certainly not entirely due to the fruit of cultivation, but also to his secret additions. It was just that the other party was sleeping and didn't know anything. To be honest, adding these points is nothing for Shiyu's current level, but he couldn't bear it. He was still nurturing the cosmic tree seeds, so the consumption was a bit too much and he was a bit weak. "It stinks." The spider princess's face was still green. She pinched her neck and wanted to retch. "Good medicine stinks," Shiyu said. "In short, with your current strength, it's no problem to pass the 10th level. For the 11th level, it depends on your own determination. Can you face the super god phantom and break through the epic god? I can't help you with this, you can go and try." After Shiyu finished speaking, the spider princess's eyes were obviously a little excited. She also felt her current strength. She felt incredible. "You know, even the super god of the Red Ant clan is helpless with her situation. If I can pass the 11th floor, I will fulfill my promise and go with you." The spider princess looked at Shiyu with a gentle look, because Shiyu was giving her another life. After she finished speaking, she couldn't wait to challenge the Insect King Tower. In the 13 major areas of the Insect King ruins, each area has an Insect King Tower. Like the glorious challenge of the Universe Overlord Legion, this is a symbol of the glory of the Zerg. The monster projections on each floor of the tower are all races that were once conquered by the Zerg. It is rumored that among the high-level people, there will even be projections of extinct creatures that are born with universe-level races, like the Universe Overlord. Whether they can defeat them also indicates whether they have the qualifications of nobles. It can be said that every time there are new nobles, new strong men, or old nobles who hope to use the Insect King Tower to improve their bloodline level in the Zerg, they will attract a large number of people who are interested. Of course, ordinary nobles come to challenge the Insect King Tower, not to mention the royal family like Princess Judiland. As a royal family, although she is only the youngest daughter of the Queen, Princess Judiland has already become famous in the ruins of the Insect King, governed by the Crimson Ants. First, because of her noble status, and second, because she was born in a noble family, but her strength is not as good as that of ordinary noble descendants, so in the eyes of most nobles, she is destined to be a failed product abandoned by the Queen. For the Queen's hobby, some Zerg nobles have been accustomed to it for so many years. The Queen likes to combine various strange racial traits together to see if she can create miracles of life and create powerful offspring. This approach, even if the Zerg Queen is cosmic level, may not be 100% successful. Sometimes, there will be many defective offspring. The Spider Princess is one of them. Although the Zerg nobles active in the ruins of the Insect King do not know which races she has blood in, her growth trajectory is undoubtedly too mediocre. Her Highness Judiland has entered the Insect King Tower, not long after the Spider Princess entered the Insect King Tower, a super god life form of the Crimson Ant clan descended here. She frowned, as if she was very dissatisfied with Judiland's behavior of not discussing with them before challenging the Insect King Tower. Judiland was thrown here to train. The Queen meant that the Crimson Ant clan would help her grow. Any performance of Judiland was closely related to the Crimson Ant clan. With such a princess, the Crimson Ant clan felt that their clan was extremely unlucky. Yes, but this time, Her Highness Judiland's aura seemed to be very different. She should have broken through to the god level. She has reached the god level. Facing the report of the guards of the Insect King Tower, the explosive female Crimson Ant showed a strange look. Soon, The news that Princess Zudillant had broken through the god level spread everywhere. Many strong men and geniuses from the Red Ant clan gathered at the scene, as well as many other alien insect races and ordinary insect nobles from various star fields, to see the performance of the princess. Brother Lu Bai, I finally found you. Shiyu was also in front of a stall, drinking honey tea leisurely. This was the honey tea squeezed out by the bees in this honey tea shop. It was fresh and delicious. Shiyu and the fantasy butterfly insect that fell on his hand experienced the customs of the alien insect mother nest while waiting for the spider princess to unlock the bloodline restrictions. At this time, a familiar voice came. Shiyu looked and saw that it was the old man guarding the entrance to a small world. "Why are you here?" Shiyu said in surprise. "Nothing, I have good news to tell you. The world you walked out of has been unsealed. As long as you don't fall, you shouldn't have to offer human food to it in the future," the old man who guarded the door said with a smile. "Very efficient," Shiyu said, "but you should be looking for me for more than just this matter." "Yes," the gatekeeper said, "generally speaking, even if we become second-class nobles, the god-level strongmen born in our small world usually have to join a top-level noble, so that we can get along better in the starry sky." After hearing your information, the heir of a branch of the Red Ant serve wants to meet you. "I wonder what Brother Lu Bai thinks. I shouldn't be able to refuse," Shiyu said. "It seems that people have come." As Shiyu said this, the space around him was torn apart, and a Red Ant man with 2 mantis alien insect guards walked out of the void and looked at the gatekeeper and Shiyu, who was sitting and drinking tea. "Great old man, this is the Lu Bai you mentioned, the peak of the god level, and the contract has a perfect god-level butterfly beast." This Red Ant man with a prismatic face, sharp edges and corners, and even a bit handsome in human aesthetics, appeared and smiled at the gatekeeper and Shiyu himself, who were sitting opposite him. "Master, this is the strong man who walked out of that small world, Lu Bai." Shiyu also looked at the genius of the Red Ant clan. To be honest, Shiyu had killed at least 10 sacks of alien insect geniuses who were stronger than him in the transcendent divine realm. "Is this guy trying to recruit me? Oh, what a hassle. Sir, how about working for me? Follow me, and when I become the head of the family, I can make you a first-class noble." This Red Ant noble young master was quite direct. Shiyu said, "I will definitely do it next time." The Red Ant noble was at a loss. "Well, after I came here, I happened to meet Princess Zudillant. She seemed to have taken a fancy to me, so I guess I can't work for you, young master," Shiyu said with a smile. "Ah," the young nobleman of the Crimson Ant said, "what's going on? You just came to the ruins of the Insect King and you're already with His Highness Zudillant. How is that possible?" The old man who was watching the door beside him also said in disbelief. "Is it that His Highness Zudillant?" Shiyu shrugged and said, "Yes, maybe she thinks I'm more handsome." "Are you lying?" The young nobleman of the Crimson Ant frowned. He was also well known among the Crimson Ants. The princess didn't even look at her straight in the eye. How could Shiyu be so worthy? Although the princess seemed to be a failed product, she was still the daughter of the queen and had an extremely noble status. "Brother Lu Bai, don't say that." The old man who was watching the door also touched his wrinkled face, thinking, could it be that the princess really likes a pretty boy like Shiyu? The bugs beside him were already used to the shamelessness of their own beastmasters. It was obviously us who wanted to kidnap the other party, but they could say that the other party had taken a fancy to us. Past? At this moment, there was a sudden noise from all over the place. The information of Princess Zudillant's tower breakthrough displayed on the Insect King's tower was updated, and it was updated to the 4th floor in one go. The Spider Princess had already reached the 5th floor at this time. Although this record was nothing, it was unprecedented for Zudillant. Seeing that the Spider Princess had just broken through the god level and was so vigorous, and had achieved a result comparable to that of a mid-level god, the watching Zergs were all surprised. The 4th floor? Could it be that Princess Zudillant finally activated her bloodline power? On Shiyu's side, the young master of the Red Ant was also attracted by the situation of the Insect King's tower and showed a look of surprise. As expected of the offspring of that master, even if he is silent at the beginning, he still has a chance to soar to the sky. As long as he can grow to have super god combat power within 100 years, he will not be abandoned by the queen, the old man who guards the gate said. Next, the situation of the Insect King Tower was like a shot of chicken blood. Before people could react, it was soon updated to the 10th floor, which made people stare with their eyes wide open. What a joke, I remember seeing the princess at the banquet last year. She was still a quasi-god. How did she have perfect god combat power in such a short time? No, ordinary perfect gods can't pass it so quickly. The young master of the Red Ant was puzzled. Brother Lu Bai, haven't you met the princess? What's her situation? The old man who guards the gate was also confused. Who knows? Shi Yu's expression became serious. He didn't know whether the other party could pass the 11th floor. This was the key. I hope there will be no accidents. In the end, it is still a bit risky to kidnap this guy. Even if he doesn't eat the reincarnation fruit, it is still unknown whether he will attract the attention of the alien insect queen when the bloodline restriction is lifted. At the same time, after getting Shi Yu's help, the spider princess quickly reached the 11th floor. Killing the phantoms in the first 10 floors was as easy as drinking water, without any pressure. After all, her broken line skill, which was the combination of space control plus insect silk taught to her by Chong Chong, had been upgraded to Perfect plus 47. Unfortunately, relying on this temporary upgrade alone to reach this point seemed to be the limit. In the 11th floor, the spider princess faced the super god giant turtle with a continent on its back and retreated step by step. She was not even at the epic god level, so she could not be the opponent. After confirming that it was difficult for her to beat this giant turtle, the spider princess showed an unwilling look. Unexpectedly, even if she got such a great opportunity, she was still so unbearable and could not do anything well. She wanted to break through on the battlefield, but she could not find an opportunity. The super god will is not so easy to be born, Judy Lind. Just when the spider princess was already bleeding and still unable to break the giant turtle, a high and mighty voice suddenly resounded in the spider princess' heart, causing her expression to change and turn pale. Judy Lind, you are indeed a product of failure. At this moment, the spider princess' surroundings seemed to darken. In the endless darkness, the spider princess floated in the air. The light on the opposite side outlined a terrifying figure, which made her blood throb infinitely. Judy Lind quickly determined that this consciousness was derived from her own blood. It came from the restrictions of the blood contract. Mother, she said with a pale face, you seem to have had a very special adventure, but it seems that you are still incompetent. Looking at the spider princess in front of her, the shadow of the Zerg Queen seemed to have crossed time and space and saw the meeting between the spider princess and Shi Yu. I was curious about how he would come to the Zerg mother nest, but I didn't expect that everything was caused by you. It seems that you have a very attractive characteristic. What a surprise. If it weren't for your abnormally fast strength increase, I wouldn't have discovered that he had arrived here. Who could send him to the Zerg hive in such a way? The spider princess instantly understood who the Zerg queen was talking about. It was the young man who helped her improve her strength. The queen knew him. Moreover, she easily knew that he was going to take her away and knew everything after they met. Judy Lind was extremely nervous. She knew that no matter what, she and Shi Yu's little affair could not be hidden from the Supreme Mother Queen. It's over. This was the only thought left in her mind, and she knew that she would definitely be executed. Her Highness Judy Lind is outside. As Judy Lind appeared, there was a roar around. Although Judy Lind failed to break through the 11th level, she broke through 10 levels in one go, which was also a very remarkable achievement. This made people understand that the fate of this princess might be rewritten. She might become a true princess recognized by the queen. In the sky, the super god of the Red Ant clan also looked happy. He didn't expect that Princess Judy Lind gave them such a big surprise this time. However, as Judy Lind appeared in the sky outside, the expressions of all the alien insects changed. The infinite fear and trembling deep in their blood made them look at the soulless Princess Judy Lind in the sky with some horror. At this time, Princess Judy Lind had a pale expression, dull eyes, and purple mist all over her body. This is, at Shi Yu's stall, the blood of the young master of the Red Ant and the old man who was watching the door trembled infinitely, and their faces were terrified, as if they felt a terrifying existence that was more terrifying than seeing the super god in the clan. Ugh, Chong Chong's blood trembled instantly. Even though his blood was as noble as Chong Chong's, he felt a huge pressure. Even though his source of power contained the power of the 4 sacred azure dragons, he could not stop the suppression of this blood. Shi Yu's face changed wildly, and he felt extremely helpless. Why couldn't he be smoother every time he performed a mission? Damn, if the third time traveler was an ordinary human, it would be great. He could just take her away. Why did she have to be the queen's daughter? It was really troublesome. This time, he was very careful. The Super Queen couldn't blame him for causing trouble. It was purely because of his identity as the third time traveler. It was a hellish difficulty to start. Sure enough, it was too difficult to hide it from the alien queen and the universe level. If he had known that he would fail sooner or later, he might as well have visited her directly at the beginning and negotiated. Boom. At this time, outside the Insect King Tower, a huge blood shadow bloomed from the Spider Princess, forming a new phantom above her. This phantom was extremely strange in shape, composed of a dark purple substance similar to an exoskeleton or armor. It looked like an insect skeleton, with the characteristics of ants, dragonflies, locusts, etc., and the skin was formed by a faint light. There was no trace of human appearance, just like an insect god awakened from ancient times. My queen, seeing this phantom, countless nobles were shocked and trembling. They didn't understand why such a noble existence as the insect queen would appear here. At this time, even the super god insects in the other 12 major areas were shocked and looked over here. You know, even the leaders of the 13 insect nobles would find it difficult to see the queen. Is it because of Her Highness Jubilant? However, what made people even more unbelievable was that as soon as the queen's phantom appeared, she raised her claws in full view of everyone, as if she was going to pierce the body of the Spider Princess. Such an action made everyone present's heart explode, especially the Crimson Ant Clan, who were just surprised by the performance of the princess. They were trembling with shock at this moment, and they didn't understand what the queen meant. The princess showed good talent and potential, why did she have to be executed? At this moment, no one dared to breathe, and their whole bodies froze in place. Shiyu's eyes suddenly shrank, and he understood the intention of the alien insect queen's action. This guy, is he trying to force him to show up on his own initiative? Is he trying to see how much he needs her as an heir? Bug, bang. When no one moved, Shiyu couldn't help but crush the teacup. Under the shocked expressions of the old man who was guarding the door, the young master of the red ants, and the sexy bee girl who came to fill the tea, the blue butterfly that fell on Shiyu's shoulder turned into a blue demon that penetrated time and space. The terrifying space force and mental power wrapped around the bug, wrapping it into a ball of light. This blue ball of light slammed through the ruins of the Insect King, a bright light like thunder, and the vibration resounded throughout the 13 major areas of the ruins of the Insect King. Boom. When people reacted, they saw a blue butterfly wrapped in telekinesis collided directly with the queen's claws. The two sides were deadlocked, and both the telekinesis and the queen's claws were shaking wildly. Who is it? This scene shocked the people around more than the queen's appearance and the desire to execute the Spider Princess. No need, use your own offspring as bait, a voice resounded like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. Following the blue butterfly just now, a red sword light, like dawn from the darkness, cut off the queen's claws in an instant, and the light spot spread all over the sky. At this moment, the queen's phantom seemed to have suffered a huge blow and lost control of the Spider Princess. The red-haired boy holding the sword grabbed the Spider Princess with one hand, and the blue butterflies were flying around him. Looking at the queen with a broken arm, he said, "Okay, as you wish, I'm out. This guy, you really can't let you kill him like this." Chapter 673, Recognize the thief as your mother. First, the strengthened bug blocked the attack of the queen's phantom with one blow, and then a mysterious man cut off the queen's arm with a sword. Such a scene was undoubtedly outrageous for the nobles of the Zerg hive. The super gods from various Zerg races in the 13 major regions were dumbfounded when they saw the queen's phantom with one arm cut off. For the Zerg super gods, although they could feel that this phantom was just derived from the blood of the princess, and its strength might be less than 1% of the original body, it was not something that ordinary super gods could deal with. Now, what is the situation? Countless people looked at Shiyu who was confronting the queen's phantom with their eyes exploding, not understanding who he was. Shiyu, at this moment, the queen's phantom finally spoke. "You have killed many of my descendants and countless people, and you still dare to come to the Zerg hive. You are very brave. Aren't you afraid of death, your majesty? People in the universe always have some helpless actions. I can't help it. Please forgive me." Shiyu smiled slightly. The conversation between the two sides shocked the nobles in the Insect King ruins. Even countless nobles began to have red eyes, staring at Shiyu. This name. Many people are very familiar with it. The rumored future throne of the 7th universe, Shiyu. It was him who killed dozens of Zerg super gods in the battle for the origin of transcendence. And countless Zerg geniuses. It can be said that among the 13 Zerg nobles, There are strong men who died in the hands of Shiyu. At the moment, no one thought that Shiyu would dare to come to the Zerg mother nest, and even confront the queen at this time. Is he really not afraid of death? He is definitely afraid of death. At this time, Shiyu was already frantically shouting for the queen to save him. He can still deal with this blood shadow, but after the queen's real body comes, it is estimated that crushing him to death is as simple as crushing an ant. However, what Shiyu is most worried about now is that the Spider Princess's bloodline contract has not been lifted. If she leaves the Insect King ruins by force, will she die directly? In that case, the special epic ruins cannot be opened. I don't know if the queen has a way to lift the restrictions of the other party's contract. Boom. When countless people were shocked, the two sides collided again. The queen's claws and broken limbs regenerated and recovered in an instant. At the same time, a layer of purple gold substance was diffused, and it swept towards Shiyu and the others again. What is this? It's not the power of rules, but a pure bloodline skill. Shiyu and Chong rarely see this kind of move. While Shiyu and Chituang entered the state of possession, he divided his strength to strengthen Chong, and could only resist. Several figures intertwined, and the entire Insect King ruins began to rumble and vibrate, like a disaster at the end of the world. At the same time, in the deepest part of the alien insect nest, the alien insect queen opened her eyes, but before she could make any other moves, the terrifying mental power enveloped the entire alien insect nest, and a spiritual body condensed in front of the alien insect queen. The Zerg queen looked at the woman in front of her and said, "I seem to have said that you are not welcome to enter my territory, so you are indeed related to this human, transcending the origin, that is, you condensed specifically for him, like Sibosi. You have ideas." The super queen also looked at the Zerg queen and said, "Although I don't know why, I can feel that you have no intention of killing him. In this case, why not let this matter go and let him go?" Shiyu was also offended. When the Super Queen faced the Dark King, she could feel the Dark King's strong desire to kill Shiyu, but this Zerg Queen gave the Super Queen a different feeling. "This worm, what is the purpose?" "You think too well," the Zerg Queen said, "but now, I don't want to fight with you. In this case, let's negotiate. What is the real reason why you want to take Judilind away? Don't tell me, it's just her identity as a time traveler. You should be able to feel that there is something abnormal in the universe. According to my investigation, she has the key information to solve this problem," the Queen said. "The abnormality in the universe, isn't that the Dark King's fault? He wants to invade the sea of the universe, so he makes the universe like this first, and weakens King Kai's power again." "I know," the Superpower Queen said, "but the key is how to crack the means by which the Dark King makes the universe abnormal. This, I really don't know," the Insect Queen said. "So you want to stop the Dark King?" The Superpower Queen doesn't care about the sea of the universe, but if the Dark King acts in this way and disrupts her plan, she will definitely not sit idly by. Just like when her behavior disrupted the plan of the Overlord of the universe, the other party will not sit idly by. As far as I know, the Dark King has already contacted the Beast King. If the Universe Sea wants to overcome the difficulties this time, it will be extremely difficult unless Seibosi takes action. However, with Seibosi's current state, it may no longer care about these things. The Dark King and the Beast King also saw this point. They are afraid that if they wait any longer, when Shiyu really becomes the 7th universe level, they will miss this precious land of the Universe Sea. "What about your attitude? The Dark King must have looked for you," the Super Queen said. "Did you reject it?" "Of course," the Insect Queen said. "I have no interest in the species in the Universe Sea, and I don't want to see the whole universe full of that disgusting polluting race. If its invasion fails this time, I will be very happy. Now, the only guy I'm interested in is the human you cultivated, and his little bug who perfectly controls the power of the Azure Dragon." The Super Queen sneered. "So you are still planning to take their bloodline?" "No, for the sake of you and King Kai, I won't eat them. I just want to make another attempt with them." "Speak. All my previous offspring were born by me by devouring various rare races, combining their blood power, and integrating some of my own blood power. I have done enough experiments like this. Even if I give my offspring the power of a cosmic race, it is difficult to give birth to cosmic-level offspring. Next, I plan to find a Zerg with potential, let it directly fuse my blood and complete the evolution. I want to see where the ultimate limit is. In other words, I want that green bug to recognize me as its mother and make it my 102nd son. I see the future in it, since it can perfectly control the power of the Azure Dragon." Theoretically it can also perfectly control the power of my blood. As long as I cultivate cosmic-level offspring, I should be able to have strength comparable to that of Sabis, the Zerg Queen was frank. Cultivating offspring is also one of its racial talents. If the offspring's strength is up to standard, her strength will also improve. Although she cannot break through to a major realm, she can still reach a minor realm. The previous offspring really cannot satisfy the Zerg Queen. Now, she has set her sights on the bugs. Everyone called the combination of Chong Chong and Shiyu the seventh throne, and she also saw the potential. Haha, do you think that strong men like them who have the opportunity to challenge the throne of the universe emperor will abandon their dignity and become your heirs? After the Super Queen finished speaking, she suddenly became silent and a little unconfident. The original scene that the Super Queen imagined was that Shiyu and Chong Chong said to the Insect Queen with disdain, "You are worthy," but for some reason, she suddenly imagined that Shiyu and Chong Chong said excitedly, "There is such a good thing, why not let them choose for themselves?" The Insect Queen said. "Okay," the Super Queen also said. The ruins of the Insect King. The rules were erased, and time and space collapsed. Countless insect nobles trembled as they watched Shiyu fighting the Queen's phantom, and they didn't even have the power to get close. Just as these people were waiting for the Queen's real body to come and kill Shiyu, a sudden change occurred. A crack appeared in the collapsed time and space, which directly sucked Shiyu, whose face changed, into it, and also swallowed the Queen's phantom. The center of the Zerg hive. Shiyu, who kept praying for the Queen to come quickly, arrived at a completely new environment and looked around blankly, as if he was facing a great enemy, thinking that it was a trick of the Zerg Queen. However, when he found that the Zerg Queen's real body and even the Super Queen were in front of him, he fell silent. Ugh, the broken body of Chong Chong was also shocked to see the huge monster of the Zerg Queen's real body. From her, he felt a completely different kind of oppression from the phantom just now. Shiyu, after the Super Queen dragged Shiyu over, she said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm here, okay?" Shiyu exhaled and looked at the Zerg Queen, not understanding what was going on now. "Finally we meet." The Zerg Queen looked at Shiyu and Chong Chong and said, "Little ghost, how about making a deal? If the deal goes well, not only can you leave the Zerg hive freely, you can also take Judeland with you." "What?" Shiyu and Chong Chong looked at the Zerg Queen vigilantly. "If I'm not mistaken, the cosmic path you're looking for, it should be cocoon evolution, right?" "So what?" Shiyu said. "It's impossible for it to break through the shackles of the cosmic level by relying on normal cocoon evolution. I have a way to guarantee that it will be promoted to the cosmic level 100%. That is, I will give it a part of my blood power and let it learn the strongest devouring skill, the final devouring. In this way, whether before or after cocooning, it can absorb the nutrients used for evolution in the strongest posture. In addition, the materials needed for its evolution will be borne by the alien insect mother nest, and the price is that it only needs to recognize me as its mother. How about it?" After the Queen finished speaking, Shiyu was stunned. He was a little confused for a while and said, "Is there such a good thing?" Chong Chong was also a little confused. "Is there such a good thing?" The alien insect queen looked at the Super Queen, who clenched her fists. Even she herself had never thought it would be so smooth. Recommended book, Dragon Clan, Lu Mingfei Returns from the Original God. Chapter 674, Recognizing the Mother. Say it again. The Super Queen looked at Shiyu and Chong Chong, furious. She really didn't make a mistake about people. The contract object of hers really didn't have the heart of a strong man at all. Could such a guy really contract the universe? Shiyu and Chong Chong saw that the Queen seemed very dissatisfied, and immediately said awkwardly, "Just a joke, just a joke, we all listen to you." Buzz. A soundproof barrier was formed between Shiyu, Chong Chong and the Queen. The Insect Queen smiled, knowing that they wanted to communicate alone, and did not hinder or eavesdrop. To be honest, from the emotional fluctuations of Shiyu and the others just now, the Insect Queen could confirm that the other party was surprised, and surprised from the heart, not pretending. This is the first time that the Insect Queen has seen such a good talking quasi-universe level strong man, and she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the soundproof barrier, the Queen stared at Shiyu intently, wanting to see how Shiyu would explain. Shiyu smiled bitterly and said, "It was a slip of the tongue? It was really a slip of the tongue? Isn't it that if it can be solved without fighting, then it should be solved without fighting? The main reason is that I don't want your majesty to be too hard. It doesn't matter if we sacrifice a little. In this way, can we recognize our mother at will, The queen said, "Why do I feel that you are secretly happy, August?" Shiyu scratched his cheek. "Maybe in our eyes, this choice is also very common, right? This kind of thing is just a name," Shiyu said. "We will not be affected by this name in any way, as long as there are great benefits to be found and there are no ideological contradictions. Recognizing a foster mother is just like swearing brothers and sisters. There is no difference. This set is very useful. Let me think about it. How many mothers have we recognized along the way? 1, 2, 3. I forgot. Anyway, they all helped us a lot, Queen." The queen thought that Shiyu had no moral integrity, but she didn't think he was so shameless. "And he recognized several?" She agreed with Shiyu's starting point. "Indeed, now the Universe C is being targeted by the Dark King and the Beast King. Among them, the Dark King must kill Shiyu because of the purification of star spirits in Shiyu's contract. If the Zerg Queen is provoked at this juncture, no one can resist the 3 cosmic levels." However, she didn't understand why Shiyu was so casual. "If the Zerg Queen is bad for you one day, as its offspring, what will you do?" the queen asked Chong Chong again. Shiyu, Chitong, and the queen once had a group called the Hunting Mom Group. Chong Chong quoted classics and had no pressure. He was completely led astray by Shiyu. "If there is milk, it is the mother, and if there is poisonous milk, it is the prey." "Queen?" "Ahem, Chong Chong means that as long as we are enemies, even our own mother can kill us. Not to mention this," Shiyu said, "blood ties cannot bind us, not to mention the queen of the insects herself. She doesn't take this relationship very seriously, although I don't know its purpose yet. It's basically to use each other. It depends on who is more skilled in the end. If we live in peace, everyone will be at peace. If we have other ambitions, then we can decide life and death. So you and I have this kind of relationship," the Super Queen asked Shiyu. "How is it possible?" Shiyu said, "If it weren't for you, I would not be interested in such a high-risk thing as becoming a universe maintainer. I would definitely give up traveling through the last era and live in this era in a down-to-earth manner." The Super Queen nodded. Because she had a contract with Shiyu, she could tell whether Shiyu was lying. Although Shiyu had no moral integrity, no morals, and a relatively low upper limit, only the contract would not deceive. At least the queen saw how Shiyu got along with each of his pets and saw Shiyu's full efforts for the contract object. "There is no deception to myself. This may indeed be its cosmic path, but you will bear all the consequences. It wants to use your breakthrough to reach the realm of the cosmic overlord. At that time, if it has other ambitions, it will be more difficult to restrict it." "Okay," Shiyu nodded. Chong Chong, "If the alien queen, well, it doesn't matter, I will take action," Chong Chong said seriously, recognizing the mother. It seems that the first time the whole team recognized the mother was from it. In order to crack the Ice Dragon ruins, Shiyu and his team had to force the Ice Dragon to show up like this. All the plots originated from Shiyu. Now it is almost at the cosmic level, and it still needs to recognize the mother. Chong Chong doubts whether its racial talent is really the evolution of insect silk cocoon. However, Chong Chong is confident that just like borrowing the power of the Azure Dragon and then controlling the power of the Azure Dragon, it is now relying on the power of the alien insects, and in the future it will also be able to control the power of the alien insects and become the strongest. The soundproof barrier was broken, and the body of the insect queen was like mountains. Its purple eyes stared at Shiyu, Chong Chong, and the Super Queen, and said, "So, have you thought it through?" "I have thought it through," Shiyu smiled and said, "It's better to have one more relative than one more enemy." Chong Chong, change your words. Mom. Chong Chong had no moral integrity anymore, and just wanted to know how much New Year's money the other party could give. The insect queen had a strange expression. You know, her own descendants were afraid of her pressure, and they didn't call her as easily as Chong Chong. "Next, what should we do?" Shiyu asked. It's agreed in advance that this is also equivalent to a contract, a mutually beneficial contract. If you are not good for them, you will have to bear my wrath, the Super Queen also said. The Zerg Queen said, "Of course I know this. Its basic origin race is the lowest level of the Zerg, so its racial talent is cocoon evolution. However, because its basic race is too weak, even though its bloodline has been optimized countless times, it is still a certain distance away from the cosmic race. With its physique, it is impossible to perfectly absorb the nutrients contained in the evolutionary materials that are enough to support it to break through the cosmic level. In terms of Zerg bloodline evolution, I am the absolute authority, and you don't need to question it. What it lacks now is a skill that perfectly matches its racial talent and can assist its racial talent, as well as a large amount of cosmic evolutionary resources, for the Zerg. Mastering the two major devouring skills of endless devouring and final devouring is a must. Can perfectly absorb nutrients. Among them, the highest limit of endless devouring can only absorb the nutrients of super god resources. If you want to perfectly absorb and transform the nutrients of cosmic treasure level resources, you can only rely on final devouring. Its racial evolution talent can only be assisted by final devouring to make it break through to the cosmic level, and I am the only one in this universe who masters final devouring. In addition, the universe level resources that are most suitable for the evolution of the Zerg in the entire universe are all in the Zerg mother nest. Without my help, it is difficult for you to find the materials for its perfect evolution, so, you will not regret your choice. After the Zerg Queen finished speaking, Shiyu was awe-inspiring. To be honest, he actually had the idea of letting the bugs learn the endless devouring from Susu. In this way, the bugs can absorb and digest more nutrients to evolve into cocoons. However, as the Queen said, Susu's endless devouring, even if it has been upgraded from infinite devouring and has reached the upper limit of perfect digestion, seems to be only the highest quality level of super god resources and cannot perfectly digest the universe level treasure level resources. The final devouring mentioned by the other party should be the superior skill of infinite devouring, the superior skill of endless devouring. If only the Queen knows this, then even if she copies it, she may not be able to copy it. Shiyu can be sure that the power of the skill Atlas can conceal the peak of the super god, but it is definitely not able to directly plunder the power of the universe. Why don't you teach final devouring to other descendants? Shiyu asked. Not everyone can learn the final devouring. This is a skill I created. You need to bear the power of my bloodline to learn it, but none of those guys have such qualifications, but it is different. Since it can perfectly control the bloodline power of the ancient existence of the Azure Dragon from the previous era, it can theoretically control my power just like controlling the power of the Azure Dragon. And as both are Zerg, the adaptability will be even higher. You can go so far even on the wrong path of Azure Dragon evolution, let alone the correct path of Zerg evolution today. Furthermore, it has a special beast master like you to assist, and the success rate will be higher. As she spoke, a purple-red blood drop-shaped crystal floated in front of the Zerg Queen. The power fluctuation contained in this crystal was not inferior to the source of transcendence that was born once every 100,000 years. Cosmic level resources can also be divided into levels in terms of quality. The low-level ones are undoubtedly the source of transcendence that burst out from others, the medium-level ones are the source of transcendence that has naturally condensed for 100,000 years, and the high-level, top-level ones. Shiyu is not easy to divide. However, he estimated that the tree of the universe, the transcendent origin condensed by the Queen, and the skill Atlas should all be counted among them. And this blood crystal is almost equivalent to the second grade. Although it is not a cosmic treasure in essence. By fusing this, it can inherit my blood. If it can bear it, it can learn the final devouring. After that, with the help of insect silk and final devouring, you can complete the most perfect evolution. As for the other evolutionary materials you need, wait until it learns the final evolution, then come and get it. After the Queen of the Insects finished speaking, she issued an order to expel them. Dark King, Beast King, Blood Fusion, the difficulties you will face next are not few. I hope to see you smoothly later. What do you mean? Shiyu was stunned. The Super Queen said, the universe is sick, it is the Dark King who is causing trouble. It has joined forces with a Beast King to try to invade the universe. Of course, in addition to wanting to occupy the super resource of King Kai, there is another point. When the Dark King fought for the source of transcendence, he already wanted to harm you. If I hadn't stopped you at that time, you would have been caught by the Dark King. At that time, the Dark King was not only afraid of me, but also afraid of King Kai and the Universe Overlord, so he didn't dare to do it. But now, I don't know what method it used to make the universe abnormal. The combat power of star life depends to a large extent on the environment of the universe. King Kai was already weak, and now it is even weaker, if nothing unexpected happens. After the Dark King and the Beast King confirm that the Universe Overlord will not intervene in this war, the Universe will encounter a round of strong impact. Damn. Shiyu was dumbfounded and said, to universe level, and it may be aimed at me, as its mother, you can't just sit back and watch this matter, you have to deal with a universe level anyway. Shiyu asked the new mother of the insect. The queen of alien insects? Unfortunately, the Zerg hive will not participate in the war. Whether you can survive depends on yourselves. All I can do is provide it with resources to become stronger and give you Judeland. The Zerg queen obviously did not want to intervene in the cosmic war. If the four of them, the king of the realm, the king of darkness, the king of beasts, and the queen of superpower, were all defeated, that would be what she wanted to see. She, the bug, knew that this new mother was unreliable. If it was Dragon Mother, well, Dragon Mother was also unreliable. Princess Judeland, what was her identity in her previous life? Shiyu suddenly remembered this important question. It should be you, the queen, who devoured her. The queen looked at Shiyu and said, I only know that she has a special physique. When I devoured her, she was already a dead body drifting from the void. Only a body from the last era was left, and it was also cursed, but it seems that the body of the last era combined with my bloodline cannot produce any offspring worth cultivating. She has been pregnant for so long, but her talent is so poor. She is useless. If you want her, just take her. Hearing that Princess Judeland was not killed and devoured by the Zerg queen, but was already dead when she was picked up, Shiyu's expression condensed. Could it be that this guy is the same as Shiyu Beast, but his body came to this era, but his soul did not come? No. If there is no autonomous consciousness, then who opened the ruins of that era again? Or was it the third traverser who successfully arrived here, but was killed? However, the person who killed her was not the queen, but someone else. Shiyu thought for a long time, but it was useless to think. When he took the spider princess to open the ruins, he might know more. Let's go. This cowardly guy will not interfere in the war, the queen finally said to Shiyu. When I came to the Zerg nest to plunder resources, she didn't dare to fight back. Shiyu was stunned. The next moment, with a sudden rise of anger from the Zerg queen, the super queen took Shiyu away as soon as possible. Shiyu was terrified during the trip to the Zerg nest, but the result was good. In the Zerg nest, the queen issued a new order, saying that the Beastmaster Shiyu would be a distinguished guest of the Zerg nest, which shocked all the Zerg nobles for a while. No one knew the result of Shiyu's fight with the Zerg queen, but the queen's order contained countless information. Although Shiyu killed countless Zerg, the queen had given the order. Even if there were Zerg who were not convinced, they could only let go of their hatred or bury it in their hearts. Even though not all Zergs were completely convinced of the Zerg queen, on the surface, no Zerg dared to resist this cosmic emperor in the Zerg hive. With a blood crystal given by the queen, Shiyu and others left the Zerg hive. Although they had obtained this thing, they had to check it carefully before fusing it. Shiyu had to ask the Gemcat, the queen and others to eliminate the disadvantages of fusing the blood crystal. But before that, Shiyu still brought Princess Judeland to the KK Star region and to the special ruins guided by fate. Princess Judeland felt dizzy and woke up from her sleep in a daze. After regaining consciousness a little, she suddenly woke up and looked around in horror. However, what she saw was not the hell she imagined, but a jungle. There was no Zerg queen in front of her, only the familiar boy. You? Seeing Shiyu, the spider princess was shocked and said, you weren't killed by the queen. Wait a minute, she tried to recall that at the very end, it seemed that the queen wanted to kill her, but at the critical moment, a blue light and a red light came one after another and saved her. After that, she completely lost consciousness. You saved me from the queen? How did you escape? How did you cancel the blood contract on me? She checked her condition in confusion, becoming more and more shocked. You asked too many questions. It's not as complicated as you think. It's just that I have a flexible stance. Shiyu leaned against a tree, looked at her and said, let's not talk about this for now. Let's do business first. You're finally awake, although there was some accident that prevented you from passing the 11th floor. Fortunately, your blood contract has been terminated. Next, according to the agreement, you should do me a favor. Shiyu smiled slightly, looked ahead and said, this is where I want to take you. In this area, there is an epic relic that can only be opened by specific people. In fact, you are the key to it. I want to use your power to open this relic. Maybe there is something about you in this relic. More information about the original identity. If you are ready, I will lend you my power and you can open it. The spider princess was slightly startled when she heard this, and then said, will the queen still hunt us down? Probably not, Shiyu said. Of course, if you want to seek revenge on it, it is better to wait until you are stronger. I will help you open the ruins. After the other party finished speaking, Shiyu snapped his fingers and said, I am waiting for you to say this. Time has passed. Open. His pupils were filled with spiritual fluctuations, and at the same time, a special power also appeared on the spider princess next to him. Shiyu's current behavior is equivalent to treating the other party as a key, inserting it into the ruins, and wanting to twist it to open the ruins. Although the process of finding the key is a bit more tortuous, fortunately, the opening process is extremely smooth. Rumble. Under the continuous vibration, the ruins finally opened. This spider princess is indeed the third traverser. After her body resonates with the ruins, golden light flashes around her, and a brand new world seems to be generated. Buzz. However, what Shiyu did not expect, and what the queen who was secretly observing did not expect, was that there were no special items in this relic, and it looked like there was nothing at all. However, only the spider princess suddenly changed after opening the relic. First, the breath rose steadily, and soon it rose from the perfect god level to the super god fluctuation, but this super god fluctuation was not the power of the cultivation system of this era, but the power of the cultivation system of the previous era. It was similar to the physical source of Shiyu Beast. After a golden light enveloped her, finally, a breath comparable to the peak of the super god emerged in her body. This power shocked Shiyu very much, and also shocked Taya and Shiyu's beast control space. Familiar power fluctuations, nature, are very similar to the Vajra subduing demon pestle. So, the significance of the existence of this relic is to seal the power of the third traverser, or even to seal part of her memory. At this time, as the aura of the third traverser changed drastically, from the poisonous insect system, her whole body was filled with a sacred aura. She slowly opened her eyes again, looked at Shiyu and said, Amitabha, thank you for bringing me out of the alien insect nest. After the spider princess finished speaking, Shiyu was undoubtedly silenced by this guy. He looked at the bald spider princess and said, You kid, are actually a little nun, so, you have memories of the last era. The spider princess said regretfully, Unfortunately, I have no memories of the last era. After awakening, I only remember the cultivation methods and some precepts of the last era. So what is going on? Why did you seal your power and memory here, and why were you eaten by the queen? Shiyu put down his arms that were wrapped around him. The other party's awakening undoubtedly made Shiyu 200% more alert. The spider nun was silent for a moment and said, I should have awakened earlier than you, the donor. When I came to this era, it had just been born not long ago. Without any memory, I wandered aimlessly in this universe, doing what I should do, until a cosmic relic from the last era appeared. This cosmic relic contains a cosmic treasure from the last era, left by a cosmic creature. Before the restart of the last era, there were many cosmic lives that wanted to resist. Among them, there was a cosmic creature that took the most extreme approach. Since the universe is unwilling to give everyone a way out, then he was also unwilling to let the universe restart smoothly. He wanted to completely destroy the universe and make it disappear completely. He developed a cosmic virus that can accelerate the consumption of the universe's lifespan. But unfortunately it was one step too late. In the end, he could only try to pass on this cosmic virus to the next era. This virus is extremely dangerous, and the conditions for using it are against the will of heaven. After getting this information in the ruins, I wanted to recycle this virus and seal it again, but someone else got there first, so we had an irreconcilable contradiction, and this life is now the Dark King. Shiyu was slightly startled. In the end, I was defeated by the Dark King and cursed by the cosmic virus. I had no chance of survival, and although I managed to escape, it was difficult to see any hope of survival. After sealing myself for countless billions of years, I still couldn't find a way to lift the curse. Until the last moment, I made a gamble and separated my strength, memory, and body from each other. I sent my body to another cosmic emperor, the insect queen, who was searching for rare species. I hoped to rely on her devouring, digesting, and giving new life to see if I could successfully reincarnate and find my strength and memory again. At the time, only the insect queen, who could devour and transform even the source of pollution, had a chance to purify the curse on me. Now it seems that I succeeded in my gamble. She smiled slightly and said, It's just that, the race and attributes at this time are really too different from what I expected. Facing this little nun, Shiyu and the queen were silent. No one expected that things would be like this. The Spider Queen said, Obviously, the reason why the donor is looking for me is because the Dark King has reused the cosmic virus to infect the universe. After so many years, my strength is still so weak. I should not be the opponent of the Dark King who now dominates the universe. He should not remember me as his former enemy. However, as its old opponent, I am indeed the person who knows the cosmic virus best besides it. Over countless years, I have also developed ways to restrain it. If the donor needs it, I can share it. At the same time, I can also work with the donor to fight against the Dark King. I see. The Queen also slowly appeared at this time and said, the means to make the universe abnormal come from the cosmic level powerhouses of the last era. No wonder it is difficult to find the source. Little spider, since you have studied cosmic viruses, teach me everything you know about how to restrain cosmic viruses, said the Queen. Little spider, the spider princess eyelids twitched, and she was also very helpless about being reincarnated as a spider. She said, please call me a little nun, sir, add a pet to me. Shiyu was also excited at this time, and said, is it a Buddhist practice system? To be honest, Maya also practices it, let it learn it too. It happens to be a member of the Abyss clan and can absorb the negative energy of the universe. You can use it for experiments, yeah. Alert JPG Zyagi, Alert JPG. Chapter 675, Filial piety towards cats turns bad and the real intention is revealed. Blue Star. A holiday beach somewhere. After returning from the Super Queen, the gem cat enjoyed herself in various ways, determined to make up for the suffering she had endured these days. She lay comfortably on a beach chair in the form of a kitten. On the beach, a tall and handsome demon rhinoceros beetle was holding a fan in one hand and seasoning in the other, making barbecue seafood. Shiyu said that it was really unfair for the gem cat to raise the demon cub to death, but it was certain that he did not raise it well. A mythical demon was reduced to becoming a barbecue chef, doing work that even his clones did not do. Is it done? The gem cat urged. I'm starving. Really? Huh? The demon rhinoceros beetle was wronged. It still remembered that when it was just born, the cat in front of it promised to make it the strongest and most handsome demon, but after a few days, the cat sent it to a fat pig named Pig God to learn cooking. Huh? The demon rhinoceros beetle suddenly found something unusual and looked at the light that appeared behind the gem cat. Seeing who was coming, it felt secretly happy, thinking that someone could deal with Teacher Cat. Teacher Ying, when the jewel cat was waiting for food, Shiyu appeared here, which frightened the jewel cat so much that her hair stood up. Why are you back so soon? The jewel cat saw Shiyu, who had been exploring the ruins, come back so soon, and she felt a toothache. She had specially returned to Blue Planet from King Kai, fearing that Shiyu would come back and urge her to work again, but she still couldn't escape. It's not just me. After Shiyu finished speaking, two more figures appeared around him. One was the Super Queen wearing a black queen's dress, and the other was Princess Jodeland, who was wearing a gray-blue monk's dress and hat, and forcibly changed her bloodline race to turn herself back into a human. Of course, now she has abandoned the name of the alien insect and called herself back to her previous life name, Fu Guang. This Fu Guang, any feature on his body is different from the Buddhist bosses on Earth in Shiyu's impression. It is estimated that this guy was not a well-known figure in the last era. Most likely, he was just one of the many talented and potential fire seeds that Niu and others were looking for, and he was a rising star. However, although no one knows each other, Shiyu is still very happy to meet similar people, suspected to be travelers from the same place, and decides to take her to Blue Star and let her join the Blue Star lineage. Knowing that Shiyu is also a traveler and is hostile to the Dark King, Fu Guang naturally did not refuse. It is a happy thing to meet a fellow countryman in a new era. Shiyu, you can't afford to play. At this time, Mao Mao didn't care about the little nun. When she saw Shiyu called the Super Queen, she burst into tears. Did they agree to take a holiday? He really called the queen to threaten her? This grudge was remembered, and he would make Shen Bao pay it back double in the future, mainly because he could only afford to provoke Shen Bao. Things have changed, you may have to work overtime. Shiyu smiled and said, it wouldn't be a big problem to touch for a long time, but this time we went out, we confirmed one thing. What is it? The gem cat said. The second throne of the universe, the throne of the polluted land, the Dark King, and the throne of the giant beast empire. The emperor of the universe may attack the universe. C and King Kai together soon. Now, King Kai's asleep and weak, and the combat power of King Kai's lineage has been greatly reduced. In addition to King Kai, I may be the second target of the Dark King. If you want to be safe and sound, there's only one way, that is, you work overtime and let me reach the universe level as soon as possible. The jewel cat opened her mouth slightly. What a joke, 2 universe levels. You didn't lie to me. She looked at the queen, and saw that the queen also nodded slightly, saying, you have rested for so long, you should have rested enough. The Keixing clan bred by King Kai's planet is also a rare and delicious food for the universe beasts, not to mention the Keixing clan at the peak of the super god. If you make soup, it will definitely be delicious. The queen used the words she had used to scare the jewel cat. I work overtime, can't I work overtime? Gem Cat's expression changed, and she cursed, damn it, why are you fighting and killing? Isn't it good for the universe to be peaceful? These guys are too hateful. By the way, who is this? Gem Cat paid attention to the little nun again, and felt her power that was not inferior to her own. You can call her Master Floating Light Bodhisattva, or Floating Light Buddha, Shiyu said. She is the helper we found to deal with the Dark King. Master Floating Light, please teach me more. When Gem Cat heard that it was a thug, she immediately greeted him. The more thugs the better, so that she would be safe. On the other side, the little nun also responded to Gem Cat immediately, and at the same time puzzled. Shiyu was so strong, and he also met the universe level. Why did he have to ask this cat demon who didn't look too strong for the opportunity to break through the universe level? Originally, Shiyu was not in a hurry, and even the Super Queen was not in a hurry. She wanted Shiyu to practice normally to the peak of the super god and the universe level first. Gem Cat wanted to rest for 2 months, so she didn't need this little time. However, after the abnormal state of the universe exposed the ambition of the Dark King, Shiyu and his team had to act urgently, and even the Super Queen had to deal with it seriously. She was worried that the Dark King would harm Shiyu, and secondly, she was worried that the interference of the cosmic virus would affect Shiyu's contracted universe. Therefore, no matter what, the Dark King, who has the ability to change the state of the universe, must be dealt with. The strength of the cosmic virus used by the Dark King depends on the strength of the user. It can not only affect the universe, but also other lives. If you want to neutralize it, it is also very simple. In fact, Shiyu has already guessed the way. Huh? Shiyu was stunned and said, how did I guess it? The little nun looked up and said, didn't you say before that one of your pets has the ability to absorb the negative energy of the universe? Yes, Shiyu nodded. The little nun said, normally, viruses that have been integrated into the universe are completely powerless, even for the cosmic purification races that are proficient in purification. In order to prevent the universe from having the opportunity to purify this virus, the creator of the virus has perfected the virus to be very powerful. Well, I also have some purification methods. But they are ineffective against the abnormalities of the universe, the Queen said. Although the creator of the virus has perfected it very well, it is inevitable that there is a weakness that is not a weakness, Fu Guang said, that is, becoming a part of the universe and sharing the virus with the universe. When this virus is transferred from the universe to the sharer, its nature will change and become purifiable. You mean, contract the universe? It's not a contract with the entire universe, just a contract with a part is enough, the little nun said. For example, the Purifying Star Spirit Clan. The Purifying Star Spirit Clan has the ability to sign a contract with a part of the universe. The technique I have studied is to make all life have similar abilities to the Purifying Star Spirit. Of course, simply bearing the damage of the universe through a contract cannot be like the Purifying Star Spirit, using the power of the universe. After Fu Guang finished speaking, Shiyu and others suddenly realized that this was the case. The nature of the virus is that when it is in the universe, it cannot be purified. However, as long as you make a contract with the universe, become a part of the universe, and help the universe bear the virus, when the virus is transferred, the nature will change to a certain extent, and it can be purified. To be honest, skills such as the Star Sea contract are essentially equivalent to contracting the universe. However, it is somewhat different from the contract to become the universe maintainer. Although Susu's Star Sea contract is powerful enough to use the power of the universe, it needs to fulfill certain responsibilities. If it is not fulfilled, the universe has the right to take the initiative to terminate the contract. The universe is the master and the contractor is the secondary. However, if you want to become the universe maintainer, the contractor must be the master and the universe is the secondary. The contractor needs to have the ability to control the power of the universe 100%, but in this way, the difficulty will definitely increase exponentially. In other words, Susu works for the universe, the cleaner of the universe, and the maintainer of the universe is the master of the universe, the master of the universe. Ning. At this time, Su came out of Shiyu's beast control space with a serious expression. After knowing that the abnormality in the universe was caused by the Dark King using a special cosmic virus, Su could not bear it any longer. Ning, I will bear the cosmic virus and I can purify it myself, Su said. Use the power of the Sea of Stars to purify the cosmic virus. It is definitely not enough for you alone, Shiyu held her down and said. It must be cosmic level to withstand this cosmic virus without any problem. If it is not cosmic level, the carrying capacity and purification speed must be very slow. Many lives must make a contract with the universe and then bear it together. The little nun nodded and said, yes, what I can do is to share the method of sharing the cosmic virus and the special purification method with you too. However, before the Dark King is completely resolved, I do not recommend using this method. It only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, and it cannot solve the problem from the root. No matter how many cosmic viruses we bear and absorb, the Dark King can still create more, the Queen said. It is not easy to deal with the Dark King. Although each cosmic level has its own strengths and weaknesses, at the cosmic level, there is no cosmic level that can completely destroy another cosmic level. Even the Cosmic Overlord cannot destroy the other 4 cosmic emperors. At the beginning, even if the Cosmic Overlord and the King of the Realm joined forces, they could not kill me, they could only seal me. Similarly, against the Dark King and the Beast King, even if you can defeat them, you can't destroy them, the Super Queen said. Is it so difficult? Shiyu was stunned. Then seal it and recycle the cosmic virus, the little nun said. In theory, this is the only way. Sealing is the best choice. If you want to kill the Beast King, you must first destroy all the stars in the universe to prevent the Beast King from reincarnating. For example, if you want to kill the Dark King, you must purify all the polluted concepts in the universe. At the cosmic level, the origin has already approached the concept. Unless there are specific means of restraint, it will be difficult to distinguish life and death, but not necessarily. The Super Queen looked at Shiyu and said, human beast masters may be a variable. When 2 cosmic level powers are superimposed together, what kind of power can be displayed, whether it can surpass the universe overlord? This, no one knows yet. I know. Shiyu smiled bitterly and said, in this case, let's work together. Mayo and I will transform the cultivation resources as quickly as possible, reach the peak of Super God first, and let each pet reach it. Your Majesty, you and Fu Guang will first study the virus mechanism and her method in depth. Yes. Both parties nodded. Ning, Su said that she would join in. However, Shiyu grabbed it and said, you help me become stronger, throw Yaya here first. Now, the best state is that Shiyu also reaches the universe level before the 2 universe level attacks the universe C. In this way, no matter whether King Kai can fight at that time, the combination of him and the Queen will definitely not be afraid of the 2 universe level. Yet, busy, after communicating with the Queen and leaving Yaya to study, Shiyu found the gem cat here. At this time, under the pressure of the Queen's power, she had to work hard again. What are you doing? Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Of course I have something to do, Shiyu smiled and said, I don't feel sorry for you. I brought you some small things. When you are tired, you can divert your attention and change your mood. What? The gem cat's eyes lit up, and she knew that Shiyu still had a conscience. Next, Shiyu took out a blood crystal of the alien insect queen. The cosmic pressure in the blood crystal instantly changed the cat's face. The malicious aura on this resource was even stronger than the queen's pressure. What is it? She took a step back. It smells like bugs. I don't eat bugs. The blood crystal of the Zerg Queen is one of the evolutionary resources for the Zerg. If you are tired of transforming the source of transcendence, you can change your mood and find the Queen to transform this together. The traces of blood on it are still too strong. It may not be good for the Zerg to directly fuse, although it has no big impact. It is easy for the Zerg to be afraid of the Zerg Queen when they meet the Zerg Queen in the future. They will be suppressed by the blood and unable to exert their full combat power. At that time, if the Zerg Queen has bad intentions, it will be difficult for the Zerg to join the Hunter-Mom combination. After Shiyu finished speaking, the gem cat looked dazed. You are a dog. I thought you came to care about me, but you came to a new job that is even more difficult for cats, so the Queen has to work for you too, and you are just slacking off, right? Nonsense, Shiyu said righteously. Ahem, there is actually another way to make it easier for you. What? I hope you can speak human language this time. Let's make a contract. You are now at the peak of the super god. Maybe after the contract, you can directly feedback me to the peak of the super god. At the same time, I can also feedback a lot of power to you. At that time, you will be more powerful when you work. Boom. Think about it. As expected, Shiyu was directly blown away. Shiyu looked innocent. He looked down on the cat before, thinking that the cat teacher's combat power was too low. Now the cat teacher has reached the peak of the super god, and the functionality is still strong. The contract is not a loss, but unfortunately, it seems that it doesn't work. The other party is unwilling. The cat teacher doesn't work, and the goddess Nuwa and Blue Star are probably even more difficult. Hey, it seems that it is more reliable to cultivate your own pet. Time is tight, and I can't run around. Next, I have to optimize the moves of the 11 before becoming a universe level. The randomness of exploring the ruins is too great. In order to enhance the combat power, it is indeed more suitable for Shiyu now to optimize the moves and wait for the transformation of the source of transcendence to be completed. Now there are 14 pets. Except for the baby Shin, who has transcended 7 times, the other pets have transcended 6 times. However, Shiyu feels that they are all about to break through. The reason why he wanted to optimize the skills is that although their skills are of good quality, they are far from the best. Pixel's endless devouring is already a super skill that ranks among the best in the team. It can devour various things, then evolve itself, transform into racial skills, and eat various attacks. It is simply invincible. There are not many skills in the team that are stronger than this move. However, even with such skills, there are still upper-level skills such as final devouring. Of course, the terrifying skill of final devouring, which can perfectly digest and transform even the treasures of the universe into its own power, can be said to be the signature skill of the Queen of Alien Insects, the Emperor of the Universe. It is the only one in the universe who has mastered it. If Chong Chong can also learn it, then there will be a second life that has mastered it, but Chong Chong's proficiency in this move will definitely not exceed that of the Queen of Alien Insects. After all, this is a unique skill that she has researched based on her own race. In the words of the Queen, the skill of final devouring can no longer be described as a divine skill, but can be called a super divine skill and the secret of the universe. Even the Queen does not have a skill of this quality level. The reason why the Queen is so powerful is that she has practiced a power system of 2 eras. If we only talk about the power system of this era, her strength is not necessarily stronger than that of the Queen of Alien Insects and other cosmic emperors. Therefore, Shiyu has 2 directions to make 11 and the others stronger. One is to let 11 and the others master a super divine skill and the secret of the universe that belongs to them. Or, let them practice the power system of 2 eras together. Even if the pet is talented enough, then they have to have both super divine skills and practice dual cultivation. As for the latter, it is not impossible. Shiyu's pets have all been transformed. With special methods, they have obtained the physique of the last era. Like Bulu, they can learn the cultivation system of the last era. Even the teacher of the gem cat has optimized his physique with the help of the Queen and learned the power system of the last era. Otherwise, it would not be possible to reach the peak of super god so quickly. Therefore, Shiyu's pets all have this qualification. For example, Ye has already gone to learn the Buddhist purification power of the last era from the little nun Fu Guang. In addition, there are other pets that have also learned the skills of the last era. For example, 11 has learned weapon control, which is an ancient skill excavated by Lin Xiaozu from the ruins of Qiyu. As for super god skills, this is difficult, but Qiyu has a skill illustration. Although the point-adding function of the skill illustration can only reach the highest level of super god skills, and cannot make the god skills change again, the point-adding function is only one of the many functions of the skill illustration. It also has the functions of skill deduction and skill fusion. Shiyu thought that perhaps he could use these 2 functions to impact the super god skill. If he couldn't add a super god skill, couldn't he just be a gambler and fuse one? Shiyu decided to start with 11 according to the order of joining the team. Possessing super god skills is almost equivalent to being a universe-level race, which is the highest level of the race level and is the darling of the universe. Name, 11. Attributes, Gold, Thunder, Dark, Light, Race, Iron-Eating Beast Julie War Beast Demon Iron-Eating Beast Chaos Panda, Race Level, Top God Race, Growth Level, Super God Level, Transcend 6 times, Will Level, Super God, Star Weapon, Star Bamboo, Skills, God Level, Yin and Yang grinding wheel, superb. Fighting god body, superb. 8 diagrams clone, superb. God and demon thought, superb. Control of gold, superb. Refining stars, superb. Control of weapons, superb. Chaos thunder body, superb. Control of light and dark, superb. Today's 11. Compared to before, has a new skill of control of light and darkness, which was merged before the fight for the source of transcendence. Shiyu originally thought that light and darkness could be combined to form a skill related to the yin-yang Dao, but he thought too much and only combined light and darkness control. Although this skill is also very powerful, it allows the user to absorb all the dark power in a dark place without light and become the only light source, with the strongest control of light. It can also allow the user to absorb all the light in a bright place and become the pure source of darkness, with the strongest control of darkness, and transform light and darkness into each other and merge with each other. However, it is still a little short of a super divine skill. Perhaps, if it is changed to yin-yang control, it will be a super divine skill, but unfortunately, it cannot be changed and it was not gambled out. Oh, Shiyu held 11 and looked at it and said, the current situation is that the star bamboo weapon is a bit lame, which makes the weapon control unable to play a perfect effect. Now that the star refining has reached the superb level, it can refine 2 weapons and 2 stars. These 2 skills can be optimized and even merged. In addition, the compatibility of light and dark control and yin and yang grinding disc is sufficient, and they can be merged into a new skill. The compatibility of the fighting god body and the chaos thunder body is also sufficient, and they can also be merged into a new skill. 11 was caught by Shiyu, dancing with joy. It had a bright look in its eyes. It didn't care about strengthening first or then strengthening. In short, it was happy to add some points. Okay, you can eat the star bamboo directly. We will find a high-level star to refine it later, Shiyu said. The star refining skill can only refine dead stars, even if it reaches the superb level. However, when it reaches the superb level, its refining range is much wider, and even some special stars and celestial bodies can be refined. Shiyu asked should I eat the star bamboo and prepare to change weapons. He already had a goal. He planned to find these 2 special celestial bodies, black hole, and white hole, in the universe sea with Shiai, refine them into weapons, and use them together with weapon control. These 2 special celestial bodies are not difficult to find in the universe. However, it may be a bit difficult to control them with relative properties. Shiyu first placed his hope on the fusion skills. If he could fuse the yin and yang control of Xinyan, it might be easier to refine the black and white holes. First, he tried to fuse the chaos thunder body and the fighting god body. The success rate of the fusion of these 2 skills is extremely low. When they both reach the superb level, the success rate is still 0. It was not until Shiyu and Shiai stepped into the super god that the success rate was displayed. This time, the success rate is extremely low. This is the first time that the skill illustration has shown such a prompt, so Shiyu has never tried it casually. But now, Shiyu feels that the temptation is very great. Maybe, he can really fuse super magic skills and let 11 become a cosmic race. In this way, it may be easier for it to break through to the cosmic level in the future. The reason why Shiyu did not let Susu go was that he hoped to keep it to assist him in fusion. In addition, he had to do more psychological preparation for the pet. Ahem, I haven't fused skills for a long time, and I'm a little nervous, Shiyu said. Let's do some psychological preparation before fusion. He stared at 11 who was eager. If the skill fusion is successful, what do you want to do after you become stronger? Shiyu knew that his consumption depended entirely on the will of the pet and whether the pet could persist. So in advance, Shiyu fooled 11 as usual to make it firm in its belief. In this way, he could also be more relaxed. 11 lowered his head and bit his palm, then fight the Dark King? Don't think too far ahead. As long as you work harder this time and try to complete the fusion of skills within half a minute, I will help you to fight the Sun God General. How about it? The Star Clan is currently ranked first among the 10,000 clans in the Starry Sky. Although the Iron-Eating Beast clan as a whole cannot beat the Star Life, if you defeat the strongest individual of the Star Clan, the Iron-Eating Beast will definitely be famous in the Starry Sky. Although it is not the first among the 10,000 clans in the Starry Sky, it is better than the first among the 10,000 clans in the Starry Sky. Half a minute, can I do it? Shiyu used all kinds of tricks to strengthen 11's will. 11 was shocked. For 11, who had not played a ranking battle among the 10,000 clans for a long time. The title of the first among the 10,000 clans in the starry sky had infinite appeal to it. 11 could still remember the power of the Sun God General. He mobilized the power of billions of stars across countless star fields to kill the four saints. Although the whole team should have no problem fighting the Sun God General, 11 could not defeat him alone. Star Life was born as a super god, and it was worthy of being the first race in the universe. If he could defeat the strongest individual among them. No one knew his pets better than Shiyu. Sure enough, his tempting challenge immediately made 11 excited. PK the Sun God General, it can. This time, the fusion skill will make 11 frown, even if it loses. At the same time, as one of the top super gods under King Kai, the Sun God General had a bad premonition, and he was in a very heavy mood. Sure enough, it seems to be right now. The ambition of the Dark King is about to surface. Even I have been targeted. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.